I'm the neighborhood Karen, but not really. There's a hill on my street. I live close to the high school. Sometimes when you drive around the parked cars, it sends you face to face with another car on the downhill. There's an extra no parking sign to remind people to not be there. House went up for sale. The realtors would park directly under the no parking sign. I one day walked over to the main realtor and I warned her to not park there or she'll get hit. She moved her car and believed me when she saw traffic after school let out. Another time a realtor parked there, I warned him and he responded with, "I've already been told about you, it's fine," in the most dismissive way. A teenager came over the hill in Dad's old pickup truck and crushed the front of the guy's red sports car. The kid was not hurt and certain that he was not blamed for the accident. Oh my god, that's like instant karma. No way. When I first started reading this, I thought you were gonna say that you're the entitled person, but no, it's these bloody real estate agents. And you 100% did the right thing. You were only trying to help. They're just being so rude. Like, oh yeah, nah, it's totally fine. I don't need to move my car. Pretty much immediately somebody runs into their car. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't have happened if you moved your car. Unbelievable. Story number 2 is called 12 Entitled People in an Airbnb Designed for 6. Cost me $600. I thought you might enjoy my second thirsty biatch story. I posted previously here about a client of mine with a similar story, but this is the origin story that happened years before that other post. My wife and I own a mountain cabin, and a few years ago we decided to put it up on Airbnb. The place is a remote A-frame on 3 acres of forested land with awesome views, and it's about 30 minutes from a ski resort. This was our first Airbnb, so we are pretty cautious with everything, i.e. looking at guest past reviews, asking them about their trip to make sure that this place would suit them, etc. Everything was going pretty well until the entitled people booked the whole weekend for Thanksgiving. They told us they were driving out from Texas. Mum, dad, 3 little kids and 2 dogs. Being that this was our first holiday rental, we went all out for them. We set a turkey to defrost in the fridge for them, and we left out a snack platter and a couple of bottles of champagne. They arrive on Sunday night, and the next few days all hell breaks loose. I get a 6 a.m. call Monday morning. The whole family is puking and sick as hell. They all had altitude sickness. The cabin is at 11,000 feet above sea level, so this does happen, especially when you aren't in shape and you just came from sea level. I did warn the guests about this ahead of time, so I'm on the phone talking them through everything, where the urgent care is, what to do, etc. By day 2, things have calmed down, Tuesday. However, then I take a look at our water cistern gauge, remote monitored. The house has what we'll call a slow well recovery system. Basically, at some times of the year, the well might only produce around 60 gallons per day, instead of the usual 300 plus. So we have a 500 gallon water storage system, which helps smooth out the demand curves. Basically, once the tank goes below 40%, the well starts pumping, and if the well goes dry, a timer gets started and it'll pump again in 3 hours until the tank is topped up. There's a full description in the listing and guidebook. This system is more than adequate for 6 guests. Also, the house only has 1 bathroom and a 40-gallon hot water tank, so it's not like anyone can take long showers, and that's all in the listing. It's a rustic place. Tactically speaking, we just ask the guests to conserve water, but the system is automatic and no one knows it's there. Well, after 48 hours, I checked our tank monitor and I see that it's around 35% full, which means the guests have used all of the storage plus what the well can produce in 2 days. I'm estimating nearly 700 gallons of water. I literally thought something must have broken because there was no way in hell 2 parents and 3 little kids used that much water. Like maybe the well fuse popped and they got nothing from the well. So I'm now freaking out thinking that this nice family is going to be out of water on Thanksgiving. I called her and I politely asked that they conserve water and had them reset the system, aka turn the breaker on and off. So I basically said that I'd monitor it for the next 3 hours, and if I didn't see the levels make progress, I'll get a water truck in. This would literally be a first, as I've never needed to do it. Her response, sounds good, but hurry because we drink a lot of water. How weird of a comment is that? As if 5 people drinking a gallon a day, max, somehow equates to the hundreds of gallons missing from the system. Well, there's really no change in the water level after 3 hours, so I get on the phone to book a water truck, and as it's now 1 day before Thanksgiving, it's just not gonna happen. So I now need to figure out how to transport water to this house. I live 1.5 hours away. I went to Farm and Tractor Supply and I bought a 275 gallon tank that would fit in my truck, plus hoses and pumps. Then I drove up there, figure out where I can buy bulk water from, and then I go to the house. I finally get there around 4 p.m. and the guests are out, but they gave me permission to go inside and test things out. AKA, I wanted to make sure the system was working. It was so they really did use that. I went inside and I found 2 huskies in a crate who'd pooped themselves and it was all over the place. The place smelled gross. The owner said they'd be back and they'd clean it up. At this point, I've been working on this for like 8 hours. I'm sick. It's 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside and I'm now hooking up the transfer pump. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving and I still need to get to my parents' house. Thankfully, only 30 minutes from here. I start pumping and then I see their car pull up up and they're waiting at the bottom of the driveway. Knowing they have small kids, I go down and I say hi and I let them know that they can go in and I'll be done in about 40 minutes. They started to act real odd at this point, but they go ahead in. Then I saw 2 more cars on the side of the road around the switchback, a big steep S-bend in front of the house, and it clicks. The reason I just did all of this work and spent nearly $600 on supplies is because these people had 12 people staying there. If you all are curious as to how I didn't notice when I went outside, I didn't snoop around, I just went straight into the breaker box and then went to the crawl space where the tanks are. Also, the smell from the dogs was just horrid, so I got out as fast as possible. At this point, I went up to the front door, knocked and said, "Be honest with me, how many people do you have staying here?" Her, 9. I could see that she was lying, but even that number was over our legal capacity based on our permit. Me, you realize that the listing is for 6. Her, well, there are beds for more people and the kids have a crib, and we didn't know that our family wanted to come when we booked it. The loft does have a pull-out couch, so best case they're sleeping for 8 adults, but I'm guessing that people were sleeping on the couches as well. I just spent $600 plus a full day to solve a problem that was actually not a problem. Her, well, the house should have water. Me, the house system was designed and tested for 6, the stated number on the listing. I don't know how you think it's okay to have this many people here. Her, we could leave, but it would have to be tomorrow and we expect a refund because we don't want to drive down these roads in the dark with our kids. It's maybe 6 p.m. at this point. No cell service at the cabin, so I went to town and got into Wi-Fi at a local bar and called Airbnb. At this point, I'd been hosting for 3 months and I had no idea how to handle this situation, but now I was more afraid that they'd damaged something in the house, so Airbnb cancelled their reservation and asked them to leave the house. I was able to recover around $200 for a deep cleaning on the house, and they didn't get a refund. On a funny note, at the beginning of this year, I started a hot tub service company, and water trucking is a service that we do offer, and I use some of that equipment to get started. Oh my god, I can't even imagine dealing with this. Sounds like a bloody nightmare. Like, oh yeah, I know it said 6 people, but I'm gonna bring twice as many? Nah, get out of here. So frustrating. And not to mention all the extra people, but the dogs in there as well. It would have been such a mess after this. Okay, story number 3 is called Lady Gets a Ticket After People Kindly Warned Her. This is from a few months ago, but it's still gold. There's an intersection by my work that connects 2 main roads, east, west, north, and south. When you come to this intersection from any direction, you won't be able to turn left. There's signs everywhere telling you no turning left. Easy, right? No, not easy. Living in that town and going to work where I work for almost a decade, I've seen so many people turn left. People usually just honk and swear, but this time there was a cop waiting to go through. East. This lady pulls up in a nice Cadillac. Nice. She's coming from the south and goes to turn. You guessed it, left. Now, people see the cop. They know that her getting pulled over will slow down traffic as it's a 2-lane street. So, panic ensues. Honking, yelling, and some swearing. One guy on the street, "Lady, don't turn left, there's a cop." Don't turn left, like a freaking chant. This lady rolls down her window the rest of the way. At this point, she's mid-intersection going to turn left. The cop is shaking his head too. Bro looked like he was on lunch and he was so pissed. Like he's close enough I can see the sandwich bag in his car. Lady yells out, and I'll never forget, "I can do whatever the hell I want to. I will do whatever I want to, and if I want to turn left, I'm gonna freaking turn left. I don't care." And left she goes. The cop looks down. Lunchtime has been interrupted. His windows may have been closed, but you can tell when someone yells, "You know what?" He turns around and puts his lights on. Of course she pulled over. She can do whatever she wants until the cops are there. Oh my god, that's so funny. I can do whatever I want, and that includes getting pulled over. How embarrassing. And the cop's like, "Oh, come on, can't I please eat my lunch?" I think the funniest part about this is how they got upset. Like, why are you getting frustrated at this person that's telling you not to go left? Like it's some sort of personal attack or something? You literally aren't allowed to turn left, and they're only trying to let you know that you can't do that, but they take it personally, and they're like, "I can do whatever I want." Well, yeah, not in this situation. Story number 4 is called Customer Wanted My Hat Because You're Just a Poor Student. You shouldn't be able to afford this. As the title suggests, the customer believed that because I was a student, I couldn't afford to buy a quality product. Background, I came to the UK as an international student after completing my bachelor's in my home country to pursue a master's here. Like any student, I had trouble finding a decent job to work my hours, but eventually I found one at a normalish store that opens 24 hours. Fast forward to 1 year later, and I'm almost at the end of my degree, and I'm working at the store in a supervisor capacity, which comes with a minimal raise as well. In the past year, I've set aside some savings from each month's salary, and so now I decided to spend some on myself. I went and bought a cap from a well-known brand to replace the one that I'd brought with me, as it was getting frayed from the corners, etc. The event, this happens as I'm walking to the store in the morning around 9:30. The store's located next to the underground, so we see see all kinds of characters in terms of dunks and kids and general shoppers. My entitled person happens to be a woman in her late 30s who gives off pure I'm whiter therefore better vibes. Entitled person, excuse me, I need you to get me item that she was standing literally right next to. Ma'am, it's on the shelf behind you. I can't see it, so get this and don't be rude and take off your cap when talking to me. Mumble something about students. Store rules permit us to wear caps as long as we're not on the till. Me, I'm allowed to wear the cap by the manager and also because it's a bit chilly, but that won't affect any help you need. Entitled person, looks at my hat. Where did you get this? Me, I bought it. Entitled person, you're just a poor student. No way you bought this on your salary. A customer must have forgotten it and you must have nicked it. Ma'am, I don't know how to convince you, but I bought this with my own money and I could even show you the receipt. Thank you, digital receipt. Entitled person, receipts can be photoshopped. Give me this hat. It probably looks better on me anyway, and it's much more my class. Yeah, she said class, not style. As this conversation is happening, I'm finishing with my work in the aisle and I try to leave, but she insists on creating a ruckus. The sole point being that I stole that hat and I must be stealing from the store too, at which point my manager steps in and asks her to leave. She does so, but not before trying to sneak the item that she wanted into her bag, resulting in a banning notice. Wait, so they're getting upset at you because they think that you stole your hat while they're trying to steal something? What? Oh my god, that's so bad. And so comical too. Like, is this a skit? How is that a real situation that happened? Some people need to mind their own business so bad, but at the same time, so many people are dead set on being annoying and making everybody's day just a little bit worse. You wouldn't even know what to say in a situation like this. Probably laugh. Story number 5 is called People Trying to Reserve a Parking Space in a Public Beach Parking Lot. Vacationing on the Big Island. Head to one beach, lot is full. Change your plans, head to Harpuna Beach. Pull into the lot, one shaded spot left. Someone is standing in it. Imagine the worst stereotype of an entitled American white tourist. A group of them. Wife is driving. I roll down the window. What's going on? Them. Oh, we're saving this for our brother who's right behind you. Me. You can't save and reserve a public parking space. You can ask, but I can say no. Sorry, but I got 2 young kids. I'm gonna park here. Them. There's parking right there. Pointed at the non-shaded spot. Me. Great, your brother can park there. Wife pulls into the space and they move. Curses. Waving of hands. Me. Hey, this is like the carry-on luggage overhead space on a plane. First come, first served. Them. Calling me all sorts of bad names in front of my kids. Me. Locks eyes with my 8-year-old. I'm barely able to hold in the laughter. Go to the beach, have a good time. No slashed tires or smashed windows. For clarity, I'm a white American tourist who strives not to be an entitled prick. Also, if somebody set up a barbecue or had some sort of RV and a table there, whatever, wouldn't care. The fact that they tried to reserve a public space for someone not even there yet, they can get out of here. Yeah, like they can't do what they did, and it is super frustrating. But at the same time, I feel like you cared way too much about this. Like what, the only reason you didn't park in the other spot was because it was sunny? Like I understand that the people standing in the way shouldn't have done that, but I feel like all of this was kinda unnecessary. This comment says, man, this guy wakes up and does battle every day. Cool your jets, bro. Park in the sun. Put your luggage elsewhere. Be cool and don't fight the world. Yeah, that's the vibe it gave off. Just sorta didn't need to happen. Okay, story number 6 is called Entitled Customer Wanted Me to Follow Her Home. First time posting here. This happened a few days ago and I still can't believe it. I, 25 male, work at a garden nursery. It's a decent size with the shop in the middle and outdoor plants on benches and racks around it with a car park. Enter a lady in her 60s and her brother. They drove into our nursery. We have a 100 meter or so driveway through the plants. As the owner was walking along it, they beeped at him and she started yelling at him about selling her a dead tree to plant for it to sprout. I don't know either. Anyway, not a good start. They park and they walk around for a bit. The brother asked me all sorts of questions and wanting discounts on plants. No discounts unless they're old. And starts basically interrogating me about my life and what I'm doing for work, which I just say yes and no to without actually telling the truth. I finally get rid of him and I'm walking through checking that no plants need water. The lady then spots me and starts to yell at me from about 80 meters away. Now some people do this and I go to them even though it annoys me that they're pretty much calling me like a dog. Maybe they're handicapped and it's hard for them to walk. Well, this lady barely speaks English and is rambling something at me and I keep asking her to repeat herself. Finally, I understand that she wants to buy a tree. It's a big weeping cherry. It's 2 meters tall, 2.5 meters including the pot, which is 90 liters of soil and really heavy. I take the price and I walk with her to the shop where I ask her if she'd like it delivered. Now, we have a big truck for deliveries and it goes out once a week. We never do free deliveries. They don't cost much, but just to cover fuel and time for the driver. Anyway, she says no, she doesn't want it delivered and says, my my car, pointing at her SUV. I think to myself, there's no way that tree and a massive pot is going to fit in there, but whatever, and I put the sale through. I get a tree trolley and I bring the tree to her car. Her brother's in the driver's seat and she goes and gets into the back seat of the car. So I say, where do you want me to put it? She looks at me in the eyes and says, put it in your car and you come follow me. I was like, what? And she repeated again. I literally just laughed and said, what are you talking about? She kept repeating it louder and louder. I told her, no, I'm not delivering this tree. You said you didn't want it delivered and you didn't pay for delivery. She then says that she didn't know that she had to pay. And how much was it? I said, where to? And she eventually said a suburb 15 minutes away. I told her what it was and she said, okay, follow me home and I'll pay you then. I said, no, that's not how it works and it'll be delivered on Friday when she pays, and to come back inside the shop after some more time yelling instructions at me and talking to her brother in another language. I put the tray next to the shop and she came to keep yelling at me to deliver the tray and she'd pay me when I followed her home. I was done. I yelled at her in the same tone that she'd been yelling at me. I can't. My car cannot fit that tree. Only the truck can. I can't drive the truck. It's impossible for me to deliver the tree even if I wanted to, which I don't. After a bit more, she finally realized that it wasn't going to happen. Now, she had this weird thing, as did her brother, where they wouldn't talk or interact with the female staff members. So when I took her inside and the other owner, the owners are a couple, was at the register, she wouldn't talk to her. I told the owner what was happening and that this lady needed to organize delivery and went to walk off. This lady then screams at me, excuse me, because I was going. I spun around and snapped, she will get your delivery details, she'll help you. Well, the lady basically just walked back off to her car and started driving off. We had no delivery payment, number, address, and even a name. I had to run out to their car and stop them. She wouldn't give me her address, and when she finally did, when I looked it on Google Maps, it didn't even exist. So she paid for a tree and we had no way to get it to her. The following day, the brother rings up wanting to know about the delivery. It's Thursday, the day before deliveries. I told the work group chat what happened so everyone knew what was happening if these people came back. Anyway, one of our female staff members answered the phone and tells the guy everything I said and how they need to pay. He wouldn't listen to her, kept interrupting her and complaining. It ended with her telling him to F off and hung up. She did this because she thought that we could refund their credit card and never serve them again. However, they paid in cash, so another staff member had to ring them back up, smooth it all over and have him come in with his van and collect the tree. I really hope they don't come back. Wow, that's so bad. How would you get anything done ever if you were somebody who acted like this? Being so difficult for no reason. This has been such a fun episode so far. I hope you guys are having a good time. Story number 7 is called Entitled Parent Says That Free Ride Is Not Good Enough. First post, sorry, a long one. Happened a couple of years ago. New family moved in a couple of doors down with a son same age as my youngest. We live in the boondocks 3 kilometers from the nearest school bus stop. All parents drive their kids to the stop and they wait in the car until the bus comes. There are no street lights with bears and cougars. After a while we got to be friendly. Even though the mum was loud and spoke aggressively, the rest of the family didn't like her and we discussed our transportation plans. I'm lucky enough to have a brother with a disability who takes my kids to the bus when my husband and I work. My neighbour, EN, entitled neighbour, asked if my brother would consider picking up her son as well on the way by and she would pay him $20 a month. He agreed and was feeling pretty proud of having a job. 2 months later, he told me that she then offered more pay, $40 a month. He was very pleased about that. Being in the boonies, we had to drive down their very dark, narrow driveway and then turn around in a very small area in front of their house to go back out. It was difficult. If my brother wasn't feeling well, other family members took driving duty and picked up the other child. No matter what, our whole family was happy to help my brother with his job. Sometimes the child was sick and they didn't let us know. Sometimes he was still asleep and we were waiting. Sometimes the parents were even at home and they didn't take their own child. The parents always left earlier and the child around 8 to 10 years old was left alone until we arrived for pickup. This went on for almost 2 years. The second year, she contacted us and offered to bring over a cheesecake at Christmas time to thank my brother. I said that was very kind, but she didn't have to. I'm sure my brother would like it. I can't eat dairy, but very kind. She said non-dairy. I said again, not necessary, but you know, a kind thing. She never brought over anything, not even a card. My brother got no contact from her directly to be thanked at all. So one day I get a text from the entitled neighbor that she wasn't happy with her son riding in our work truck to and from the school bus, that there were tools that had to be moved over so we could sit. I was flabbergasted. We all live on a steep hill, so having a big truck with 4-wheel drive is the safest vehicle that we owned. Snow, ice, rain, you name it. The drive took less than 10 minutes. So what if we had to push tools out of the way so he could sit? I was fuming over her presumption when I had a conversation with my brother about her paying you $40 a month, and he told me that she only paid him twice or maybe 3 times. Been a few years, can't even remember exactly, the whole time, and never paid him $40 at all. It was the $20 payments. I was furious that he hadn't mentioned it before and that she'd been taking advantage of of the whole family for almost 2 years. Our family had bent over backwards for this child. Even if my own child wasn't going to school, we'd still get up and go get the neighbour's child. So I texted the entitled neighbour. So I just talked to my brother and he told me that you've only paid him 2 or 3 times in the last 2 years. Can you please explain? I'm confused. The agreement was 20 a month and then you offered 40. What's going on? Entitled neighbour. I can't remember her exact words, but no apology, no offer of payment, and I offered to bring you a cheesecake at Christmas, but you said that you didn't want one. I didn't say that. I said she didn't have to. Me, humble country person. I fully expected her to bring one. I then told her we were under no circumstances going to continue this way. I said that payment had to be made. We had to be given notice if child was not going to school, that he had to meet us at the top of his driveway instead of battling down their drive, that if parents were home, they took him and we were still going to be taking our truck most of the time. I didn't want to deal with that family anymore, so I just said every demand that I could think of, knowing that her personality would blow up. Entitled neighbour. He'll get picked up at our door if I say he's going to be picked up at our door. I know there was no way that they were going to back pay the fees, as they were constantly complaining about money, so I said, well, this isn't working for us, so you're going to have to make other arrangements as we'll no longer be driving your son, so consider the last 15 months, excluding summer and Christmas breaks, etc., a gift from our family to yours, and we'll just leave it there. Entitled neighbour. How are we supposed to get our son to the bus? We need someone to drop him off and pick him up at the end of the day. We'll be at work. Why are you being such a hard ass? I ignored her and I blocked her. I didn't speak to her family for years. I was furious at her outrageous statement. My friend said it best. What pisses me off the most is people who get something for free, then feel entitled to it for free, and then they complain that what they're getting for free isn't good enough for them anymore. The family changed their son's school back to the private school that he had before. That was closer to their work. Edit. I remember more now. Her response to me asking about the payment was, well, he never asked me for it. No, that's too infuriating. This is a real person. These are real people that are acting like this. You're telling me this isn't creative writing? I bloody hope it is. Completely taking advantage of you guys. And you're so unbelievably entitled. Like, it's mind-blowing how entitled they are. And yet after all of this time, they still didn't thank you. Like, yeah, thank you for doing something that you definitely didn't have to do for years. Karen gets shut down at a funeral. My mum died in 2011, right around the time that my paternal aunt Cookie was left by her husband after beating cancer for a 3rd time. Now, my auntie's very physically changed because of all the chemo and radiation. She'd gained a lot of weight, lost most of her hair, and had aged a bit faster due to a lack of hormones from having every trace of womanhood cut from her body. I have extreme anxiety stemming from agoraphobia, so my aunt Cookie was my safe place for the duration of the whole event. This consisted of everyone being at my parents' summer house in Mexico, basically standing around, chatting, drinking, and eating everything inside. The funeral had every family member, plus people who were aunts and uncles that I'd never even met in my life. Not being a drinker and not knowing a lot of the people walking around, my aunt and I sat down to have a cigarette with each other and catch up on our lives and whatnot. Suddenly, while we're mid-sentence in her cancer update, a Karen that I'd never set eyes on in my life starts loudly going, ugh. She swats at the air like our cigarette smoke is even anywhere near her and makes a big fuss. Karen says, oh, that's so disgusting. How can you behave in such a disgusting manner at a funeral? Me, my mum was a smoker, so she'd approve. Karen, she was your mother. She didn't teach her daughter how to be a lady, I see. And you, talking to my aunt, you should know better. What do you have to say for yourself? Smoking in front of a child. I was 33. My aunt Cookie takes off her sad cancer hat and strokes her small tuft of hair she still had left on the front, and booming her voice but not yelling says, for all to hear, what's this gonna do? Give me cancer? Karen looked uncomfortable after the hat came off, but still somehow managed to look insulted and walked away. I could hear the internal re here. After a millisecond of silence, I giggle snorted and I laughed until my side hurt. Everyone else in the room just sort of smiled, though I think I heard a few snickers. I asked my aunt, who was she? My aunt said, I don't know, some weirdo that probably came for the free food. My aunt rocks. She's been in remission since 2012. Sorry if the wording is a bit strange as I'm recalling everything said and translating it to English. Yeah, probably the most common thing we see in stories like this is people not minding their own business when they should. Like, stay out of it, you know? You don't have to comment on bloody everything. It's so rude and frustrating. Like, I must let everybody know about this, even though it's people that I don't even know. Yeah, sorry you had to deal with stuff like this. Your aunt sounds like a legend. The next one says, the employee from hell finally gets herself fired in a hilarious way. Until about an hour ago, I had the employee from hell on my team. This woman couldn't wouldn't show up on time in appropriate clothing to save her life, generally had a bad attitude, half-assed every task and would not shut up about her personal life. We've basically been waiting for her to do something egregious enough to merit a third write-up in 6 months, which results in almost automatic termination. So today she shows up late again, and I was already in the middle of gleefully writing her up. Instead of apologizing or at least getting to work right away, this idiot starts babbling about how she's so hungover and trying to tell everyone about her weekend exploits, but nobody paid any attention to her except my assistant, who rolled his eyes and sighed heavily and turned away. I had to take a call at that point, so I didn't see what happened next, but a few minutes after I hung up, the head of HR came into my office with a goofy smile on his face and closed the door. Apparently hungover Hannah, sorry I couldn't help myself, was insulted by our disinterest in her sad little life and marched into his office to claim that we were creating a hostile work environment by disrespecting her. He fired her on the spot. I didn't even have to divide up her tasks among the staff because they were so happy to see her go that they did it themselves before I even had a chance. Good riddance. Edit to add. This is too good not to add since you all enjoyed this little bit of a Monday snark. The guy who fired her took her into the little office we use for interviewing people, listened to her rant and said, "Okay, but you were late again today, so we're gonna have to let you go. Your paperwork is in process. You can hang out in here while we get everything together. My hero." Yeah, that's so frustrating, and they probably don't feel like they're doing anything wrong either. Like, oh, what do you mean you fired me? Come on. Yeah, I don't show up on time, and I don't wear the right clothes, and I have a bad attitude, and I half-ass everything I do. But no, you're the problem for making a toxic work environment. Oh, sorry, a hostile work environment. Yeah, so frustrating. Okay, the next one is called "This Lady Takes Pets That She Finds." So this is kind of short, but it happened to me and my neighbor. I live across the street from this lady who took my dog when she got out of the house. My dad went to talk to her, and this is what I was told. "Dad, hey, can I get my dog back?" Entitled neighbor, "No, it's obvious that you're mistreating them as they've run to me." Dad, "No, she just got out. Dogs do that sometimes." Entitled neighbor, "But I found them. They're mine now." Dad, "Look, if you don't give her back, then I'm gonna call the cops." Entitled neighbor, "Fine, you can have them back." The police weren't called, but now she's been taking my neighbor's outdoor cat overnight. Everybody knows that this is their cat, not the entitled neighbors. Oh, that's so annoying. It's not your dog to begin with. You don't get to decide whether they get them back. Get the hell out of here. You can't just take somebody's dog. And the audacity to think that they can. And the part about the cat is hilarious. Like, oh, it's an outdoor cat, so they're sort of going outside of a nighttime. So I'm gonna pretend it's my cat of a nighttime. It's not hilarious, but it's hilarious that they think they can even do something like this. And yeah, nobody is going to be okay with something like this. You can't take people's pets. And yeah, definitely make sure your dog is microchipped and all that sort of stuff. I can't believe they think they can just take somebody's dog. Like, oh nah, they're mine now. No, they're not. The next one is called "How Dare I Not Make Her Food." I'm a site supervisor at a preschool. One of my employees is so entitled. She drives me nuts. Last Friday, I mentioned I was going to make a sweet quick bread this weekend with some leftover apples another employee gave me. Our site nurse jokingly asked me to bring her some, which I didn't do. I didn't want to bring any good because I know this entitled teacher has dietary restrictions. Right as I walked in, the nurse asked me where her bread was, jokingly, and I told her I ate it all. About 10 minutes later, the teacher came to my desk and asked me if the best was gone. I didn't know that she had heard our conversation, so I had no idea what she was talking about. She explained and I told her that I didn't bring any. She got pissy at me and told me, "Well, if you're going to make some for the nurse, then you should have made enough for everyone. And remember, I can't have gluten, so you need to make some that's gluten-free." Oh my god, I love reading about this sort of stuff, but I'm so glad it's not happening to me. I told her I didn't make any for anyone other than myself, and I didn't bring any. She refused to believe that and said, "I heard you give her some. You really need to be mindful that I can't eat that kind of stuff. So if you're bringing in food, you need to make sure I can eat it." No, they don't. They don't have to do bloody anything for you. What do you mean? I again explained that I didn't bring in anything and that I would not be bringing in any food items because I refuse to buy products I'll never use just to make her food. She rolled her eyes and walked away. Crap like this is why I stopped bringing in gifts and food. I understand that she has dietary issues, but you can't demand that someone makes you special food. I don't know, maybe I'm an a-hole. I have food restrictions as well, and I'd never demand others to cater to me. No, they're being so awful. You don't owe them anything, and they're acting like you do owe them something. "Oh, you have to make this for me, and you have to make sure it's gluten-free as well." No, they don't. They don't have to do anything, and they don't have to make anything. They're not obligated to just give you free stuff, and it's so tacky that they were asking for it. Like, doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of a gift. Yeah, like the top comment says, you don't owe her a damn thing. She's abundantly rude. And if you do want to bring in a treat for your staff, she can eat it or she can not eat it, but you don't have to make her something special because she can't eat gluten. The fact that she spoke to you that way is not okay. Don't let her tell you or anyone else that you have to make her something. The only exception is if there's a site-wide celebration for something and there's a cake, possibly get a gluten-free or dairy-free cupcake or cookie for whoever is allergic. This rude and entitled person needs a stern talking to. If there wasn't a teacher shortage, I would say fire her. At the very least, you can report her behavior to someone higher than you. And then OP says, oh, her behavior is absolutely awful. She's downright disrespectful to the other district staff and seems to think that she's the boss. She has been reminded by our director multiple times that I'm the one in charge and only I should be talking to district staff about the issues that she rants about. Yeah, like this comment says, I would have told her that I'd be happy to share some manners with her instead. Yeah, so rude. The next one is called Entitled Fellow Took a Handicap Spot and was so proud of himself. I was going to park in a handicap spot. I have a placard due to mobility issues, and before I could pull in, another car takes the spot. No big deal since I was feeling okay today, so I parked a few spots down. Got my walker out and I was walking by the offending car. As I'm walking by, someone shouts, I took your spot, old man, and laughed. I'm 52. His friends in the car laughed as well. I looked up and it's my rich, entitled nephew. He didn't recognize me and he has a small Toyota car, which didn't stick out to me at all. The look on his face when he realized it was me was priceless. We have a family get together next week, so this could be fun. Update. Thank you everyone for the great ideas and taking the time to read. As it turns out, the family event was moved to my home, which was great. My nephew and family show up noticing the handicap spot that I drew with chalk in my driveway. His father asked me why I had a handicap spot in my driveway, and I told him to look at it again, and then he noticed his son's name. He asked me why his son's name, and I told him to ask his son. After they had a stare down and an awkward silence, his son actually told him the whole story. His dad was furious. The nephew spent the whole time at my house. They were here for about 4 hours, doing my yard work and helping my wife and not spending time with anyone. My nephew will now be stopping by every week for the rest of summer, probably about 10 weeks in total, to do my yard work. I really need the help, so I'm glad that his dad stepped up to let his son know that this wasn't right. Why would somebody laugh about taking somebody else's handicap parking space? Like, oh, congratulations, you look like an idiot. How is that a flex? You're just telling everybody that you're an a-hole. Like, what do they get out of this? Like, oh, I'm so happy that I took somebody's parking space. There's nothing funny about that. And the fact that they didn't even feel bad, like when they said that, you're laughing at somebody for taking their parking space and you're telling me you don't feel bad about doing that? Yeah, that's so awful. And it doesn't say that they said much to them, but I really hope they did. They can't be thinking they can do stuff like this, or should at least know how awful that is. The next one is called Entitled Sister Would Have Me Lose My Job and My House to Attend Her Destination Wedding. My younger sister has always had issues with entitlement, taking advantage of others, throwing fits, being verbally abusive, and being a miser. Not trying to dispense armchair diagnosis, but she really does check every box of narcissist personality disorder. A few years ago, she announced her engagement to a nice guy who was a pushover. He expressed not wanting to get married for a while, but she proposed to him. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but kept pressuring him to get married. He does come from a wealthier family than us and is good with money and investments. Perfect combo for her to take advantage of and have someone bankroll her delusions. He wanted a modest local wedding so friends and family could attend. My sister decided that she wanted a destination wedding outside of the country. At the time, my husband and I didn't have the best paying jobs. He was working on a second degree and we had imminent goals of buying our first home together. We regretfully declined her invitation because the trip would cost us $3,000 to $4,000, which we did not have. It would have had to go on a credit card. When we RSVP'd no, she said she and her now husband wanted to pay for everything so we could attend. My husband and I were floored because 1, that's a lot of money, and 2, my sister has never been one to offer to pay for anything low. We accepted her offer with a lot of gratitude. A couple of months go by and she asked if my husband and I have booked our airplane tickets and the hotels yet, and said they just keep getting more expensive the closer they get to the date, you know. What? I've never expected anyone to just give me anything, but my financial situation hasn't changed. We tell her as such and she says, well, husband and I looked at all the prices a while ago and it's too much money, so you guys will have to take care of it yourselves. We ignored her and we went on with our goals. Months go by and my husband and I both get better jobs and we buy our house. Sister comes back and asks again if we purchased our tickets. Despite repeatedly telling her no, we tell her again no, and at this point with our new jobs, we aren't allowed to take time off yet, and we don't have enough paid time off anyway. When I started my job, they offered to honor upcoming events if I needed time off, but I had said that I didn't need anything since I already planned on not going to the wedding. We didn't have savings and we took on a mortgage, so we can't tack on credit card debt too. I was so annoyed with her constant just to figure it out tantrums, and if you really loved me speeches. I tried to frame it differently so maybe she could understand. I told her that attending her wedding would mean that we'd have to no-show at work, likely lose our jobs and not be able to pay our mortgage and then lose our house. I said to her, so are you okay with my husband and I losing our jobs and house and risking homelessness so we could attend your wedding? Of course, she didn't have a good answer for that. She has no concept of money because she's always manipulated people into paying for her. She's never been able to hold a job. She has no empathy for others, and yet she thinks that she's deserving of special treatment. I don't understand where it came from because our parents raised us to be hardworking and to not expect stuff from anyone. Our parents and my husband and I couldn't afford to attend. Her husband's family could and wanted to go, but she wouldn't allow it because it would be weird to only have his family there and not mine. She put a huge paywall and then blamed us for having to elope and went no contact with us. It was honestly a huge relief after a lifetime of her abuse. Edit to add, when we accepted her offer to pay for our trip, she had said to not worry about anything at all. She said that she'd book our flight and hotel and everything, and to just sit back and relax because she just really wanted us to be present at her wedding. She just gave us dates to put in time off requests at our old jobs, so this is why we didn't buy anything with the intention of her reimbursement, and were surprised when she asked if we'd done that stuff yet. I should have known better since all of that is very unlike her. Yeah, there are comments here that are like, don't you love it when the garbage takes itself out? Yeah, the fact that they went no contact with you, like you've done something wrong, like obviously that's so bloody frustrating, but at least you no contact with them, so that's definitely a positive. Like, oh no, I don't have to talk to you anymore, what a shame. You've only been awful anyway. That was honestly unbelievable. And the fact that they were like, oh, don't worry about it, we'll pay for it, it's totally fine. And then to pretty much act like they didn't even say that. There's a comment here that says, are you guys still no contact? And did she actually marry the guy or did he wise up? And OP said, yeah, they did get married and we're still no contact. I don't know if he wised up, but I really hope he has. He was always so nice and deserved better. He's a grown man and has made his choices, but I hope he grows a spine. I understand the dynamic of being in an abusive relationship, so I hope he finds a better place if he hasn't already. Yeah, you guys 100% did the right thing by not going. Like, if they're gonna have a destination wedding, they need to be okay with people not being able to go, and it sounds like this is only the tip of the iceberg with this person. So yeah, at least they're no contact, for now anyway. The next one is called Bride Went Full Gollum on My Knitting. I'm staying in a hotel right now. Yesterday afternoon, I went downstairs to the lobby to people watch and knit because the light's much better down there. Lots of people in the lobby. It turns out there was a wedding party getting ready for whatever wedding parties do. An older woman comes over and starts talking about knitting with me. We chat for a while. Then she calls over her daughter, who happened to be the bride, to show her my shawl. The bride comes, is friendly, and then asks, are you sure you'll be finishing it in time? I'm leaving tomorrow. I was a bit confused because I didn't know the bride and I'm not knitting the shawl for anyone but me. Granted, it is white and lacy and certainly has a bridal look, but still, I laugh it off and say something like, I don't know you, the shawl is for me. She went off at me. This is my wedding. You can't dangle that in front of me and not give it to me. Who do you think you are? I'm never inviting you again. Her poor mother was trying to calm her down and explain that I'm not a guest and I have nothing to do with the wedding. Oh my god. I was just standing there totally stumped. The bride finally walked away with a, I don't want your crap anyway. Oh my god, what's wrong with people? And went back to her group. From the looks I kept getting, she obviously told everyone that I was withholding wedding presents from the bride. The mother apologized and that was enough for me. But seriously, how can people be this delusional? Yeah, oh my god, not everything is about you. This is my wedding. You can't dangle that in front of me and not give it to me. And then they said, I'm never inviting you again. It's a random person. They don't know you or care. But no, they assume that everything's about them. Woman tries to steal our table at restaurant while we're eating. My husband, myself, and our almost 2-year-old were eating breakfast at a very small mum and pop diner that had 8 tables and 2 waitresses. My husband and I were done eating and had paid the bill. My little toddler was of course taking her sweet time and still eating, and we were contentedly sipping our coffees. A rush of people started coming into the door and their wait times gradually increasing with each new table added to the wait list. People waited outside on this day and the waitresses offered them cups of coffee while they waited. A woman woman entered and said, "I'll sit here," and gestured to our table. The waitress said, "There are other people ahead of you." The woman argued back, "What people? Where are they?" And the waitress said, "They might be walking outside. Can I offer you a cup of coffee to take outside?" And the entitled woman responded, "You can put the cup of coffee on this table." Again, gesturing to our table that we're still occupying. This continued on before finally the woman agreed to be added to the wait list. It was so annoying. I felt bad for the busy waitress to have to deal with her on top of trying to do the rest of her job. Edit to add, my toddler is a person and you all were once people too. We occupied our table for a totality of less than an hour. At this point, we were less than 10 minutes away from being finished. Thinking back, this small diner had 6 tables and a small counter for seating, which is why the wait times became long quick. Some people are slower eaters, and for 10 minutes you shouldn't be punished for that. Wow, that's so rude. It's one thing to do this if you're obviously about to leave, but to do it when you're just sitting there showing no signs of leaving? Like, what? Yeah, like this comment says, some people just don't have any common decency. Yeah, that's so ridiculous. Entitled sister-in-law wants custody of my baby. Background, me 36 female, sister-in-law 40 female. I've been married to a brother for over 10 years and there's always been some jealousy and resentment from her. She's always felt like I had the life that she wanted, not necessarily with her brother, but the marriage and family and job stability, etc. I have 3 kids, 10 female, 8 male, 3 months female. She got married last year and they decided to start trying for a baby, but she was unfortunately told that she can't have children naturally. She was understandably devastated and the family comforted her as best as we could. We recently had a family dinner and in the middle of it she says, "I think it's really unfair that you got to have 3 kids and I can't have any. Your baby is my last chance to raise a child, so I think you should give her to me during the week so I can create a motherly bond with her and you can have her on the weekends." How does somebody even say something like this? Before I could even respond, the entire table erupted with everyone talking at once, so I took my older kids upstairs. When I got back to the dining room, her husband was asking what the hell is wrong with her and why she would even think to ask that. She was trying to justify herself when I asked them to leave. I also said that she's no longer welcome at my house or around my children until she gets help. She started screaming that I don't deserve my life or my children and that I stole her baby from her. Oh my god. Her husband and mother-in-law kept apologizing and dragged her out of the house still crying and screaming. Now my kids want to know why their aunt wants to take the baby. Edit, I've been reading the comments but it's too many to reply to, so here's a few points. 1, we have a security system and cameras already installed and no one has keys to the house. 2, I will not be able to get a restraining order as this one incident isn't enough to justify it. 3, my husband and I spoke to the older kids about it the same night and we'll be having another talk with them to reinforce that sister-in-law is not a safe person anymore. 4, our country does not have the right to bear arms and I also have no interest in getting a gun. 5, I'll be informing the school and daycare of the issue and giving them her photo. For those questioning the validity of the post, I completely understand. If I'd heard about this last week, I wouldn't believe it either, but it's unfortunately the situation I'm currently dealing with. Yeah, wow, that's terrifying. The top comment says, "Jesus, stay safe. At least the rest of the family recognizes her craziness." Yeah, that's a super good point. At least everybody else in the family is fully aware of this. Hopefully things get better because that sounds really bad. You didn't steal their baby and you shouldn't have to feel bad because you have a good life and it's making them feel bad. A kid just found an autographed baseball. I took my 12-year-old daughter to a minor league baseball game. Before the game, she met several players and got their autographs on a ball. They were signing for everyone, so numerous kids got the same. Later in the game, we got up to get food, and I told my daughter the ball would be safe tucked inside our stuff left under the seat. No one else was sitting near us, and I've left stuff like that before many times. A couple of innings after we returned, my daughter noticed her ball was missing. I looked around and I saw a kid 2 rows behind us, holding 2 autographed balls. One of them had red signatures on it, and we were the only ones I saw with a red marker. I got up and I made my way back to him, and I said, "Excuse me?" And the dad immediately said, "Oh, he found this," and the kid handed it back to me. I hadn't even asked for the ball back, so they made it obvious they knew what they'd done. Mind you, the kid already had his own signed ball. Nice job by the dad raising a thief. Oh, 100%, but also it might have been the dad's idea. Either way, that's so bad and not a good thing to teach your kid. Middle-aged Karen parked in the mother parking spot and confronted me about how I'm not entitled to it. Hey there, this happened yesterday at my local Loblaws. Most grocery stores here in Canada have a few expectant mothers parking spaces that are intended for pregnant women or parents with babies to use. They're generally closer to the door, usually beside the handicapped spaces or cart carol. I'm currently 7 months pregnant and I was following a Lexus into the parking lot and I plan to use one of these spaces. The Lexus ahead of me took this space. I didn't think much of it and I parked about 4 to 5 spaces down from it. As I'm walking into the store, the woman in the Lexus mid-60s saw that I was visibly pregnant and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize," and laughed at me. I'm hormonal and it probably wasn't necessary, but I responded with, "You're obviously not that sorry since you parked in a spot that you shouldn't have." She proceeded to get about a foot from me and scream at me, "F you, you're not entitled to this spot." I was caught off guard and I started crying. Not proud of this, but the hormones are intense sometimes. Thankfully, bystanders don't like it when people yell and physically intimidate a pregnant lady, and about 5 people came over to rip her a new one, telling her that she's way out of line and I'm the only person they see who's entitled to this space. One gentleman, my hero actually, called her a Karen and she got back into her car and left. I just don't understand why she felt the need to confront me. Did she think apologizing for her intentionally crappy behavior would make her look less like a Karen? Like, I wasn't gonna say anything, I just assumed she needed it because she had a baby or whatever, but she didn't. So yeah, that's my crazy Karen story. Mild compared to most here, but it was honestly scary. Yeah, I bet, and the bloody audacity. It's awesome that those people had your back though. Neighbor says I was trying to cheat him out of my TV. I'm having a house built, but I bought a TV during Amazon's Prime days. I had it sent to my grandparents' house to be stored until the house is done. The package never arrived, and after a couple of days, the picture from the delivery was on the FedEx side. I sent it to my grandfather, who recognized it was his neighbor. He calls the neighbor, who claims that he ordered the exact same TV and didn't realize he opened mine. I didn't ask him to contact the neighbor. The neighbor says his is coming in the following week and will give me his, as it's the same exact TV. A few hours later, he says, "I called Amazon, who said for me to keep this TV and for you to call them so they can replace it." I tell them that my refund and replacement has already been denied multiple times and that I was told to contact local authorities or law enforcement, but I would call again. The next morning, I call Amazon, who tells me that my claim was denied again and that I should still try to get my TV back since I know where it is. I call the neighbor, who is now saying that he has to send my TV back when he gets his in. I tell him not to, that I want my TV even if it's open. He's an older dude, so I was using yes sir and no sir. I was trying to be polite as he has my expensive TV. He hangs up and sends me a long text about how he has my TV and won't be giving it back. And I just say, "To verify, you're refusing to give me my TV?" He calls me back and says to stop harassing him. So I drive over to my grandfather's house, he's out of town, and I call the cops. After some back and forth phone calls with the cops calling me and the neighbor, they come out. 4 cops showed up because the dude said I'm committing fraud and cheating him out of a TV. After I showed the cops the text where he says he has my TV, pictures of the box that he sent me with my name on it, and when my refund was denied, they went to talk to him. He changed his story for the 5th time to say that I already got a refund and I'm trying to fraud Amazon. End of the day, I got my TV back and the neighbor calls my grandfather. Grandfather calls me saying that I discredited him. He meant defamation. He says that I called the cops on his neighbor and cheated him out of a TV. The neighbor saying that he won't get his package now because he was supposed to keep mine. This old dude was so entitled, he thought he had a right to my TV. I don't even think he ordered one in the first place now. Edit, for those of you curious, the cops were only able to get it back because of our state laws. In most states, they're required to give the package back if the person it was addressed to contacts them. The "you can keep misdelivered packages" only applies if it was addressed to you in the first place. Yeah, like the top comment says, no way that guy ordered the same TV. He was just trying to give you different excuses until you gave up. Yeah, that really is what it sounds like. Evil stepmother wants my baby. Okay, some background. I'm female, 29, English, and I live in Italy with my fiance, male, 37, Marco, Italian, and our daughter, 5 months old, Willow. I moved to Italy after graduating medical school, where I met Marco, and I'm now a resident in one of the hospitals. My father's a crap dad, left my mum and me, and has been very inconsistent. He married Tammy when I was young, and she's never liked me, and she was also never able to have kids. So when I gave birth, my mum's side of the family came over to visit and meet Willow and look after both of us. Nothing from my dad or Tammy. So 2 weeks ago, they turn up unannounced claiming to be in the area on holiday and wanted to meet Willow. She was getting a bit fussy and she combination fed, but as I was home, I grabbed a cover and I let her latch onto me. Tammy says the breastfeeding will have to stop soon. I'm confused and I ask her why, and she said it couldn't be kept up when Willow is with them. Now I'm even more confused and I ask her what she's on about. She shows me pictures of a baby room and says that she would split custody of Willow and not to worry, and she has everything set up already. I just stare at her, but she carries on, claiming that the age gap between myself and Marco is unhealthy for a child to grow up with. Oh, get out of here. She said it was obvious I needed help and she was happy to, and that I was obviously more bothered about working than staying home with my baby, so I should just let her have Willow. What are you talking about? But obviously she wasn't able to breastfeed, so she would have to stop that now. I tell her she can't be serious. serious and think I'm giving her my baby? And she tells me to calm down. She's not asking for full custody, but she could provide a much calmer and stabler home and that I could always visit. She said it's what she deserves. What's wrong with people? Marco pushed everyone out and made sure that Willow and I were alright. Since then, I've been really weirded out and I've been getting texts from her saying that I need to let Tammy prove herself as a good caregiver. And Tammy's been sending loads of photos of the nursery that she made. Just to add so people don't get confused, I'm in Italy, but Tammy isn't. They'd flown over here. Yeah, I'm sure weirded out is an understatement. They're asking for your child. How can people like this be serious? I can't believe that. Entitled woman confused on how elevators work. A few days ago, I was at an office building and I went to use their elevator. I was going down. A woman was waiting already and the down elevator came. We both get in. She pressed a floor higher up. I pressed the floor going down. As I did, I told her, just so you know, this is going down. Well, I pressed the button first. Yeah, she yelled at me. I said nothing and I stood in the back. The elevator closed. Lo and behold, it went down like I told her it was doing. She cussed under her breath. As I was leaving, she said, I hope you're happy. Like I made the elevator or something. People are weird. Wow, that's so funny. I hope you're happy. Obviously has no idea how it works. Oh my god, how dare you? Great, you made the elevator go down. That's so funny. Crazy lady accuses me of kidnapping my stepson. Tries to kidnap him from me. So this happened about a week ago and I'm still fuming from this. I'm not sure if this belongs in this subreddit, but here goes. A little backstory. I'm a mixed ethnicity individual. I've been confused for many races over the course of my 29 years on this planet, but I'm literally Caucasian and African American. Usually it can be figured out, but the difference with me is my father is the Caucasian, so therefore my hair is straight. I'm originally from Texas and am usually confused for being Mexican, but now I live in Massachusetts and I've never had an issue with anyone concerning my race until this day. Also, I'm married to a Caucasian woman who had a child before we were married. His father is not in his life as much and I took the responsibility because I love this woman and I love this little boy as if he were my own. He's 4 now and I've been in his life since he was 1. Anyway, my wife needed a few things from the grocery store and she needed to run a few more errands, and usually she just goes and knocks things out herself because I'm sleeping. I work nights, but this particular day I happened to be awake and I offered to go for her. She works hard and does a lot, so I definitely felt it was necessary to do something for her so she could relax for the day. I took my son with me so she could rest up and take it easy, and it gave me time to spend with my son for some bonding. We completed all the errands which went smooth and then headed to the grocery store to finish up our day. My son, being a typical 4-year-old, was full of energy, running ahead of me, laughing and speaking to everyone he came across, which I generally don't mind as long as he doesn't hit anyone and stays within eye view. As I'm making my way down an aisle looking for canned corn, my son jogs to the end of it when an older lady is entering at the other end. My son, being the sweet social butterfly that he is, approached and said, excited, "Hi, me 4 and me Ryan." Bless his little heart. The lady looked down and says, "Well, hello there. You shouldn't be running around unattended. Let's go find your parents." I didn't think anything of her statement because I assumed she just hadn't seen me. "Ryan, come back here, bud, please." He excitedly runs back towards me and starts turning in circles because, you know, he's 4. I'm still searching the shelves as this lady walks past me and stops behind me. Again, I think nothing of it because it's a grocery store and you have to share the aisles. I turn my basket around and I start to walk towards the front cash registers when this lady literally blocks my path. I say, "Excuse me," and I try to walk around her and she moves her cart in front of me again. I honestly thought she was just getting confused and said, "Excuse me," once again, and I tried one more time to go around and she just blocks my path. The following convo ensues. Sorry about that, but we'll get out of your way." "Oh, I don't think so. You're not going anywhere with that child." "What, you mean my son?" "That's not your child. He's white and you're Mexican." "You probably didn't even know his name until he said it to me." "Wow, sure, whatever, lady, can you move?" My wife is at home anxiously waiting for us. "Stop your lies. You're not taking him anywhere, you pervert." Oh my god. This whole time my son is standing close to me and holding my leg because he was honestly getting scared. I was getting angry because I hadn't had much sleep and I have a short fuse anyway. As you can see, he's standing close to me because he trusts me and you're scaring him, so how about you buzz off? "No, he's scared because of you. He just doesn't know how to express it yet." She looks at my son. "Come on now, sweetie, I'm here to rescue you. Come with me." Thankfully, my son was able to communicate to her that he wasn't going anywhere with her, but she was having none of it. She literally grabbed my son and began to run. It caught me off guard because I honestly could not fathom what was actually happening. My son starts screaming loudly because he was so scared, and this lady's like, "Don't worry, sweetie, he won't hurt you, I promise." Suddenly, I snap back into reality and I begin to chase after this crazy person. While running through the store, I yell for people to stop her and that she's kidnapping my son, and thankfully Thankfully, a worker stops her before she makes the exit. Why are you stopping me? This Mexican here is trying to kidnap my grandson. My son is literally bawling his eyes out and extending his arms out calling for me. This lady was relentless and would not let go. Even after my son slapped her face multiple times, I laughed a little, not gonna lie. At this point, a manager shows up and asks me what's going on. This lady spoke before me. This pervert is trying to kidnap my grandson and I was just trying to escape. That's my son, you psycho. Now let him go. The manager didn't know what to believe. I don't blame him. He was caught in a weird situation. So I pulled out my phone and I showed him pictures of me and my son that dated a year back or so. This lady still would not give up and accused me of faking them. Like, how would you do that? I'll never know, but whatever. Sadly, there were two other ladies there taking the psycho's side and said I was attempting to kidnap my own son because there was no way that we were family because of our different skin tones. One even called the police, which I was actually happy about because I knew they'd be able to review the security cameras. Even still, I called my wife to see if she could come to the store to get this situation cleared up quicker. As soon as I told her what was going on, she zoomed to the store. She got there about the same time as the police. The crazy ladies were giving their statements to the cops when my wife walked in. As soon as she walked in, my son goes, "Mama, help!" My wife is a true mama bear, and she immediately flew into a rage when she saw this lady holding my son. "Let him go now." "Sorry, sweetie. I was just trying to protect him from this pervert over here. Yeah, we saw him trying to kidnap him, but this lady saved him." The cop looked at the lady and is confused. "I thought this was your grandson." "Wife, I have no idea who that lady is." She takes out her phone and shows the officer a picture of my mother-in-law. Lady, "Okay, I'm sorry. He's not my grandson, but I was only trying to protect him from this dirty pervert over here." Lady 2, "Yeah, I witnessed the whole thing. He snatched that child and tried to run away with him." Lady 3, "Yeah, I saw it too. He needs to be arrested. And you," pointing to my wife, "should be thankful that this lady was here to save your son because you obviously just let him loose wherever." Wife, "Who are you talking about again?" All three crazy ladies pointed at me. "Oh, what, you mean my husband?" Lady 1, "Husband?" My wife, "Yeah, who do you think called me and got me here so fast?" I presented my ID to the officer and the manager, and my wife did the same. We also each showed pictures of us on our phones to prove we were really a family. The cops nodded in approval and handed us our phones back and jotted down a few notes. The three ladies for some reason still kept trying to say this was all fake and that my wife was in on the kidnapping and said that we needed to be arrested. My wife lost it at this point and let off some colourful words that I won't repeat, but she definitely got her point across. Then the nail in the coffin came for the psycho trio. The officer turned to the manager and asked, "Officer, sir, do the cameras work here?" Manager, "Yeah, we have them inside and out." "Okay, great, let's go review it." The ladies' faces went pale, like ghostly pale. The officer reviewed the outside camera as I pulled into the parking lot and saw me take my son out of my car, and then as I went up and down the aisles, and most importantly, the instance where the woman snatched up my son and began to run. Upon his return, he asked, "Would you like to press charges?" Lady 1, "Yes, I would." Officer, "Why would I be asking you that question? Shut your mouth and sit down." He turns to me and repeats the question. Me, "Absolutely." Lady 1 was charged with an attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, providing a false police report, and child endangerment. The two others were also charged with providing a false police report as well. To make matters worse for lady number 1, my son bruises easily and she left some terrible spots on him from where she was grasping him, but he's fine. This added to a charge of child abuse to her rap sheet. I have court later this year, but I'm not sure when because of COVID. The officer will be following up with me in a few weeks. Sorry for the length. Oh my god, I don't even know what to say. Once again, how did these people even exist? That's so unbelievably awful. Truck driver's butt hurt because I parked in front of him. I was looking for a spot to park in a small downtown area by the shop that I wanted to go to. There was a space right at the front, so I parallel parked. Well, the guy in the massive pickup truck behind me immediately honked at me. I was busy getting coins for the meter and I couldn't initially tell that it was directed at me. He then dramatically spent a full minute trying to pull out of the spot, backing up, turning his wheels over and over. He finally got out and pulled up alongside me. He rolled down his window, but because his car was twice the height of mine, I couldn't even see him, and yelled at me, "Park right next time," and then peeled off for about 100 feet, where he had to abruptly stop at an intersection. I got out of my car and I double checked to confirm that I was easily within the designated boundaries of my parking space. Maybe don't park your massive truck in a small space if you don't know how to handle it. Okay, so there are multiple hilarious aspects to this. When they pulled up to say something to you, you couldn't even see them because they were so high up, so you only hear a voice out of nowhere. That's so funny. Like, who Who said that? Oh, some guy up in this truck. And also how they sped off really fast, but they had to stop at the intersection. That's not badass. That's so funny. And I bet you they thought they were being such a badass. Like, yeah, I'm in my truck and I'm angry, so I'm gonna peel out of here. And yeah, ultimately, you didn't even do anything wrong. Well, what a start to the episode. Neighbor blames me for her husband's injury, even though she lets him wander when he has dementia. Hey everyone, I've got a story that really shook me up and just left me pretty flabbergasted at how entitled some people can be. I live next to a couple in their 50s. The husband has dementia, and it's really unfortunate to see him going through that. But here's where things go south. His wife, my neighbor, constantly lets him wander around unattended, often in my yard. Yesterday, I discovered him climbing on my shed in the backyard. Oh my god. Concerned for his safety, I immediately called my neighbor to come and get him. She did arrive, but did nothing. Just stood there watching as her husband then jumped off the shed and hurt his leg. I thought she'd be grateful that I looked out for him, but instead she called the police, alleging that it was my fault that he got hurt because it happened in my yard. Okay, so I can see why you're flabbergasted. She was yelling and making a huge scene, saying I should have done more to prevent the accident. The officers were pretty understanding once I explained the situation, and they saw my surveillance footage. They agreed it wasn't my responsibility to supervise her husband, especially when she lets him wander without any oversight. However, the nerve of this woman, she had the audacity to blame me for an incident that she could have easily prevented by just properly caring for her husband. The entitlement is just mind-blowing. Now I'm left wondering if I should install a fence or what measures I need to take to protect myself legally, because this is beyond ridiculous. Any advice would be appreciated. Oh my god, how is that your fault? The top comment says you need to call Adult Protective Services immediately. This man is in danger. Yeah, that's so awful. And are they like embarrassed or something? I'm trying to understand how they can really think that it's your fault. Like this could easily happen with you not even being home. Or yeah, it could happen without you even realizing it. So how the hell are you meant to do anything about it? Oh, the audacity. Yeah, I hope the husband's okay. It sounds like they really need somebody who's gonna actually care for them, or at least supervise them. Yeah, wow, the entitlement. I get why you said you were flabbergasted. New hire feels entitled to treat support staff like crap, so I fired him. Best use of my promotion to date. I'm an attorney, and although I am young, I'm in a managing position. The firm hired a new older attorney. Needless to say, he was already having a hard time adjusting to the fact that his boss is 25 years younger than him, but he held it together, except that he was awful with support staff, paralegals and legal assistants alike. The guy was so entitled that he would have cost the senior paralegal, my paralegal, because he quote-unquote should not have to use a legal assistant giving his seniority, so he would have cost the senior paralegal daily and command her to transcribe his notes for him. I even overheard him call her girl, and I immediately told him to not do that, and I reminded him that she doesn't work for him, but if he needs help with something, he should tell me. He continued. Turns out he's technologically inept. HR forced a meeting to discuss basic tech stuff, and we all needed to attend it. He fell asleep during the meeting. I called him out during the meeting, and I told him to go and splash water on his face. After the meeting, I asked him what the hell, and he basically said that he thought the meeting was for the girls, aka support staff. So long story short, I fired him this morning. He was not happy and felt as though his seniority was not appreciated, and that he worked too hard in his life to have to do his own work. He expected to have his own associate to boss around, and he was disappointed to see that he had to respond to me. Ask yourself, if he is so good, why is he looking for a job in his late 60s? I'm taking the girls out for drinks today. Good riddance. Edited. My 60s comment is definitely a snarky comment directed at him specifically. I found this man to be horribly arrogant and entitled just because he was senior. I certainly don't mean to insult an entire demographic. Take it as you will. Oh yeah, for sure, you can get entitled people at any age, which is kind of surprising too, and a little bit sad. Like, you're in your 60s, you should know better than this, but I guess entitlement knows no age. But yeah, good on you, OP. People like this can't think they can do stuff like this. I'm hoping they learned some sort of lesson from this, but yeah, I've got my doubts. Cause yeah, that's the thing. Wouldn't you have learnt your lesson by now if you're 60? You know, like if you're still going to be acting like this in your 60s and it hasn't changed your entire life, then is it likely to ever change? Probably not. Entitled kids steal presents that are meant for special needs kids and get punished. An elderly woman at my church had brought some expensive chocolates for the special needs members for Christmas. They were from a very well-known local chocolate shop in my city. She purchased the gifts to honor her recently deceased grandson, who was also special needs. The presents were placed under the tree that the church set up, and all the presents will be gifted to everybody after the sermon. However, during the gifting, the woman realized the presents that she bought for the special needs kids weren't gifted to them. She brought it up to the pastor, who had a few others search for the presents, which had specific white wrapping with gold ribbons. After a few minutes, they eventually found the presents, which were already halfway eaten by a few kids. Their parents were not happy with what the kids did and they apologized. To punish the kids, the parents offered the gifts that the entitled kids received to the special needs kids. This upset the entitled kids, who threw tantrums, resulting in them getting dragged to the cars and being driven back home early. My mother communicates with the parents of those entitled kids, and from what she's told, the kids are still upset at being punished for stealing the presents. None of them seem to think that it was wrong to steal from others, and they blame the special needs kids for getting them into trouble. Oh, that's so frustrating. I don't understand people like this. How do they not feel bad? Like, how do they not realize what they did was wrong? And like, they're obviously old enough to know better. There's no excuse. Yeah, that sucks. I hope they realize what they did was wrong. The next one is called I Am the Most Disabled. I flew back to the States this week and I experienced this one firsthand. I'm disabled from a stroke nearly 3 years ago. I do usually walk with a cane except for places like airports or malls or any place with slick shiny floors. There I use a rolling walker. It's easier to navigate. Right before boarding on my first flight, there was a huge gaggle of folks blocking where you enter to get your ticket scanned. That was annoying. Several of them told me to go wait by the gate desk, and I did. They were entitled by not allowing me near the gate entry point, but it's not the focus of this. I went up to the desk and I apologized for deviating from the plan, and I talked to the gate agent. She said, no big deal, I can pre-board from there. Now, the pre-boarding. Look, I'd love to be the last one getting on the flight because I have no real love for sitting on the stupid plane for 30 to 40 minutes before takeoff, but I know I'm slow because of the balance issues and I have no desire to hold up anyone behind me, so I pre-board and I gate checked the walker, got scanned, got down the jetway, and I had a gate agent ask me to hold where I was because the cleaning team was still on the plane. While I'm waiting, there comes up behind me an older couple, like my age, and I'm only in my early 60s. Neither have visible disabilities, but that's okay. Many people don't look disabled. As we're standing there waiting to board, the wife calls over my shoulder to the gate agent, asking if she can move forward because she's quote-unquote more disabled than I am. The agent says sure, and this entitled lady literally pushed me so that I fell right there on the jetway. Oh my god. The agent did help me up, but said nothing to the entitled lady and her husband, who were now in front of me. I decided it wasn't even worth it to say anything to these idiots. Who pushes somebody clearly disabled just to get on a plane first? I was stuck behind them long enough that the regular passengers started boarding, and I was scrambling to get settled in. Yeah, what sort of piece of garbage does something like this? Ew, that's revolting. That's unbelievable. How can somebody do that? And also, they didn't apologize. Like, they obviously didn't care that they pushed you over. Oh, that's infuriating. I'm sorry that happened, OP. Oh god, I feel physical pain from this. Why are people like this? The next one is called CEO Type Thinks He's the Boss of Me. About a year ago, I, 45 male, was taking a stroll in a small nature reserve near my house, together with my wife and my dog. Further along the path, an older entitled man, 70 maybe, was standing with his, I assume, family, son and daughter maybe. They were probably in their 30s. As we came closer, we saw that he was talking to his dog, a young husky who sat in the grass in front of him. Stuff like sit and stay. As we passed, his pup, no leash, stood up and walked towards our dog who was on a leash. They seemed friendly, so I let them sniff and greet each other. This man walks up to me with an authoritarian CEO-like air about him and is pointing and waving his finger at me in a belittling manner. Entitled man, can't you see that I'm training my dog? You should not let your dog distract my dog when I'm obviously training him. Now, I've worked very hard for years to become my own boss and not have anybody tell me what to do. I wasn't planning on having a stranger treat me like he was my boss. I'm a peaceful guy normally, but this entitled man struck the wrong chord. I got angry and I copied his finger pointing me. You don't get to talk to me that way. Do you always talk to strangers like that? His family in the background awkwardly glance at him, obviously ashamed of him. Entitled man, yes, but you should not. Me interrupting, that dog should be on a leash, which is the rule of the nature reserve. High fines too if you get caught. Entitled man, you are right about that, but I am training him and you should. Me interrupting him again, you should learn how to talk to strangers and show some manners. At this point, I turn my back to him and I walk away, saying unbelievable to my wife just loud enough to make sure that he heard me. He spluttered on a bit, but we ignored him from that point. To be honest, I felt quite good about how I handled this. A few years ago, I would have let him walk over me. Not anymore. Yeah, definitely. Good on you, OP. Hopefully they realized what they were doing wrong. I feel like that a lot with rude people, that not enough people tell them when they're being rude, because so many people would be so rude without other people saying something. So yeah, good on you for standing up for yourself, OP. Entitled mum gets angry that I won't share. This happened a while ago. I learnt long ago how to study effectively for myself for a test. I was in college and I needed to study for an upcoming test, so I was in the local library at a single table. I had everything spread out and color-coded with color colored pens, pencils, markers, and highlighters. I was absorbed by what I was doing. A sweet, cute, and adorable little girl came to me to ask politely if she could use some of the paper and colored pencils. I told her no. She smiled and nodded and went back to her mum. I was about to go back to studying when her mum appeared by my side and looked angry as hell. She told me to either let her daughter use my things or put it away. Her daughter looked miserable and embarrassed. I felt really sorry for her. I just stared at her in complete surprise at the sheer entitlement. I had heard stories of similar people, but I thought it must have been exaggerated. I told her to leave me alone and go away. She told me that I was being disrespectful to my elder. Oh, get out of here. With a hard roll of my eyes, I told her, "Biatch, I'm at least a few years older than you." She started screaming, which brought the librarian over. Yo, I have never seen this woman be tough. I thought she was a pushover. She was so sweet and treated everybody like they were her babies. She was like the grandma that everybody wanted. She went from sweet grandma to raging badass. Hell, she scared me worse than the time I got mock charged by a mama bear. She yelled at her, "What did I tell you about coming here again? Your daughter is welcome to come here. You are not. You've been banned from here for harassing everybody here. Get out now." I'm pretty sure my eyes were popping out of my face. I was definitely slack-jawed. The entitled mum was backing up pretty fast. Then from raging badass in a split second back to sweet elderly grandma. She gave the little girl a hug and a kiss on her forehead. She came over to me to see if I was okay and grinned at my shocked face. I always let people think that I'm too sweet to be tough. The surprise is effective. I nodded and I started packing up my things, and I told her that I'd never be able to refocus on my studies for the day. Wow, not only good on you for standing up for yourself, but yeah, the absolute legend of a librarian. That's so awesome, but it does make sense. Librarians would see all sorts of stuff, so yeah, a lot of them are probably pretty tough. That was a really satisfying post. Mother-in-law is mad that we refused to reschedule Christmas. So my former mother-in-law is quite the human, and I use that term very loosely. When the kids were born, she bragged to my parents that she would get to be the one hanging out with the kids, watching them grow and all that, because my parents lived in another country at the time. Well, okay, so first off, that is so mean. The day my parents got on the plane to go home, my mother-in-law disappeared as well. She did the same to her own son when he was born, so again, not surprising. From what I gather while I was married to her son, she was a major absentee mum that left him with whoever for months at a time. It messed him up bad. Unfortunately for me, he hides it well. This woman has never been there either for her son, my ex-husband, let alone her grandkids. That selfish biatch. I doubt they've ever had a single thought of anybody but herself. Her son is an absentee dad as well. No surprise there. He learnt that trick from his mum. So it's been myself and my long-term partner and his amazing family who have raised these kids together for the past 13 years. The odd Christmas would get a call from former mother-in-law asking if I'd bring the kids to her. It's not terrible as she lives about 30 minutes away from us. 30 minutes, and she's never made the effort to see them at our home, though she has been invited every single year. Every time we arrive at her home, she's drinking. Her husband is always drunk and gets mean at the drop of a hat. They then make comments comparing my partner to her son. No comparison, like comparing a nugget of dog crap versus solid gold. But obviously it's incredibly uncomfortable to say the least. It's even worse when my partner doesn't come with us, and that often left us scrambling to attend 5 Christmas dinners over 2 days. And this means we had to leave our big family dinner early or arrive super late because she and her husband refused to reschedule for even an hour before or after. The big family dinner has happened for the past 60 on the same day at the same time and has over 90 people attending. It can't be rescheduled. Her dinner is us showing up at 5 to a cold and half-eaten meal because they decided to eat early and not tell us. Other than we four, they are the only other attendees. Her son won't even go, which is how I got roped into this every year. The last few years have been really rough with my grandparents passing on and my own parents becoming incapacitated, so the Christmas dinner crawl has dwindled to a more reasonable 2. Ours with my parents and my partner's family dinner. This morning at 7 a.m, my former mother-in-law called and demanded, not asked, that she and her husband see the kids who are now nearly grown. The kids said no, they don't want to go there this year, and said that she should come here for our dinner instead. I obviously don't like her much, but I do try to hide it well for my kids' sake, and she is my kids' grandmother, and as such they have every right to include her to dinner in our home. They also invite their dad every year, though he usually spends the holidays drunk and high, crying to whoever will still listen to him babble about how lonely he is. Yeah, he's just as ridiculous as his mother, he just hides it much better. So we told her she's welcome up, so long as she and her husband are not drinking. We've been through that enough with my ex, and we have a no alcohol home because of it. She agrees, though you can tell she's not happy about it. I tell her we'll be sitting down around 5 p.m. She lost her crap, claiming that it's ridiculous that grown adults can't have a drink with supper, and states that what time she sits down with her husband to eat, you can just change the time, right? No, we have 8 people eating. traveling, 4 of which are traveling over an hour to get here, and damned if I'm messing with their schedules to accommodate 2 people who have never once accommodated us. I said it slightly nicer, but I'm sure you could tell that I was on the verge of laughing at her. She got angry, hung up, and has now started posting on social media about how I refuse to allow her up to give her grandbabies their gifts, and I do have to say she and her son are well off, and play the extravagant gift game well enough to keep my kids interested, which is just another form of toxic manipulation, but the kids don't see it that way yet, so we say nothing. Joke's on her though, apparently I'm not the only one that noticed the crappy treatment of myself, my partner, or our kids over the years. My inbox is now flooded with messages on my side, sending me screenshots of what she's been calling me and my partner, telling me she's toxic, we definitely know, and how she takes photos from my social media and pretends like she sees her grandkids more than once a year, even though she can't tell anybody what grade they're in. Every message warns me to keep my kids away from her and my son because they're terrible people. Former mother-in-law is on my social media, but I must have been blocked because when I look there's nothing there, as in not even her name shows up in searches anymore. I'm so happy, really. This was the best Christmas present I could have expected after 2 very hard years. Thank you, Santa, for allowing the trash to finally take itself out on this holiday season. It's been a very long and frustrating 14 years, and I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. And there's an update here. Update, wow, I did not expect this to blow up like it has. This has been a long time coming, and it's like a breath of fresh air now that it's over. My kids both cut contact with her over this. They've also cut contact with their dad as he defended his mother by telling my kids what he really thought of my partner and I. We're unanimous that we are done. My kids, they've been incredibly supportive and just amazing. They appreciate us allowing them to make up their own minds and having that relationship with their grandmother, and they claim that they understand why we hid it from them for so long. My oldest is furious at his grandmother and father. The youngest is still very conflicted, but he is young enough not to remember any of the negatives from his father and I's relationship. Yeah, I'm sad it has to come to this, but honestly, it was the best potential outcome I could have possibly have wished for. I wish we could have continued on with my kids never knowing the difference, but many of you are right that I was not protecting them from toxic people, even if they never experienced the toxicity until now. Wow, that was unbelievable. Yeah, OP, they sound bloody awful. Like the mother-in-law is the epitome of entitlement. I don't know how you dealt with it for so long. The stuff about how you had to do Christmas every year. Oh, that would have been a nightmare. And yeah, no contact with somebody like this sounds good. Yeah, wow, that was so wild. Entitled parent sends kids to my house. This morning I was out mowing my lawn. I happened to be wearing a ratty t-shirt that had a logo from a video game that I enjoy playing. We live in a very small town in northern Wisconsin. Everyone just kind of minds their own business, so I've never had much interaction with any of our neighbors, which is okay with us. One of the houses that's next to ours is a rental property that the owners converted into a duplex. The bottom half is empty, and there are 2 adults, male and female, that live in the upper unit, and they've got 2 kids. I've never spoken to the parents as they've never even made an attempt to give the neighbor wave when we see the adults outside. However, this morning the mum starts walking over to me, so I stop the lawnmower and say good morning. She comments about how we have such a big house. I tell her it's because we like having a lot of pets, 4 cats and 2 dogs, and that we usually adopt the animals that have medical issues. Since I'm a nurse and my niece is a vet, we make a little bit more chit chat and go about finishing mowing the lawn. I go inside to do some other chores and I hear a knock on the door. I check the cameras and there are 2 kids standing at my door. I make it a policy that I don't interact with children that don't have a parent with them, especially because I'm a gay man, and with the current political state, to me it's better to be safe than sorry. So I ignore the knocks and I continue with my chores. A few minutes go by and the woman I spoke to earlier in the yard is standing there, so I open the door. She's upset that I ignored her children when they came over, as they wanted to play with our pets. I told her that I'd never allow children into my house that don't have a parent with them, and that our pets were not play toys for her children. So then she asked if they could play a video game, since I must be a gamer because of the shirt I had on. I reiterated that I'd never allow children who do not have an adult with them in our home. She then starts going on about how she needs some alone time because her boyfriend left her, and she's the only one on the lease because he has bad credit, and she can't afford her rent and she just needs some time to herself. I apologize that she's having a rough time, but that my husband and I would not be willing to entertain her children for her. She looked perplexed for a bit there, and I was curious as to what confused her, and then she said something that made me lose it in a major way. She said, "Gross, why do blanks have to be my neighbors?" Oh my god. I replied, "Look here, you nasty C word. You will never say that to me or my husband again. You need to leave right now." And I slammed the door in her face. She kept on pounding on our door, screaming all kinds of slurs and obscenities, because we have had some issues with kids destroying property. We have cameras all over the outside of our house, so I turned on the alarm on all of them. She got the message and she left. Like, what the actual hell? I've never been so glad to have cameras everywhere outside. Oh, that's revolting. And once again, good on you for standing up for yourself. My cousin's jealousy blew up in her face. My 28 male cousin Mary, 22 female, grew to be an extremely jealous person in her teens. We've all hoped that she'd grow out of it, but she hasn't, and she refuses to address it. When I proposed to my husband Sean a couple of years ago, Mary threw a fit. She wanted to be the first to get married between the two of us. She deserved it. She didn't even have a boyfriend. Because Sean and I chose to have a small personal wedding, we were able to use money set aside for us to buy a home and pay off half of the mortgage. Cue another tantrum from Mary despite the fact that there's money set aside for her too, including from our grandparents and Aunt Miranda, who chose not to have children. I think you can get the picture here. If I have something Mary doesn't, she wants it. If I accomplish something before her, it's not fair. It doesn't matter if she's younger than me by 6 years and I'd naturally reach some goals before her. There's just no logic in her tantrums. This brings us to Miranda's annual New Year's party. There's always food and drinks and games. It's a fun night where we can get wasted safely with family and friends if we want to, especially since there are no kids in the family at the moment. When I was returning from the bathroom, I saw Sean looking extremely uncomfortable and trying to fend off Mary, who was sitting much too close to him on the couch. I managed to overhear her telling him that women are much better than men and insisting he try with her because he didn't know what he was missing. What? Now Sean is 100% gay, so this was just pathetic for her, but I was seeing red over the fact that she was attempting to ruin our marriage to satisfy her jealousy. I said, if women are so great, then date a woman instead of trying to get my gay husband to sleep with you. The entire room heard this. I did not control my volume. Party ruined. The family has spared us from most of the chaos that followed, but today we found out that the money that was set aside for her is no longer for her. The tuition to pay for the remaining classes for her bachelor's degree has been refunded to our grandparents since spring classes haven't started yet. All the money from her parents is going to her younger brother, and all the money from our grandparents and Miranda is going to be distributed between him and myself. She's getting nothing. She's also been given 3 months to find a new place to live because her parents don't want her living under their roof. She was given a massive leg up just like I was, and she screwed herself out of it. I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. Okay, I don't. Oh, that's so gross. And yet that's what you get when you act like this. Like, oh my god, being an a-hole has consequences. Yeah, who would have thought? The top comment says, "By spared us from most of the chaos that followed." I assume that you mean you left the party. I wonder if she said some stuff that hurt other people too, hence the disinheritance, to be a fly on the wall of that room. And OP says, yeah, we left. Sean was more than ready to go, and my dad was urging us to leave while my uncle was still managing to put a lid on his anger. I'm not really sure if she managed to get a word in, but this stunt of hers was the last straw. Yeah, mess around and find out, you know? You can't really feel sorry for somebody like this. They brought all of this on themselves with their actions. Entitled friends asking us to sell my husband's car. English is not my first language and I'm on mobile. So this story happened around 7 years ago. My husband D, age 35 male, and I, 31 female, were dating for a year. He was invited to a wedding of 2 of his friends from uni. For the story, they'll be EG, 34 male, and EB, 33 female. EG was actually my husband's roommate for a year, and from what he told me, they were very close and they were friends with his parents too. So my husband asked me to +1 to the wedding. We went, and it was a wedding where no money was saved. It was in the garden of an expensive hotel, like Hilton, and with a full course meal, lots of drinks, etc. We were seated to a table far away from the bride and groom, not close to the family and friends tables also. My husband also didn't know anybody on the table. I was a bit irked, but my husband is a bit naive. So we gave our gifts and we danced, had overall a good time. After the wedding, we learnt that the couple went to the Maldives for a month as their honeymoon. 2 weeks after the honeymoon, one of the friends, EG, calls my husband and asks for a loan. He says that his father's company is not going well, and due to some tax reasons, his father named EG as the owner, so he's in a lot of debt. His wife also doesn't have any savings because they just bought her a car. My husband tells him that he doesn't have much either. He can only spare €1,000 but no more. EG tells him to sell his car and then give them the money. What? My husband comes and asks my opinion. He says they're in a bad place, etc. I'm like, the audacity they have. And of course, I explained to him they shouldn't have such an expensive wedding if they've got money problems, and why don't they sell their own car? In the end, he didn't give them any money, and we never heard from them again. It still puzzles me though. How can you be so entitled to ask somebody to sell their car to pay your debt? Yeah, oh my god, they are not friends. That's hilarious. curious in an awful sort of way. Like, oh yeah, just sell your car and give me the money you sell it for. How about no, buddy? Yeah, the bloody audacity. Entitled boss thought she'd rip me off. This happened several years ago when I picked up a part-time job working at the mall. I'd started working at a kiosk in the mall selling t-shirts, bowl caps, golf balls, etc. They had a catchphrase, shut up and, varied from sport to sport. They sold well, but the owner had a personality of a nut bar. I worked a late shift until the mall closed, Monday to Friday. I showed up one afternoon for my shift and the boss woman was there, and I proceeded to put on my smock and get ready to take over. When she told me that she didn't need me that day, no notice, no nothing, I asked her when I should come back in, and she said that she was unsure. It happened to be payday, so I asked for my check, and she said that she hadn't done it up yet, but it would be ready the next day. So I left and I came back the next afternoon to collect the paycheck. She still didn't have it ready, and I'd have to come back again. This was not sitting well with me, so I went to the police in the mall and I asked them what to do. The police didn't have a lot to say, but said management at the mall might shut them down if they don't pay. I checked with mall management and they told me that I should say Revenue Canada, so I phoned Revenue Canada, made an appointment, and I went in a few days later. Revenue Canada was really helpful. I explained the whole thing to them, told them which mall this was at, and they made phone calls to the mall. Mall management cooperated, gave the names of the business, name of the owners, bank information, and everything. They went into the bank and they froze the account, and then we all drove to the mall. They came and shut the business down, took all the inventory and spoke to the owner. She handed me a check and I showed it to the Revenue Canada agent. They took it and photocopied it. She'd apparently deducted so much money for the past 2 weeks of work, all in income tax. The revenue agent set up another appointment with me for the next week at their office. They took the income tax overture I paid and made sure it was turned into a credit so I wouldn't have to pay more. Then they told me they're auditing them for 7 years, which effectively bankrupted them. It made my day, and many mall workers were smiling when they found out. It was definitely a mess around and find out moment. Wow, good job, OP. Yeah, like the top comment says, well done, OP. You probably saved the next employee a good deal of trouble. Yeah, definitely. And it is a mess around and find out situation. Like, yeah, you're doing stuff like this, there are going to be consequences. Fun episode today. I hope you guys are enjoying. Future sister-in-law demands I make a kid who isn't related to her be my flower girl. I have no idea where to begin, but here it goes. I, 21 female, am getting married in a few weeks. First of all, congratulations. Well, a while back I asked my sister-in-law Sadie, female 25, to be my bridesmaid. My fiance warned me that she could be intense and I was under no obligation to include her in the wedding party, but she had been nice enough and I wanted to have a certain number of bridesmaids. I'm now regretting my decision. Sadie has a boyfriend, Kyle, 19 male. Kyle has partial custody of his ex's infant daughter. Not sure why, considering he's not related to her, but I never asked. Recently, Sadie has been on my case about picking a flower girl. I really want it to be my friend's daughter since I have a fantastic relationship with her and was actually in the room for her birth. I even refer to her as my niece. Sadie, however, didn't take this well. When I told her, she blew up and started ranting about how she'll ruin the pictures. My niece is neurodivergent and tends to get overstimulated when standing for long periods, so photos may be a challenge for her. I tried to explain to Sadie that my niece was practically family, and me and her mother have been making a plan to ensure that the photos won't be overwhelming for her. Sadie then took the opportunity to suggest Kyle's daughter. I explained to her that I was in the delivery room when my niece was born, and I wanted her to be a part of my big day since my fiance proposed. I thought that was that until about 2 weeks ago. I got a special dress for my niece that looks like a cross between my dress and my bridesmaid dresses. I was showing it to my family when Sadie gives me a gift bag. Inside was an identical dress but for a baby. Sadie then confessed to snooping around my laptop to find the dress I chose for my flower girl and took the opportunity to order one for her boyfriend's daughter. She then said that both girls could be a part of my special day. Oh my god, what's your issue, Sadie? When I said no, she started screaming at me because it was bad enough that her boyfriend wasn't a groomsman and that I should want him to be a part of the family, especially since my wedding was for the whole family, not just me. She called me a selfish bridezilla and stormed out. I was able to calm her down by suggesting Cole's daughter have a special dance with me at the reception. This seemed to diffuse the situation and my fiance apologized for not clearly communicating just how crazy she can get. Everybody is telling me that it isn't my fault, but I have to know, am I the bad apple? Update: Sadie was disinvited from the family by my fiance due to how she treated me, and when her mum, fiance's stepmom, got upset, he disinvited her too. I got a message that was from Kyle's ex, threatening to sue me if I let her baby be the flower girl. Sadie told her that she would be the flower girl. I'm looking into high security and maybe changing the venue without telling her so she won't cause any trouble. Wow, that's so much worse than I thought it was going to be. And good on your fiance for stepping up and disinviting them. That was a really satisfying ending. Like, yeah, they're completely unhinged and they should not be there. Disinviting is definitely the right move. Even the stuff about how they got the dress made, and they're trying to tell you how you should do everything at your own wedding when you've told them so many different times what you want to do, and they're not respecting that. They've shown so many different red flags. And yeah, I hope you have a good wedding, OP. Congratulations again. Carry on, baggage. A short one, but something I'd never seen or heard of before. I was boarding a 6-hour international flight. I sat down in my seat and I found a backpack under the seat in front of me, where my bag and leg should go. My first thought was somebody left it from the previous flight. The second thought was something related to finding unattended baggage in an airport, but my first action was to tap the shoulder of the guy in front of me, who was already sitting down, to ask if he saw anybody put the bag there. He told me it's his bag. I again thought he's probably new to flying, so I told him he's supposed to put it under the seat in front of him. Finally, the sentence that surprised me, "Oh, I know, but then it gets in the way of my legs, so I'll leave it where it is, so it's your problem now." A quick, "Excuse me, I found this bag in the seat here," to the flight attendant, and it was very quickly resolved, but he was unhappy about it. Mind you, from the time the aircrew sat down to take off, he instantly reclined his seat and left it there for the entire flight just to get me back, even during meal service, and refused to put it up when asked by the flight attendant. So I guess he still won? No, they did not win, OP. Or like if they won this, they didn't win much else because they're a mean person. Like the post we read the other day when the people were kicking the back of their seat, so they poured their water over all their stuff. I definitely could have seen this situation going in a similar direction. Okay, we've got an update post. Customer demands my personal cell number and blames me for losing his job. So we read this post the other day and this is an update. Hello everybody. For anybody who hasn't read my prior post, you can read it here. I appreciate all the support that I've received so far, and I did get a few messages requesting an update. As I expected, the quiet didn't last long, and the customer was indeed a ticking time bomb. The shop got me the info I needed to complete an estimate for repairs, and the owner explained that he expects that he'll most likely find additional damages that he'll contact me for once he knows. He again apologized for his niece's behavior when I called the shop the first time, and stated that he's no longer friends with the customer. SIU did review the claim, and they stated there wasn't enough evidence of fraud, so no dice. I texted the customer to see if he wanted me to issue payment to him or the shop directly. He immediately demanded I call him as he didn't agree to the estimated amount. A bit of information on how the auto claims process works for payment. Number 1, insurance company creates an initial estimate based on what they can see of the damages. Number 2, insurance pays an initial amount to get the ball rolling. And 3, the shop and insurance stay in contact so that additional payment can be issued as needed through the process, as the shop finds additional or internal damages that might not have been super apparent initially. Sounds simple enough, right? Not for the customer. He starts talking about how the estimate for the shop is $7,000 and we're paying $6,500. I let him know that we're happy to work with the shop to issue further payment as needed, and explain that shop estimates are based on what they expect to see for the full repairs, and insurance pays what they can see and confirm. Not to mention, to keep insurance prices down for our customers, we try to negotiate costs with the shop to ensure that what we pay is reasonable. Before I can even get 2 words out, he interrupts me and starts yelling, saying how I lost his job and that I'm now denying his claim since I'm refusing to pay the amount that the shop demands. I explain again that we aren't denying the claim, but this is the first of multiple payments that we will be issuing, and I need to know where to send the payment. I tell him that if he keeps talking to me like that, I'm gonna end the call. His response, "Oh, of course you will." No self-awareness and no apology, acting like a toddler when he's nearly 40. I continue trying to explain, but he decides to keep talking over me and yelling at me. He starts to say crap about me as a person and my family, and I interrupt and state, "Do you want to finish that sentence of this recorded line for who knows how many people to hear?" He stops, thinks, and then tells me that he hopes that my husband sexually assaults me and leaves me. What? I recently got married, and IT is in the process of changing my name in the system, so some of my systems show my new name and some show my maiden name. It causes a lot of confusion, and so I have to explain it a lot while waiting for the updates. I had to explain it to this customer as well, so he knew fully well he was saying this to a newlywed. Oh, that's disgusting. And I'll admit, I kinda snapped a bit. I left my tour guide Barbie voice behind real quick. I said, "Sir, during this entire claims process, your attitude has gotten in the way of your repairs. The way that you've acted to me, my co-workers, and the employees at the shop is absolutely deplorable, and you should be ashamed. You haven't said a kind word to me at all, and you've been a nightmare to work with. Now you say awful things about my personal life, like I explained on Friday was absolutely none of your business when you demanded my cell phone number, and now you insult my husband, who you've never even talked to and know nothing about. My husband is 10 times the man you ever will be, while being nearly half your age, and he knows how to treat people with respect, even if he is in a stressful or difficult situation. I feel awful for your wife if this is the type of man she has to deal with at home. At least my husband doesn't have to to force me to do the horizontal mumbo with him, but it's telling that that's where your mind went to. Maybe you should mind your own home before you stick your nose in somebody else's. Wow, good on you for standing up for yourself, OP. He chucked a few more expletives at me, but I ended the call because I just don't get paid enough. He again called my customer service team and made the poor woman cry. I took the call again and I explained to him that he was now on written communication with me. He could call the customer service center later, but I would never answer his calls again, and I will only respond to his emails or text messages. I then disconnected the line again. I thought that was the end of it, but turns out he still had my supervisor's contact information from when she called on Monday, so he called her up. She called me after she finished on the phone with him, and she gave me a summary. He apparently told her that I accused him of sexual assault to his wife after he questioned the estimate that I wrote. I don't even write estimates. That's a whole other department. He was trying to find out next steps when I ended his call. She had listened to his prior call, so she didn't believe it for a second. She put him on hold while she pulled the call and listened. She then tore him a new a-hole for what he said to me. He tried to say that I was worse, but she cut him off and explained that I'm one of the adjusters in my unit with the highest metrics from customer reviews. I've had my fair share of angry customers and it takes a lot to make me snap, but she stated that his conduct had pushed me to the point of snapping, which she's never seen. She proceeded to tell him that she's enforcing my written contact only rule, as she'd previously encouraged I do that with him anyway, and she stated that if she hears one more call where he's harassing an employee, she will talk with her supervisor to press charges for harassment. Unfortunately, we can't fire him as a customer because he still pays us money, and the executives don't care how we're treated as long as we do get more money. I'm hoping this spurs him to cancel his policy and become somebody else's problem. I asked if there would be any disciplinary action against me for the call. She said, "What call? I don't see any call, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to delete it if the call wasn't recorded," basically covering my ass if the customer tries to escalate above her to her supervisor or something. I sent a copy of the estimate to the shop and I gave them instructions on how they could request more payment from us, and the customer texted to tell me to send payment to them as well. After our call, he called the shop, and apparently they had a massive fight because the customer then texted me and said, "Send payment to me, the shop just pissed me off big time." So I sent the payment to him with his lien holder included, so he has to mail the check to them to endorse and cash before they send him a new check, and of course it won't be overnighted but by standard USPS mail both ways. I got to shut the claim, but I still don't think this is the last time I'll be hearing from this guy. I'll provide more updates as they come, but thankfully I don't actually have to talk with him again. Thank you again for all the support on this. It's nice to know I'm not crazy or expected to be a doormat. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. I'm so sorry that you've had to deal with this, OP. You've done such a good job dealing with it though. You've handled it super well, and it's so awesome that you stood up for yourself. Yeah, wow, some people can be revolting, and we read revolting stuff every day, but sometimes it's on a whole new level. A lady majorly breaches sauna etiquette during peak hour. The gym I go to has a recovery area containing a sauna and steam room that have both been shut since Christmas Eve until Monday for renovations and maintenance. The sauna's not very big and has 3 tiered benches that are all L-shaped. Yesterday evening after my workout during the afternoon peak, I went to use the sauna. I open the door and I step in and the sauna is almost entirely full. There's a 50-year-old lady lying down on her back on top of the row with her hands fully extended behind her. She was taking up the space that about 5 people could fit into. There were only 2 spots left on the bottom row for me to sit down in, and the other spot is quickly taken and a couple more people come in, and they have to stand on the small amount of floor in the room. After about 10 minutes with multiple people leaving and entering, but the sauna still staying consistently at capacity, the lady finally sits up and quite rudely tells a group of guys on the benches below her to move so she can leave. This lady gets down to the ground, walks over to the door, pauses, farts, and opens it and leaves. Wow, is this a TV show? The group of guys went off. Apparently this lady had been asked multiple times to sit up so other people could be in the top row, and she refused each time. She then got quite snippy, saying that she was there first so she didn't have to move. Yeah, that's not how that works. And then completely ignored any further attempts of people politely asking her to make room. Taking up more space than you need when a sauna is at full capacity is already kinda crappy, but intentionally letting it rip in a hot, stuffy, and cramped room full of people? I'm still pissed off about it today. Who does that? Yeah, that's so comical, but at the same time so revolting. And yeah, that's right, you're in a sauna. It would be so hot and gross. The top comment says, "There's certainly a whiff of entitlement there." Oh yeah, 100%. My neighbor's mother wants my husband's parking spot permanently. Our car was stolen in June and then returned to us at the end of July. It's being worked on and my husband has had to tell our neighbor's mother who visits that she can no longer park in our parking spot. All well and good until today when I came home from some errands. The lady's in our stoop asking for my husband and if there's a way that he can extend her parking allowance in our spot. She explains that she's moving into the townhouse next to us to help care for her grandkids and she sees our car as a lost cause. She said that us losing our car was great so she can park closer to the townhouse and not have to park on the street. What I told her and what my roommate and landlord has told her is this: the car is being returned and instated in October and you have until then to make arrangements. This woman, who I'm assuming has no sense of reality, said that the chances of our car ever working again is nil and that we should just give her the parking spot. Our townhouses have assigned parking and guest parking spots are adjacent. I told her she has to wait until my husband comes home and she can talk to him. She literally said she won't talk to him and will just take the spot whenever she wants, regardless if we get our car working or not. The car's currently at my husband's father's being worked on. I know it seems petty, but I'm considering calling a tow truck the next time she does this. Update: neighbor who's the son of a woman has gotten involved and sided with us. He also had told his mother to park in the guest parking spots from now on, or don't come here at all. She also lied to me about moving in. Big surprise. So far I was given a blessing that if she does it again to call a tow truck. We did have someone park in our spot, but he asked if it was okay. He was part of home inspection because one of our neighbors is selling his townhouse and was only there for 20 minutes. Yeah, like the top comment says, tow her until she figures it out. Yeah, like it'd be nice if it didn't come to this, but I don't feel like it would be that petty to get their car towed if they did this. Like, they're being so awful and so entitled to you. They need to know that they can't do stuff like this. Sister wants my wedding because it doesn't count as I'm gay. Okay, so first of all, sorry, what? This is so unreal to me that a person has this much audacity, but apparently my sister does. I, female 28, met my soon-to-be wife 35 Noah when she moved to my country for work. She was freshly divorced but has a little girl who's 5 called Lena. Lena's the sweetest and it's been wonderful getting to know her. Noah divorced her husband after realizing she was gay and he ran for the hills stating that he didn't want anything to do with her or Lena in case she passes it on, whatever the hell that means. What? I proposed to Noah 10 months ago as I knew she'd be too nervous to. It wasn't extravagant, I just asked her over dinner and for Lena's blessing. We've agreed that we wanted simple and intimate for the wedding. Her first wedding was big and she hated it, so only family and close friends. My parents have offered to give us some money to help towards it, even though we've reassured them that it isn't going to be a big affair, but they wanted to get Lena a pretty flower girl dress and wanted to pay for my dress and whatever Noah's going to wear, probably a suit. Enter my entitled younger sister Kate, 25, who acts like she and her boyfriend are engaged, but he's too scared to actually ask her. She's the golden child, spoilt, and gets whatever she wishes. She's made some remarks about Noah already having a child and being divorced, but I told her to lose the ignorance. Just because she decided to stay in our small hometown and not expand her personality doesn't mean she can say stuff like that. Over dinner last night, she started whining how I didn't need any money, and she didn't know why we were bothering with a wedding when Noah has done it all before, but has suddenly decided that she's gay and wants to have another go at marriage with a woman. This is something that Noah's insecure about, so I get protective of her. Kate went on to say that she could resume her first wedding dress and started cackling. Her boyfriend looked embarrassed and my parents told her to be quieter, but no one said anything else. My parents have come to me and said it made sense to them if they give more money to my sister's wedding fund, as it'll be her first and only wedding, not even engaged yet, and totally ignoring the fact that I've never even been married. I told them to keep all their money, as it wasn't welcome if they're just gonna shame my wife and stepdaughter. We're perfectly able to fund it on our own. I didn't say it as they've never been homophobic towards anyone, or when I came out as bi, but I do wonder if a little part of them feel that a straight wedding deserves more funding than a gay one. Since people are asking, Katie asked for the majority of what they'd offered me to be taken back and put away for her, so that's what they've said they're gonna be doing. I never even asked for the money in the first place. Also, Katie said, why did we even need a reception if there wasn't gonna be a bride and groom? Why have a normal wedding? So yeah, she doesn't think a gay wedding should be as important. Edit, thank you for all your well wishes, you guys are amazing. Just thought I'd let you know we're in Ireland and I got married last night. Oh yeah, congratulations. It was so lovely and Lena was in her pretty dress. No parents or sister. Oh wow, congratulations, that's so awesome. It sounds like you definitely made the right choice. Yeah, like the top comment said, right solution, pay for it yourself if you can and don't invite your sister. And yeah, that's what you did. And they can't be surprised about this either. They treated you like this. No wonder they weren't invited. I finally told told my father's infantilizing friend that I hate him. Years ago, my dad met Harold because of some mutual friends, and they hit it off. I was 18 and in college when I met him, and we never had a close relationship. However, he always seemed to think of himself as a family friend, and was extremely infantilizing and condescending towards me. Every time I saw him, I'd try to tell myself it wasn't that bad, only for him to prove me wrong less than a minute later. Harold would disrespect my boundaries, say things like, "You're not 19, you're a baby," while I was talking to other people, and patronize me, my education, or my hobbies whenever he had the chance. He always noticed that annoyed me, to which he'd playfully ask if I hated him. I always said no, but only for my father's sake. The final straw came the day that Harold interrupted a barbecue to say, "I really like you, even though you're an impolite brat." I was 20 years old. I'd been quiet all day working on a paper during the barbecue, but replied patiently and politely whenever anyone addressed me. And even if that hadn't have been the case, I knew that he didn't have the right to talk to me like that. After that, I started making an effort to avoid any events I knew that he'd be attending. Yesterday was my father's girlfriend's birthday. They had a small lunch party at my dad's apartment. I went there with my fiance and our 6-month-old son, and Harold was there. I hadn't seen him in months, but he still talked to me as if I was a dumb child. Never mind that I'm engaged, a mother, and 26 years old. I spent the whole party ignoring his helpful advice about me being too young to get married or to be a mum. It helped that most of the other guests seemed to disagree with him. My baby spent most of the afternoon sleeping. There's a bassinet in my old room. He woke up hungry, so I went to breastfeed him and excused myself from the party for a while. I got back to jokes and comments, all from Harold, about how I was probably struggling if my son was managing to leech me away for so long. He went on to interrupt a conversation I was having with another one of my dad's friends to question pretty much everything about my parenting. He doesn't even have custody of his daughter, by the way. And then to make more comments about my age. I decided I couldn't take it anymore after he asked me if I thought about giving my baby up for adoption. I got my son and I told my fiance that we were leaving. We said goodbye to everyone except Harold. When we got to the door, Harold came to ask why we were leaving. I tried to make up an excuse, but he kept trying to make us stay. After a small back and forth, he jokingly asked if I hated him. And this time I said, "Yes, I do. Can we go now?" He didn't say anything and we left. On my way home, my fiance said he was proud of me. My father called this morning to say the opposite, and we had a small fight, but ultimately decided to drop the subject. I'm sure this isn't over, but if it keeps on going, it won't be because of me. This is far from my proudest moment, and a small part of me regrets it, but I'm done with that guy. No, 100% you did the right thing. You can't put up with stuff like this. Like, is not having this person in your life gonna be a huge loss? Probably not, if all they bring to you is awful comments and being super rude. You don't need crap like that. Edit, Jesus Christ, superstar. That's a lot of comments. To answer some of the common questions, I don't think Harold is in love with me. Harold didn't tell me to give up my son. He asked if I thought about doing so when I got pregnant. It was still an awful question, especially since he interrupted a conversation I was having with somebody else, my dad's girlfriend's pregnant friend, who was asking about my own pregnancy and delivery to ask it. I don't like making a big deal out of things unless necessary. If I'm uncomfortable, I leave. If I don't like someone, I avoid them. It's usually less stressful. The fight between me and my father ended when I told him about the adoption comment. I don't think he gets that's not the only reason I left, but it was definitely what broke the camel's back. I really don't need my father to stop being friends with Harold. He's a grown man capable of making his own crappy decisions. I never told my dad I hated Harold because I never thought I had to like him in the first place. He's my father's friend, not mine. And I've been distancing myself from Harold since I was 20, meaning that I haven't seen him much in the last 6 years. My fiance was on the other side of the room and wasn't listening to Harold's comments. I filled him in when we got in the car. He's 100% on my side. Wow, yeah, what did they expect? It sounds like you handled this super well. And they probably keep asking you if you hate them because they know they're so rude. Imagine saying even half of the stuff that this person said. Like, oh, have you ever thought about giving your child up for adoption? And just being straight up rude. And it doesn't sound like they're joking either. Like just being nasty for no reason. My parents told my brother that he could take my house and I could live in the camper in the backyard because I'm single and he has a wife and kids. What? We haven't even started and it's already ridiculous. I'll warn everyone here that this is going to be a very long post. So long that I'm going to split it into 2 posts and include a TLDR for each. I also really don't care who believes this. It's just so crazy that I don't blame anyone who calls BS. I won't argue about it, but this did happen to me. I also really don't care if anyone in my family sees this. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, but I'm also not going to reveal any details that would clue anyone into who I am that doesn't already know me. I'm a single man in my early 30s. I've got a brother who's 29 and he's he's already got 4 kids now. He had his first one at 22 and the second followed a year later, then the third 2 years after that, and the fourth is the most recently born a couple of months ago. His wife, my sister-in-law, and I do not get along, as she always likes to try to get a rise out of me by acting superior, and then turns into an extreme self-victimizing drama queen if I retaliate against her in any way. She can cry in an instant and can put on an extremely convincing show to get sympathy from just about anyone. My parents and brother absolutely adore her, even though they know exactly how she really is, and they just don't care. She's very good looking, I'll give her that, but she's so awful that I could never be attracted to her. She also refuses to get any sort of job, even though she has a college degree, and my mother willingly helps with the kids all day, so their finances are entirely dependent on my brother. This also means they can't afford to live anywhere but my parents' house, and privacy is a bit of an issue with all of them under one roof in a 3-bedroom house that was built in the 60s. Growing up, my younger brother was also the obvious favourite. We're 3 years apart in age, but he developed a superiority complex because I was badly punished if I retaliated against his antics in any way back then. It was obvious that my parents cared for him a lot more because he got the lion's share of everything, unless people called them out on it, which did happen a fair bit by other members of the family, which is why my parents packed us all up and moved us about 150 miles away, so they generally only would see us on holidays since it was a 3-hour drive. My brother got physically abusive towards me on a number of occasions, flirted relentlessly with my first girlfriend to the point she broke up with me, and laughed at any misfortune that I had, and my parents just told me to suck it up whenever I was upset about it. I only got equal treatment when my parents wanted to keep up appearances. I admit it was rather funny to see the looks on their faces whenever they had to treat me equal to my brother on birthdays and Christmas because other people were present. We had relatives that were very nosy and loved gossiping drama, so my parents did their best to hide what was really going on and threatened to take all of my stuff away if I didn't keep my mouth shut. If anything, it just made my parents celebrate more when I turned 18 and moved out because it meant they no longer had to provide for me. I wasn't even done with high school yet when I moved out, but couch surfing was far better than living with them. I was low contact ever since leaving home. They didn't even show up for my high school graduation, but I really didn't care. From that point on, I'd usually only see my parents and my brother on holidays, like the rest of the family. To start, the 2020 pandemic was not kind to me. I lost my job and I couldn't renew the lease on my condo because my roommate also lost his job and neither of us could afford the place on unemployment money. It was a rented 2-bedroom condo that I really loved. As the lease was ending, my roommate left early to move back in with his relatives, and I had to sell nearly all of my stuff because I was soon going to be homeless if I didn't downsize to an extreme. I really shouldn't have rented a place that was so expensive, but I liked living the high life until that life wasn't kind to me, and I realized I should have been living somewhere far cheaper so I could have saved money to fall back on. But I had a plan. I own a truck simply for the fact that I've always loved trucks, so I found a $1,000 camper in good shape and I put it on my truck just so I could live out of it for a while. It was supposed to be temporary, but I ended up living out of it for far longer than I ever thought. I originally was hoping to be able to live out of the camper at my parents' house, where my brother and his family still reside as well, but when I asked my parents to let me stay for a while, they told me they had a full house and they didn't want me there. Plus, we hadn't exactly gotten along in the past decade. They said they'd only agree to let me park my camper there if I paid them pretty much what it would cost to rent an apartment in my area. That was way too much just to park my camper. I was jobless and I was trying to save as much of my unemployment money as I could until I could find a new job. I may as well be living in an apartment with that rent price they were asking. My parents called the camper an eyesore and told me to take a hike since we couldn't come to an agreement, and sister-in-law thought it was absolutely hilarious that I had to live in a camper. My brother joined her in pointing and mocking at me, basically calling me a homeless bum. I parked my truck and camper in a store parking lot to sleep on the first night that I had nowhere else to go. I felt scared out of my mind that someone might try to break in. Suffice to say, I didn't sleep well that night. There was nowhere else I could go, as any other relatives that own houses were fairly far away, and all of my friends were apartment people, and I was pretty attached to my area as well, so I didn't want to just leave. I'd also had my mail forwarded to a friend's apartment. It was the only way I could still get my mail anymore. Finding a stable place to park was very difficult. I went looking around trying to find a job similar to my old one. It took months of living the nomadic camper life. In that time, I had to deal with a lot, everything from beggars and drug addicts to people demanding I leave because my camper was an eyesore. At one point, someone who told me to move claimed to be with an HOA. I wasn't even parked on a street with houses, and when I questioned what HOA, they got incredibly belligerent and threatened me. I moved my camper anyway just to avoid the trouble. In order to have a steady supply of electricity, I learned to use a long extension cord to plug in anywhere I could to recharge charge my camper batteries. This meant sneaking around and plugging it in an outside outlet of a random building while I parked on the street. I know that's a crummy thing to do, but I had to keep my batteries charged so my refrigerator would stay cold. I had a small solar power bank for charging my phone, but I didn't have anything like a generator, and generators are noisy and they require fuel anyway, so I did what I had to do. After months of living like that, I finally managed to get a job. I had to move to the neighboring city to find a job that didn't involve retail. I worked retail while I was in college, and I promised myself never again, though I was nearly ready to break that promise. I was still getting unemployment money, but I had no stable place to live while receiving it, and I didn't want to still be jobless when it ran out. Plus, I was bored out of my mind. I had little else to do but read and watch movies on a small portable DVD player, use my phone or laptop, and keep note of where I could park and what local public bathrooms I could use. I kind of envy that the Japanese have public bathhouses. We could really use stuff like that over here. When I finally landed a job, I practically lived in the back lot of the building by the warehouse in an old employee parking space that literally no one else seemed to bother even using because they were so far in the back that the area was borderline forgotten. My boss and company owner actually liked this arrangement because I was willingly available to take any shift I could get, so long as I had enough sleep. He even let me take the camper off my truck and set it up in one of the spaces so I could drive around without it. Not exactly sure if that was legal, but no one bothered us about it. The entire time I lived back there, I didn't have to deal with many trespassers. There were a few, but the security guard escorted them out. I was pretty much on call almost all the time when they needed me and was working virtually every day of the week. My boss let me plug my camper into the building for power and water, and I paid a small amount of rent while working for free on Sundays, but no one else was in the office but the janitor and security guard. Beyond that, I usually had to shower at a friend's apartment or at a local gym as the camper didn't have a shower in it and only a portable toilet, and I didn't want to feel it because emptying it is a nasty chore, so I used other bathrooms as much as I could. I had a key to the warehouse and I could go in to use the bathroom there at any hour. I was even on a first name basis with the night security guard. He's since become one of my closest friends. The camper was easy to heat in the winter with a small electric heater. Summers were not fun though. The camper didn't have AC, so I had to get used to a portable air conditioner just to make it bearable. I made a lot of overtime pay and hands-on learned some new skills from the other employees. Eventually, midway into this year, I landed a better position in the company as a supervisor, and I started making better salary than my old job. That's when I decided I want a house. The scare I'd gotten from losing my condo made me realize I needed something much more stable for the long term. I looked around for something close to my work, and just 2 miles away I found a 3-bedroom manufactured home on a small property, but I managed to get it for $10,000 less than the asking price somehow. I used nearly my entire savings for a down payment and I got approved for a home loan. I finally didn't have to live in a camper anymore. There was enough space for me to back my truck in behind the house to take the camper off to set it up in the backyard. So I put it there as its own little building just in case I want to use it again. When I was fully settled in the house, I was dumb enough to brag about it on my book of faces. My family saw the post and that's where the crap really starts. After a few weeks, my parents and brother along with his family came to visit completely unannounced to have a tour of my home. I didn't even give them my address, so how they found out where I live I still don't know. None of my friends have fessed up and no prior family members visited me before that, so I wonder if they stalked me at work and then followed me home or something. It really wouldn't surprise me. Once I opened the door, they practically all shoved their way in like rambunctious tourists and then just started making themselves at home. They all kept poking around and sister-in-law had this creepy smirk that she was repeatedly flashing me. They sound awful. And it was only later that I figured out why, and it made me madder than a bull on steroids that just got stung by a hornet. My parents were constantly talking about how I've got so much extra space now, and it's too much for someone like me who has no wife or kids. Oh, get out of here. Sure, not now, but maybe someday. And my brother kept remarking about how there was more space than our parents' house, and my house was closer to his job too. Red flags all around, I know. They just think they have the rights to your house. That's revolting. Eventually, my brother asked me to speak privately. Everyone else suddenly left the room and piled out onto the front porch. That's what finally made me realize they'd planned something. My brother, let's call him Dan for the sake of simplicity, said the house was too much for me alone. Oh my god, this is infuriating. And I should let him move in with his family because his wife is pregnant with kid number 4, and my house is much closer to his job. Oh, you should let me stay at your house because I decided to have even more children, and it would be way more convenient for me. Ridiculous. And I'd like to point out that Dan never once even spoke about offering rent. Mind you, he's got a good job, and he also started talking about how there would be changes and even curfews, and that I couldn't just walk in at any time without prior notice. What? If it weren't my brother, I think the person I was talking to would have lost their mind. But Dan lost lost his marbles long ago thanks to our parents treating him like he was the center of the world. Yeah, they obviously still think they are. Yeah, that's what it is. They genuinely think everything revolves around them. Nah. I tried to speak, but he kept talking over me as if I had no say in the matter. There was no way in hell I'd rent my house or parts of my house to him. Other people maybe, just so I can pay the mortgage more easily, but certainly not him or his nasty wife. I've heard of this exact kind of situation in videos online many times, and never once did I think I'd actually live it because I thought it was so ludicrous. But my parents, brother and sister-in-law do all fit the bill for a bunch of narcissist entitled crazies, so I picked up my phone and I set it to start recording, and then I just sort of held onto it. Dan didn't even seem to care or notice that I'd done this, and just sat there with his arms waving around while talking about all the reasons why he needed my house. Then went from saying that to acting like it was a done deal and was trying to reach out his hand to shake mine. That's when I finally showed my backbone and said, hell no. And I said it loud enough that Dan stumbled backward for a second. I'd rarely ever raise my voice to him on that level because I was punished by our parents whenever I did. But this was my house, not theirs. My spine can be as shiny as it wants here. I stood up and then I told them that my house was not up for grabs, and acting like I'll let him move in just because they want it is not gonna make it happen. I bought my house for me, and it's not my fault that he keeps having more kids and has to keep living with our parents because he can't afford to move out. Dan got as physically close to me as he could without actually touching me and said that I didn't deserve the house and he needed a better place for his family to live. I laughed back in his face and said that was total BS because I worked hard to be able to buy my house. Of course I deserved it. Dan started yelling that I have no wife or kids and I don't need all the space. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're entitled to it, so I may as well give it to him. I said I'm not giving him anything, and he never even offered to pay me rent. If I let him move in, I'd still be covering the entire mortgage on my own house without even being able to live in my own house. And then Dan told me that he shouldn't have to pay rent because his family comes first, and our parents said I was gonna do this and that I will. I honestly don't know if I've ever read something so frustrating. What sort of awful parents are these? I yelled as if what, their word was law or something, and told Dan that they did not have the right or power to give my house to him. And then right on cue, my parents and sister-in-law barged back in through the front door and surrounded me to try and force me to agree. There was a lot of fighting, but to sum it up from this point on, I heard the line, "Just do it for Dan," way more times than I can remember. In the fight, I told them all they don't have a say in my life or my house, and to get out before I call the cops. Sister-in-law screamed the loudest at me about how she was pregnant again, and I can't do this to her. Yeah, they can. Like they're just entitled to this or something. Ew. I said I did nothing to her. She just assumed she could take and take from me, like I would just allow it. I had no obligation to her or her family. Then I called her a stuck-up biatch who never had any respect for me. So I don't care what she thinks or how many kids she has. I have no sympathy for her. She won't be living in my house. Well, that made her angry enough to attack me. She got in one good hit on my face and tried to do more, but my brother held her back, kicking and screaming. She kept demanding that he let her go so she could scratch my eyes out. The phone I was holding recorded pretty much everything, so I held it up and I said I was going to call the police if they didn't leave right away. My parents told Dan they were leaving. Then I told sister-in-law that my phone recorded everything, and if she tries anything, I'm going to press charges for assault. She screamed at me and then stormed out loudly, crying with her face in her hands. My mother was the last one out of the door and said that I better do this for Dan and sister-in-law. I responded by telling her that I won't be. That was unbelievable. Like, genuinely unbelievable. Like, that's not just entitled. These people have lost their mind. Entitled ex-landlord demand that I leave behind the washer and dryer that I paid for. Originally, I posted this on Am I the A-hole, but someone said it might belong here. So yeah, here it is. So for the past 2 years, I, 25 male, lived in a small apartment building. The apartment didn't have a laundry room for the building when I moved in, but it did come with hookups for a washer and dryer in the apartment, so I bought them myself. Cause I work for a wildlife sanctuary and I get pretty dirty during my work. Just the other day, I had to chase down and wrestle one of our wild boars, Bacon. We didn't name him that, he came with that name, who loves to escape his pen and thinks it's funny to play chasings. It got me completely dirty. I was covered in grass stains and mud, so I very much need them. My boyfriend and I just got engaged, and since my lease was up, I moved into his house with him. I finished moving everything out of my old apartment yesterday, and I thought nothing about taking my washer and dryer with me as I had bought them. My boyfriend had some, but they were old and kept breaking down and were costing too much to fix. Well, I woke up this morning to multiple missed calls from my old landlord. I left my phone number and new address in case any mail was delivered to my old place. I called him back and he asked me why the washer and dryer were gone. I explained that I took them with me. He started freaking out, saying that he had put the place as having a washer and dryer in the ad for the place. Apparently I've raised the rent due to them. He started demanding I bring them back because the new clients have set up to move and have already signed a lease and are not interested in the place without them. Even threatened to call the police if I don't take them back. I got angry and I told him I'd do no such thing, reminding him that they belong to me. I bought them and I still had the receipts from when I bought them, as well as a text from him from when I moved in explaining that I was buying them myself. He again threatens to call the police. I told him to do it and see what happens, and then I hung up at that point. Personally, I don't think I'm in the wrong. I bought them and they weren't cheap, so I feel like I have the right to take them. My boyfriend is on my side, but today my co-worker said that they think I'm an a-hole for not telling the landlord that I was going to take them. In my opinion, that should have been obvious. I paid for them. Why would I leave them? Yeah, 1,000,000%. That doesn't even make any sense. Well, my landlord did call the police because they showed up today. Honestly, nothing really noteworthy even happened. I explained to them what was going on and I showed them the receipt for the washer and dryer as well as the text from the landlord from when I told him I was buying them. The cops took my statement and left. My boyfriend's father is a lawyer and he's going to be contacting my landlord and sorting everything out. He advised me to not respond to the landlord anymore for the time being. Wow, that's unbelievable. You bought them. Why do they feel like they can even get upset about this? And also, the co-worker saying that you're an a-hole for this is completely wrong. Yeah, of course, if you bought this washer and dryer, you're going to take them with you when you leave. The next one is called Disney Entitled Parents. Currently, I'm at the happiest place on earth. Some of these rides, including some of the most popular ones, have single rider only lines. They're what they sound like. If you don't mind getting into a ride with people that you don't know, you can get in and out pretty fast. No extra lightning lane or Genie Plus needed. It's important to note that as you make your way through the single rider lane, there are multiple signs that say your party will be broken up, groups will not ride together. Well, I noticed a family just a few people ahead of me. They had 3 small kids with them, the oldest one being 7. I thought, let's see what happens here. You could already tell they were trying to game the system and avoid waiting in the regular line. Keep in mind, this line was for the most popular ride, Radiator Races or whatever the hell it's called, in Cars Land. Even the single rider lane was over 30 minutes. The regular line was over 100 minutes. They get to the front, the attendant, cast member, takes the first kid and tells her to get in line 4. The dad yells, she can't go by herself, she's only 7. The cast member spins around and says, feel free to get into the regular line if you want to ride together. Otherwise, the little girl has to go in that line. Cue the parents freaking out. Little girl looks very hesitant, but she gets in. Off she goes. Mum and dad are freaking out. Dad is yelling at cast member. Mum is pacing and quietly freaking out. The rest of the family gets piecemealed out, and although the mum gets to ride in the same car as her 2 youngest, maybe 3 and 5, they're in separate rows. The dad stays behind to yell at the cast member again, who just keeps repeating single rider line only and continues to smoothly do his job. Dad stomps over to his seat and yells, this is messed up, and zoom, off he goes. You could tell the dad told the mum to get in that lane because it was faster, and my guess is he promised her that, oh, I'm sure they won't break us up. Arrogant jerk. I'm glad Disney didn't give in. I greatly enjoyed my ride. Oh my god, people can be so frustrating, but that employee did such a good job. Like, yeah, same here. I'm so happy that they didn't give in. Like, no, you can't just do this, okay? Follow the rules or get out of here. The next one is called Entitled Kid Tries Sending His Police Officer Dad After Me in a pro-revenge attempt, and his plan backfires. From the mid-90s through early 2000s, I spent my summers as a counsellor at a Boy Scout summer camp. I've worked in several different program areas, but this story happened when I was the director of the rifle range. Every week we would get a new group of campers, and when they came up to the range for orientation, I would go over all the safety rules, and I'd finish by telling the kids, you all get 1 warning on this range, and this is the warning. There are only 2 safe directions to point your rifle, up in the air or down range. It doesn't matter if your gun is loaded or unloaded. If you break this rule and deliberately point your rifle in any other direction, you will be kicked off this range and you will not be allowed to shoot here for the rest of the week. I would go over all of these rules again for the kids on the first day of merit badge classes to satisfy the safety rule requirement for the badge, and there were plenty of posters hanging around the range with all the safety rules on them. In other words, there were no excuses to break them. One day the scouts in my merit badge class were practicing shooting for the test they had to take at the end of the week. One scout, the entitled kid of the story, thought it would be funny to point his rifle at another scout and spout off some random action movie line. I ran up and I snatched the rifle right from his hands and I yelled, what the hell are you doing? The entitled scout responds, but the gun wasn't loaded. Me, recite the safety rules now. The entitled scout recited them all, including the part about pointing pointing the gun in a not safe direction. I told him to hand over his shooting ticket. I tore it in half, and I said that he was done on my range for the rest of the week. Later that afternoon, the range was open for free shooting. Everything was going smoothly until I noticed the entitled scout walking up the trail towards the range with his father, an assistant scoutmaster who was built like an NFL linebacker. After the round of shooting ended, I called a ceasefire, and I told my assistant to keep an eye on the range while I handled the situation that was about to happen. As I approached the entitled scout and his father, he jumped up and down, pointed at me and yelled, "That's him! He's the one who tore up my ticket and kicked me off the range." He looks at me and yells, "You're gonna get it now, my dad's a cop and you're gonna be sorry for what you did." Before I could even get a word out, the cop dad gets in my face and started chewing my ass out drill sergeant style. Now this story happened so long ago that I don't really remember what the cop dad was shouting. I mostly remember the crap-eating grin that the entitled scout gave me as he watched his father tear me a new one. I just stood there quietly and patiently waiting for my turn to respond. Finally, the cop dad said something along the lines of, "So what do you have to say for yourself?" Me, "Yeah, I did tear up your son's shooting ticket and I kicked him off my range, but did your son mention why I did that?" The cop dad's face went from angry to inquisitive. He blinked in rapid succession and he said, "No, now that you mention it, he didn't tell me why." We turned our attention to the entitled scout. His smile faded and he shrunk in our presence as he realized that his plan had just backfired. I loved returning the same crap-eating grin that he gave me a few moments earlier. To the entitled scout's credit, he did tell the truth. He probably knew better than to lie to cop dad, and if looks could kill, the look on cop's dad's face would have killed his son several times over. After a moment of silence, he finally said in one of the most intimidating voices I've ever heard, "Go back to camp and wait for me at your tent and I'll deal with you soon." The entitled scout left to the tune of Dead Man Walking. Cop dad turned to me and apologized for getting angry and chewing my ass out before knowing all the facts, to which I accepted his apology. For the rest of the week, cop dad would come to the range every day during open shoot my rifles and would hang out and talk to me. Turned out he was actually a pretty cool guy. At the end of the week, he told me that when they get home, he will finish his son's rifle shooting merit badge, and he'll make sure that his son never disrespects a firearm ever again. Wow, that's so frustrating, but also so awesome at the same time. Awesome that the dad actually listened and realized that the kid was doing something wrong. Like, definitely shouldn't have just started yelling at them for no reason to start with, but at least they realized in the end. The next one is called Patient's Boyfriend Mad That He Has to Pick Up His Own Uber Eats. I work in a high-level hospital as an ICU nurse, and my managers are fantastic with staffing, meaning if you have a crashing heavy workload patient, they'll make the other patient that you have an easier one so that you can focus on the sick one. For a background, ICU nurses have 2 patients and we specialize in critical thinking, whereas the telefloor is the normal part of the hospital and holds less sick people who don't need as much attention. So these nurses have 6 patients and specialize in tasks and prioritization. So the beginning of my shift after report, I show my face and I say hi to my less sick patient, who is doing fantastic and just waiting for transport to take her to her tele bed. I'll say I'll be back around 9 p.m. in 2 hours, unless she needs me for something. So this means I have time to stabilize the sick patient next door. Unfortunately, the sick patient in room 1 starts coding, and the team is actively doing CPR. Crash cart in the hallway, 3 doctors are there, whole team to try to save this young dude. My team is working on meds, intubating, keeping compressions going, etc., while I'm talking with the doctors about what could have caused it, and I'm halfway outside the room for the healthier patient in room 2. She sees me through the window, presses the call light, and I ignore it because I have what should have been obviously very pressing matters. Her boyfriend ends up opening the door and standing in the doorway to just stare at me with his arms crossed. Just to give them the benefit of the doubt, she could have been concerned about her health. I say, "Is everything alright?" And he goes, and tries to lead me inside. Of course, I only pay attention to him when the doctors go into room 1 to brainstorm on their own and assess where to go if they get the guy back. I look back through the window of room 1 and I realize I can give them 5 seconds to make sure nothing funky's going on. So she says, "Can you get my Uber Eats order? It just arrived downstairs." I swear I could have had a stroke from the high blood pressure at that moment. So I kindly say, "I'm sorry, but I'm busy with another critical patient. Could you?" I look to the boyfriend who's plopped in the recliner with his feet up watching Netflix, again on his phone, "Go and get it for her." And he goes, "I'd rather not." "Oh, good sir, you don't want to? You saw the mess next door through the window, me talking seriously with 3 doctors and the hot mess of people outside your room as we try to save a damn life." So I tell him I can't. The entire team is actively trying to save someone and none of us are available to leave. So either you go get it or I can have someone get saltines for you instead. He sighs, gets up slowly and then says, "Fine, I guess I'll go get it then." As I turn to head back into room number 1, dude literally has to turn his shoulders to slide through the massive group of people, still pissed that he has to take 1 elevator down down. When they get moved to another room around 10 p.m, he's speaking loudly on the phone to someone saying things like the nurses are rude and they won't even get food for their patients. The icing on the cake, she just gotten off an insulin drip for being in a diabetic coma. Never have I met a more entitled person who put having to walk and get their own food delivery above someone else's life. Oh my god, what's wrong with people? Imagine having the audacity to do something like this. Like, oh, I suppose I can go and get your Uber Eats order. All these lazy nurses around here saving lives aren't even helping me. So unbelievably annoying. The next one is called Thanks to Reddit, I stood up to an entitled Karen. Disclaimer, I live in Europe and English is not my native language, so my apologies for any mistakes. I've been following various communities on Reddit for a few years now. To name a few, Am I the A-hole, Entitled Parents, and of course this one, as well as the website Not Always Right, wondering if people like that really exist or if it was mostly creative writing. I also wondered how I would react if I ever witnessed something like that. Well, now I know. A few weeks ago on a bright Sunday morning, I was on my way to the zoo with my daughter, 2 female, and my niece, 2 and 5 female. I stopped by the grocery store for a picnic. I don't know how it is where you live, but food and drinks in amusement parks and other places are far too expensive. I had the girls in the trolley and I got in line to the cashier. The lines were long, but hey, life, right? The cashier was doing her thing while chatting with the clients and I was minding my own business, talking with the kids and patiently waiting. Suddenly, I hear shouting and I see an irate woman yelling at the poor cashier, who was visibly getting more and more upset. The client, an older woman with no distinctive features, was yelling like a banshee because the cashier dared to wish a good day to the previous client and basically being nice and friendly, and because of that, our dear Karen was running late. Again, it was around 10:30 to 11 on a Sunday morning, for God's sake. That's when I remembered all of these stories, those poor workers who are basically not allowed to talk back and have to take the abuse, and I decided to intervene. I have a very strong voice that carries loud when I want it to. I asked aloud for the entire store to hear, what the hell is your problem? What kind of behavior is that? I think the Karen was not expecting someone to dare to stop her tirade. She recovered and tried replying. I stopped her and I told her that she was the only one holding back the line and that the cashier was doing her job and doing it well. In the meantime, the manager had arrived and replaced the cashier, who was crying, with another worker and came to ask what was going on. Karen starts again. I let her rant for a few seconds and then I gave my version of what happened in the most calm and sane voice possible. Let me tell you, Karen was fuming and started complaining again about the cashier being slow because she was chatting nicely with the customers, and by then her stuff was finished being run up and the manager asked her to pay and leave. This might not be the best climax compared to the other stories I've read here, and if you've read so far, I hope that you've also encountered this type of entitlement. You'll also remember all of these Reddit stories and decide to act. Thank you for reading. By the way, if you ever encounter something similar, my significant other gave me the best sentence to use just in case. Well, it's understandable. At that age, they don't have that much time left to spare, so feel free to use it if you want. Yeah, that's so awesome. Good on you for saying something. They were just being rude and awful for no reason, and the employer would have been so grateful to have you there. The next one is called Stepdaughter's Entitled Boyfriend Lands Them Homeless, Carless, and Adrift. I call my stepdaughter's entitled boyfriend Wreck-It Ralph. No relation to the trademark cartoon, just coincidental naming. He has a tendency to break up, ruin, tear up everything that he touches. My stepdaughter, who is actually a sweet and endearing young woman who I love dearly, has, like many young women with self-esteem issues, allowed herself to be led astray by Wreck-It Ralph. In the year that they've been together, she's lost everything, but at 23, she's old enough to learn her lessons without us parents coming to her rescue until she gets rid of Wreck-It Ralph and back on track. When they first got together, they lived with her dad and myself for a few months. It very quickly became apparent that Ralph had a chip on his shoulder when it came to me. He would carry tales to my husband, causing us to argue. Despite my husband telling Ralph many times that that was my house and everything in it was mine, Ralph would keep asking my husband, not me, if he could have this or that, and that's if he asked. He kept getting more and more animals despite us telling him no more. Neither were taking care of the ones they had. They weren't buying dog or cat food or cat litter. My husband and I were. They weren't picking up the messes, and they weren't training them, allowing them to tear up our belongings. Mary Jane's illegal in our state, and there's a dispensary in our town, and the only work these two would do is door delivery. Her job with a daily payout, just to get enough money for Ralph to make a purchase at the dispensary every day, along with eating at a fast food restaurant. Wreck-It Ralph's chip on his shoulder when it came to me was such that they brought my husband a soda one night, walking in the back door right past me, calling out loudly, "We got you your favorite soft drink," to my husband in the living room with zero inclusion to me. Another example is my stepdaughter asking if she could use my debit card to get the 4 of us drinks at a local convenience store. One hot day that my husband and I were unloading stuff from the truck and trailer in the backyard, which was no problem. However, when checking my account account. They spent $20 on food for Wreck-It Ralph without even asking. The end came when I told them they had to replace the bedroom door that their dog chewed the bottom out of, and refused to allow the pit bull mix that they wanted to rescue, even though it had a bite history, to enter my home. They moved to my stepdaughter's mother's home at that point. During their time there, my stepdaughter kept getting tickets in her car, which is only registered to my husband. They weren't paying their insurance, which I'd bought my stepdaughter her own policy and paid the startup out of my money when they did live with us, and didn't pay the plate renewal. Now her license is suspended, and it cost my husband and I $600 to get the plates, again in his name only, unsuspended. Plus they damaged the car and it needed repairs, so we took it from them before her license was suspended. But after the police took the plates from her car, my husband let her use his truck, which was on my insurance policy. Wreck-It Ralph drove it and he has no license and blew the motor in it. Oh my god. It's now sitting and it can't be used. I told my husband I'll put the car on my insurance for him, but only if he drove it. If he returned it to them, I was cancelling the insurance, which I've stood by. Nevertheless, Wreck-It Ralph called daily demanding that my husband return the car to them once it was legal and fixed. After 3 weeks, my husband finally said, "Look, you dumbass, I don't know what it is that you think you're trying to accomplish here, but you're not demanding anything from me and you're not getting the car back. I may have originally bought it for her before she got with you, but it is my car in my name, and I'm keeping it in lieu of the truck that you ruined. Don't call me again about the car, got it?" We had been hearing ongoing disputes between my husband's ex and Wreck-It Ralph. Things got so bad there that Wreck-It Ralph told my husband's ex-wife to pack her crap and get the hell out of her own home. Another time he told her to shut the F up and remember who she's talking to. So we all decided it was time to let our daughter hit rock bottom, since she wasn't seeing how Wreck-It Ralph had taken her from being a sweet, lovable, well-liked and responsible girl in a college nursing program to this person with a criminal history and no prospects at the moment. My husband's ex-wife moved in with her boyfriend, turning the power off at the home she'd been renting, and told her former landlord, whom she was actually longtime friends with, that she wouldn't allow it to affect their friendship if he evicted them for squatting, since neither were on her lease to begin with. When my stepdaughter called wanting to come back, my husband told her that she could, but Wreck-It Ralph could not. Now they're staying at a homeless shelter in the town where Wreck-It Ralph's mum lives, and Wreck-It Ralph's mum won't let them live with her either. We hate to see her go through this, but this entitled Ralph that she won't let go of has really brought her down, and she can do so much better. This guy actually told us once that he couldn't work at a factory that he was interviewed at because it was climate controlled and his heart condition won't allow that, and then argued with me and my husband that climate controlled meant controlled by the climate, so it was hot in the summer and cold in the winter. We haven't seen him hold a job or do anything useful and productive since they've been together. Just demand from us and use the people who love the girl that he's become a Klingon to. God, that's so bad. I hope they realise that they can do way better. You can't be with somebody that's super entitled and just dragging you down. Ew, yeah, that's so bad. The last one for the day is called, "Oh, you work for a cruise line? I want a deal." Years ago, I worked for one of the large cruise companies at their headquarters. Pay was meh, but I did get nearly free cruises and great deals for family and friends. There was a few catches though. 1, taking advantage of the deal meant you had to behave yourself on board. Certain passengers feel they have a right to act like total a-holes to crew because they paid for the right. Crew does their best to deal with it. Want to be an a-hole? Then pay full fare. You don't get to do that on a discount trip, and if you do and it's bad enough, the ship is going to call corporate and they're revoking the employee's cruise benefits. 2, if you have trouble paying your bill at the end, alcohol or other onboard expenses that were charged to your account, the ship will call corporate, and the employee, who sponsored the guests and vouched for them by agreeing to cover any unpaid bills, gets called into a very unpleasant meeting. The thoughtful, responsive relatives never even dreamed of asking for a discount trip. I had to offer in order for them to even use it. The alcoholic biatch second trophy wife of my cousin-in-law, that I barely know, tells everyone at a family gathering how excited she was that I was getting her a deal. Didn't even ask, just assumed. So I lie and I say, "Oh no, I'm so sorry, alcoholic biatch second trophy wife I just met. I only get one deal a year and mum got this year and granny got the next." Nuts, that would have been so fun. That's so annoying. People like that are super pushy and yeah, just assuming that you're gonna do something for them. So bloody infuriating. A woman in a supermarket tried to eject me from and take my wheelchair. So there I, 39 non-binary, was in a rural Shores. For those not in an area with Shores, it's a standard supermarket with a club that makes things cheaper, which is their way of hiding their markup. Stuff is just cheaper a few miles down the road. Unfortunately, there were a few things I could only get there, like my flavour of caffeine and food for the dogs. I was using my power chair, which back then I needed more often. It's an Eagle HD foldable deal and it works great. I'd been hit pretty hard by post-COVID COVID, and I was very sedentary at that time in my life, along with a pre-existing joint problem. So I'm leaning forward to get a flat of Monster, and I stick it under my seat on the rack, when a woman pushes on my back and says, "I need that, you don't, you're younger." As I was belted in, nothing happened. It was only luck that I was belted in. Usually I would have undone it to pick up something heavy. I sat up and I pushed her hands off me saying, "What the hell?" And she shakes the back of my chair like it's a dinner chair or something and goes, "You can use the scooter. The chair is better and I'm old." And she points at the crappy supermarket scooter that she's using. I stare at her in total shock for a moment and say, "This is my wheelchair. Get away from me. You can't use personal stuff in supermarkets. Give me the chair." She started like shaking it with each statement. So at that point, I just hit the maximum speed on my power chair and I took off, ripping it out of her hands. It was either let go or be dragged on her face because she clearly wasn't super steady and needed a scooter herself. And we're off on the dumbest chase in creation, mostly because supermarket scooters go slower than any other mobility device. I buzzed over to the service desk and I cut the line and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but there's a woman following me and trying to push me out of my chair and take it. And from behind me they can hear, 'Get back here!' and the most wheezy buzz of the slow scooter." In the moment, it was really enraging that she was being so entitled and frustrating, and I just wanted to get my dog food and leave. But in memory, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. They let me into the little back office area, and they and the whole line of people waiting just sort of watched as she came over. And it took so long. The scooter was so slow, and she's yelling about how I don't need the chair and how she should get it because she's older and more disabled. It takes like a full 20 seconds for her to get from one end of the store to the other, and everyone is just staring as she rides full glory at like 0.0001 miles an hour, with her face red and her glasses hanging off one ear. So she finally gets to the desk and they calmly explain that the wheelchair isn't store property, and if she tries to steal from another customer, they'll have to call the police. She starts shouting at the employees that she knows full well that you can't bring personal equipment into the supermarket, so they're lying. And the other woman behind the counter with a bit more attitude, "Lady, why do you think we care if you bring a wheelchair into the supermarket?" At this point, I think like something either clicked or she just realized that an entire line of people were staring at her, and not kindly. She suddenly asked where to find the artichokes. I almost coughed on my own spit. The worker just stared back and pointed back from where the woman had come and said, produce, and the woman left. I admit that for the rest of my visit, I avoided any aisle she was in because I did not want her close enough to grab me again. Now I can laugh about it for the absurdist comedy moment that it was. In retrospect, I feel there's a reason here, like her husband told her they shouldn't buy a thing like I had because they're not allowed to be in the supermarket. That's the best answer I can possibly come up with for that wild nonsense. Wherever you are, crazy lady, I hope you bought your own Eagle HD. Wow, that was so good. Commonly asked questions. How could you fit a flat of Monster energy drink on your wheelchair? Okay, check out the Eagle HD on Discover My Mobility. I'll make sure I put a photo on the screen. It has a rack underneath the seat, and while the flat doesn't fit in the basket, it sits on top of the arms of the basket pretty evenly. To add to that, I usually hang bags from the arms that I can put things into. Also, please some of you consider that disabled people need to carry stuff too when you say it's impossible. How do you think we shop? You should call to get the video. Interestingly, someone on the post is connecting me with a regional person who might have an ability to get it. It's very likely been recorded over since it was 3 years ago. What is 39N? I was 39 when the story took place, and I'm non-binary. My license says X under the gender, but X is a social media platform, so I put N. I'm not sure how y'all expect me to do it. Should I say 39 alien freak next time to make people happier? Lots of mouth-breathing comments on this, but I don't care. I am what I am, and that's okay with me. Why didn't you immediately call the cops and have her arrested? Have you ever lived in a rural town? It's actually really hard to get the cops to do anything about anything in a rural town for a variety of reasons. Getting cops to arrest an old lady in a small town would be nigh impossible and stupid. They'd be crucified by the public no matter what she was doing. Also, I'm trans. I know a lot of folks aren't, and they don't get it, but being trans means not wanting to deal with cops. There's very few narratives where the disabled trans person comes out better than the old lady who'll probably immediately turn sweet and start weeping and sobbing the second someone calls her out. People like to jump to the cops as if they're a blanket solution for problems, but in the vast amount of interpersonal situations, the cops will say that's a civil matter and they'll walk away. I can almost promise you that since she had not actually stolen my chair, they would have just talked to her and left because that was a funny video, not an actual danger. I didn't call them because that would have been potentially hours around cops and there were hungry dogs at home. You should stand up for yourself. Thank you, I did, by going and taking the best legal and socially acceptable way out. It's very easy to armchair quarterback someone else's life from the sidelines, but you know, most situations don't end with a verbal or physical confrontation. presentation that has swelling orchestral moments and a drop beat on the big punch. Most of them end with annoyance and a sense that my day was disrupted with no resolution. It would be great to give you that resolution with some badass story of me standing up to a bully, but that's not what actually happened. Instead, it was a really unthinking old lady who just needed to be kept at a distance until she could understand reality. And finally, a giant thank you to everyone who gave compliments to the story and the narrative. In case I do miss replying to any individual comments, I appreciate them all. Next time I'll share the story of why I ended up hiding from 8 toddlers under a table. Oh my god, yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with this. So unbelievably entitled. The next one is called Dad's Entitled Wife Feels That She Should Be Addressed in Cards That I Send Him. Long story, I refuse to call my dad's wife stepmom because she does not deserve the title. Backstory, in the early to mid 90s, I was around 13 and my brother 15. We travelled from our home state to my dad's current state to spend the summer with him and to meet his wife for the first time. We didn't have much of a relationship with our dad. He was largely absent in our lives. Moving to his new state when I was 6, his wife turned out to be awful. She started out nice but slowly became very mean, treating me like a slave and making me take care of her grandchildren the entire summer. Me and my brother were miserable. My mum ended up bringing us home because all she did was make us do chores. I didn't mind helping, but I did all of it, and I started my period and she said that she was too busy to go get me pads. I had one in my carry-on bag and we were close to going home, so I stuffed my underwear with toilet paper and I saved a pad for the aeroplane. Fast forward, she dropped us at the doors to the airport, didn't even come in to check us in. Dad was at work. We get in there and we find our connecting flight at our layover stop would be late and we'd be stranded in that airport. Brother called our mum from a payphone and she called my dad's house, where his wife informed her that she knew this. The airport had called her, but she was too busy with her grandkids and didn't have the time to deal with us, and we would have to figure it out. I started crying and I told my mum I'd rather sleep in the airport than go back to their house anyway. A very nice couple and their children saw me crying and they came over to help. They were on the same flight as us and they'd worked it out to get a flight to an airport that was 3 hours away from our house. They helped us get on the same flight and they stayed with us until they were able to hand us over to our mum and stepdad. Wonderful man. And they drove us home. I still have not totally forgiven my dad for not only letting her treat us like crap, but staying with her after she abandoned us in an airport when I was only 13. But for my grandparents' sake, I have been civil with him. I'll never speak to her again though. I had the opportunity to tell her how I felt when she tried to friend me on Facebook, and that was the only time I've spoken to her in 31 years. I like to send greeting cards and I would send one to my dad every once in a while. I always only addressed it to him. She got butthurt and complained to him about me not addressing her in the cards, and he in turn complained to my grandma, who complained to me. I said, fine, guess I'm not sending him cards ever again, and I haven't. I can't believe she feels so entitled and delusional as to think she should get cards from me after she abandoned me and my brother in an airport far from our home. Grandparents are dead now and I don't think I'll ever see him again. He texts me from time to time and I will answer it, but I don't go out of my way to speak to him. My stepdad walked me down the aisle and my kids call him grandpa. Wow, I'm so sorry, that's awful. But what does she expect? And also, like this comment says, shout out to the kind strangers who helped you and your brother out. More than what your dad's entitled wife did. Yeah, and also what the dad did. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's so good that those people were at the airport, and it's so good that people can be super kind. Unlike the dad and his wife, a lady tried to take my Bath and Body Works coupon. I ran into this store during lunch because I thought it wouldn't be very busy. I was wrong. They mailed me a 20% off my entire purchase coupon, so I was going to buy a few of those scent pod things. Anyway, I have the coupon sticking out of the front pocket of my purse. Not super far. It was tucked in safely in the front pocket. I don't know why anyone would notice it there. I never look at other people that close when I'm out shopping. I kind of just keep my eye on the prize, so to speak. Not looking around at other people's purses, that's for sure. So I'm looking at the scent pods, smelling some, staying in my lane, and someone taps on my shoulder. I turn around and a lady asks me, "Are you going to use that coupon?" I'm really taken aback because I'm literally in the store that coupon's for. If I'm shopping in the store with a coupon, I'm probably going to use it. So even though I'm usually polite, I'm shocked enough by being interrupted by such a brazen question that I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm here. She says, "Oh, the 20% off coupon?" Me, "Yeah." I try to turn back around. She taps my shoulder again. "Well, do you think they'll let us both use it?" Me, well, I don't think so. At this point, she changes her tone and gets rude with me. "Well, how do you know? Have you asked before?" Now, I'm not the most assertive person, so I was like, well, I could go ask when I go up to the register. This lady holds her hand out and says, "Well, you can let me try it first and then I'll ask them." And I'm just standing there staring at her like, what the hell? The audacity. And does she think I'm dumb? Like, yeah, sure, you use the coupon first on your stuff and then ask if I can use it when they'll they'll inevitably say no, and I'll be the one out of luck, shaking my head. So I finally just say, no, sorry, I'll ask when I go up, and then turn around and walk away a few steps. I tuck the coupon in deeper into my pocket because at this point she was bold, and I'm worried that she'll just grab it. She watches me for a while, but I just keep looking at other things trying to avoid eye contact. When I do go up to pay, the cashier just takes the coupon away and puts it in their register. I didn't even ask if I could use it again because I didn't want to be that person. Then I walked out of the store fast, eyes forward so I wouldn't have to see this woman again. This happened a few weeks ago, but I found this subreddit today and it reminded me of it. I still can't believe people like that. And the thing is, she was already at the store with stuff in her bag. She was already planning to buy things. Nothing in that store is necessary low. She just spied my coupon and was like, I could get this stuff cheaper. Oh, that's so infuriating and so entitled. What do you mean you're not going to give me your coupon? These sorts of people feel like everything in the world is about them, but they still feel like they're entitled to it even though it's not theirs. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Sucks that people are like this. The next one is called, dude, you just cut off the wrong funeral. Yesterday, I found myself in an unfortunate situation. I had to be an adult. Horrifying, I know. It's all sunshine and daisies when you're a kid and you see all the grown-ups getting to stay up as late as they want and buy nice things. Now I go to bed earlier than I did when I was a kid, and I have to do things like make myself go to the doctor or what have you. Pretty sure I would have stayed a Toys R Us kid if I'd known how much of a pain in the butt errands are. So I was coming from a doctor's appointment where I got shots and no lollipop, which is bogus, and going to spend way too much money on clothing for myself. I found myself driving hither and non-mentally chiding myself for being so short-sighted when I was a kid. I had it made. Then there was a long string of cars with hazards on and little flags all making the same turn. Know what's pretty high up there on the whole adulting importance scale? Not screwing with a funeral procession. When you see a hearse followed by a whole big long line of cars with their hazards on in the US, it's a funeral procession. It can suck if you're in a hurry, but there are certain things you simply do not do, such as honking at a funeral procession, or shouting, "What the hell, let's go," at the top of your lungs at a funeral procession, or getting fed up cutting around the three cars in front of you, and then bullying your way through a funeral procession making a turn. You know when it's extra super duper important to not do that? When it's a firefighter's funeral procession? Not only because this is a person who willingly enters burning buildings to save people, and thus merits respect. You ever see a burning building? I have. You know what I did? Stood there slack-jawed and just watched. But because where there's a funeral for a firefighter, there are other emergency responders, like EMS or, cops. Lots and lots and lots and lots of cops, all of whom are not in a good mood. So I'm the first in a line of spectators at a T intersection, where the funeral procession is driving towards me and turning right. Some idiot 2 cars back in a Porsche starts honking impatiently after 2 minutes. At minute 3, he sticks his head out the window and shouts something out the window, like that's gonna help. Gives up on honking and just lays on the horn at minute 4. The procession proceeds because funeral. I roll up my window because loud. At minute 5, the Porsche decides the heads up play is to just cut the wheel, zip around the cars in front of him, and then shove their way through the funeral procession. He made it about 5 car lengths past cutting off a funeral procession before he got cut off and pulled over by a state trooper, who immediately had backup in the form of the next 3 cars in the procession. They were still there when the procession finally ended. I may or may not have waved on my way past. Oh my god, what a dingbat! Have some respect. Like, you can wait a couple of minutes. People like this are why we can't have nice things. They're so unbelievably frustrating. Pretty much the most a-hole thing to do ever. And also, what did they expect to happen when they did this? Yeah, I don't know what else to say. That's so annoying. It's a huge letdown when people are like this. A guy followed my buddy around the store to tell him to give up the store's mobility scooter for his mother. I just read a story about somebody dealing with an entitled person trying to steal their wheelchair. Yeah, so did we. And it reminded me of this story from my best friend. So, back in the early 2010s, my best friend, we'll call him Jim. Jim and his family were moving across the state for his dad's work. Now, Jim has a disability that makes him wheelchair bound. At first glance, he looks like he should be healthy, but in reality, it's quite the opposite. This is important for later. They had sent their stuff ahead in a truck, but they still had a bunch in their van, and Jim's wheelchair had stuff stacked on top of it. The seat was folded and the chair was fine. While they were traveling, they decided to stop at a grocery store to grab some supplies for the new place, as they were moving someplace rural and there were no affordable grocery stores at their destination. At the time, Jim could walk, albeit very slow and with help, but at the risk of falling and getting seriously hurt as he couldn't catch himself and was over 6 feet tall. So when they got to the store, Jim was helped out of the van so he could go inside and cool off. As they were driving through the desert in late August, early September, his folks helped him inside and to one of the available mobility scooters. Seeing as he's chair was buried. So off went Jim in this scooter that had the approximate speed of an inebriated snail. He was starting to cruise around the store when he was spotted by a middle-aged gentleman, the entitled person of this tale, who was walking with his elderly mother. She was obviously having some trouble walking, but it just so happened that Jim was in possession of the last functioning scooter, so she wasn't able to use it. Well, seeing Jim in the last functioning scooter, and assuming he was just some teenage kid goofing off, he told Jim to get off and let his mother use the scooter. Now, Jim was used to this kind of interaction, so he calmly explained that no, he wasn't goofing off in a scooter. He actually needed it to get around. Well, the entitled person then ranted about how Jim was younger, and the entitled person's mum was in awful pain, so Jim should be respectful of his elders. Jim naturally disagreed. He again explained his disability and drove away. Though not very common, this sort of interaction was not his first, but everybody before had been very understanding of the situation. Not so with entitled person. As Jim perused the wares of the grocery store, entitled person followed him around, almost shouting at him about how disrespectful he was, and he didn't think anything was wrong with Jim, while leaving his mother at the front door. Fun fact about Jim, I've very rarely ever seen him get genuinely angry. I've seen him get upset at a video game, or about the state of the US healthcare system. That's another whole can of worms, but he has a very unique ability to let stupid people and their antics roll off his back like a duck with water. So Jim did what he does best, and blocked him out. He had practice being the eldest child. Well, entitled person kept up his antics, and Jim pretended he didn't exist. Eventually, Jim found his parents as they were checking out. They had left him to his own devices, as he liked to be as independent as possible, and entitled person ran back to his mum after seeing Jim's dad, who is not a small person. Jim and his family just wanting to be done with their travels, bought their supplies and got out of Dodge. Every time Jim thinks about that story, he says, "You know what the worst part was? He followed me and harassed me rather than taking care of his mum, who looked like she was in awful pain. If I could, I probably would have slugged him just for that." Oh, they keep getting worse and worse. Yeah, that's a lesson in why you don't make assumptions about stuff. Like, bro, just because they look like they don't need the scooter doesn't mean that's the case. And just because you think they don't need it doesn't mean they don't need it. And yeah, 1,000,000% they should have been looking after their poor mum. Let's read one more, and then we definitely need to read something wholesome. The Walmart Karen in the parking lot. So I got to see a wild Karen yesterday at the World of Wall here in the town I live in. Due to some deterioration in my knee, I walk with a cane and I've got a handicap placard in my car. I was getting out of the car to go inside when a snotty voice behind me says, "You need to move, you're in my spot." I turn around and there's a crabby looking woman glaring at me from her car in the driving lane. I go to ignore her and I start going towards the door when she yells again, "Get out of my spot, you're just fat, not disabled." I'm calling the cops. Damn it, she's one of them biatches, and I say red. I turned and I yelled back at her, "Go ahead, they'll run the placard, it's in my name. They'll run the car tags, they're also in my name. Now, since it's the holiday season, I cordially invite you to F off and kiss my butt." At this, I leave her screaming at my back and I go into the store. The door greeter person asks if I require any assistance with her harassment and that he'd witnessed everything. I tell him no, it's nothing that a can of Raid or a muscle couldn't cure. Yeah, there wasn't enough caffeine in me for the morning to start with an entitled screeching demonic F nugget to start crap. I grab a scooter by the door and be off to get my stuff. Luckily, I didn't encounter her inside the store anywhere, shaking my head. Okay, the first story of the day is called Being Called Entitled for Changing My Locks 2 years ago. This one's a weird story that just happened over the weekend, and I thought y'all might enjoy it. So, Saturday night, the missus and I are lying in bed trying to go to sleep when I hear some noise from the back door. Storm door opens and slams shut. I'm not fully asleep yet, so I put on pants and shirt, and I find and grab a trusty shotgun. We move to the mountainside, and most of the area is still wooded, and living in such condition, wild animals are an issue. We have bears and coyotes and raccoons and bobcats, just to name a few. So as I'm moving to the back door, I hear a window break in the back garage. I look out and I see somebody breaking into my garage. I scream for my wife to call the sheriff police. Around here, 911 doesn't work well for breaking in. We're connected with a couple of counties and it gets confusing for them. We get a quicker response by calling them direct. I'm now in go mode, thinking some method is trying to score some tools for some quick money. I got out of the house and I noticed this person's truck is still running. I did the only thing I could think of, and I took the key out of the truck and I put it in my pocket and waited for the deputies to show up. Took them about 20 minutes to show up. One was state police and the other was a local sheriff deputy who was doing radar 10 miles up the road. My wife and I know them both. With my gun in my hand, I told them somebody was in the garage, and I haven't approached it yet, but here's the key to the perp's truck. They go in, gun dawned out, and they deal with the situation. The dude was passed out on an old bench seat for an old truck I have by my tool bench. They wake him up and arrest him, and they have little to no issues besides him screaming profanity at them. They told me that I can press charges and to come in on Monday to file the paperwork. He's not getting out anytime come soon since on top of his breaking in, he's also being charged with a DUI. Yesterday, I spent the day traveling to fix the windows this a-hole broke. Since no stores around me are open on Sunday, while in my travels, I'm fuming at the fact that I'm having to do this repair on a piece of junk door from the 70s. My wife was telling me to maybe let him go with a warning, but I'm having none of it. So this morning I went to the sheriff's office. The same deputy was there that arrested the perpetrator. So I asked him how the ride was with the dude. This is the version the officer gave me. Officer, why did you break into the garage? Perpetrator, I was trying to get my stuff back, but somebody changed the lock. Officer, you know they purchased that place from Kevin 2 years ago, right? Perpetrator, what? That doesn't give them the right to change the lock without telling me. Officer, yeah, they can. You haven't been to that house for like 4 years, and I was the one who got you out of that house because you beat the hell out of your old lady. That's twice I get to arrest you on the same property. Perpetrator, but he shouldn't be entitled to change the locks. Where else am I supposed to go? A little backstory on the property. We purchased it from Kevin, who's a school board member, and gave us a decent deal on the property. He had the property as a rental for his nephew for a few years. When his nephew started walking in his dad's footsteps by getting drunk and beating his girlfriend at the time, he evicted him from the property 2 years before we purchased it. When he evicted him, he emptied the content of the garage as all scrap metal. He found that out Sunday morning when his uncle paid him a visit in jail. Kevin had other renters on the property after. He sold it to us because he didn't want the responsibility of it anymore. He's being charged with trespassing, criminal trespassing, breaking and entering, driving under the influence, and property damage of less than $500. Wow, that's hilarious. How dare you change the locks? If you do that, then I can't get in anymore. You're not entitled to do that. Oh wait, yes you are. You completely are. A wild start to the episode. The next one is called Do I Have a Sign on My Head That Says Porter? I had a weird flight a few years back. Serves me right for flying southwest, I guess. It started at the boarding line. Just as boarding had begun, the man in front of me turned around and said, "Hey, do you mind watching my bags while I go to the men's room?" As I said, boarding had started and the line was about to move in mere seconds. First of all, I don't know you, so I don't know what the hell is in your bags, and I'm not taking responsibility for them. Secondly, you don't have time. I'm certainly not going to hold up this line or get out of it to wait for you. I told him no, and he got all huffy about it. I thought it was a weird exchange, but I let it roll off my back. But it got even stranger on the plane. I'm settled into an aisle seat, and a 60-plus-year-old overdressed woman trundles up the aisle with a roller bag, and when she gets to my seat, she says, "I'm volunteering you to put this in the bin for me." And she left her suitcase in the aisle and then continued back towards the rear of the plane. Before I could even say a word, F this you know what, if you can't lift it, don't travel with it. And also F this you know what for not even waiting for a response. I simply ignored it. While I may have rolled my eyes and helped her if she had simply asked, I found her "I'm volunteering you" presumption to be offensive as hell. I don't take well to demands. It was blocking the aisle, and a flight attendant came up to me and asked whose bag it was. I told her I had no idea who it belonged to, but I knew that it wasn't mine. She took it forward somewhere. What the hell is up with people? Yeah, I don't know, and I feel like we're trying to answer that question in every episode. I volunteer you to do this thing for me, and then bloody walks away. Like they had to be at least a little bit delusional. That's such a weird thing to do. You can take this. Okay, bye. Doesn't even wait for OP to say something. And also on a plane, they could have easily done that to somebody who had like headphones in or something, and they wouldn't have even bloody heard them. The next one is called Pharmacy Line Karen. This one's probably a mundane post, but I had to get it off my chest. Today I was waiting in line at my pharmacy, and an elderly woman asked if she could go ahead of me. If it were just me in the line, I probably would have said yes, but there were other people lined up, so I told her, "You can go ahead of me, but you have to ask the other people in the line as well." And this Karen blew up at me. I don't know exactly what she said because I was focusing on myself and my meds, but she started screaming at me. I turned to her and said, "You're harassing me. Do we need to get the police involved?" I know the language is stilted, but in my line of work, I'm trained to be direct about that sort of thing. She had the nerve to say that she wasn't harassing me at all, and that she would gladly call the police, all because I didn't give her my place in line. I said, "Okay, sure, call them. I actively encourage you to do so. In fact, I'll wait here after I get my medical to ensure the police get the story straight." Karen actually calls the police. They show up because, well, they have to. Karen gets a lecture from a very large man about the context of when she should call the police. She's informed that me not letting her budge in line and what she calls bad customer service is not a reason to involve the police. The pharmacist is on his third cup of coffee since this all started. I know he's an innocent victim in all of this, and if I did let Karen ahead of me, his issues might not exist. The officer removes Karen, who's audibly angry, and asking the officer how she can get her meds if she gets banned from the store. I don't know, Karen. Have them transferred to a different pharmacy and behave like an actual human being there. The top comment says, "Pharmacy worker here. You have no idea." Yeah, I can't even imagine how much stuff like this people would say. How do you have the energy to deal deal with stuff like this. And yeah, imagine being the police officer. They would have been so frustrated. Like, you made us come over here for that? Are you out of your mind? Probably. The next one is called My Friend is a Biatch. Okay, so the story began during a class I had with this one friend. Him and I have the same headphones, though mine are relatively newer, and his were old. I went to the washroom and I left my headphones on the table, and he did a switcheroo, and I didn't recognize it until break. I tried connecting them and they didn't work, and when I looked closer, they were old, so I knew that he took them. I confronted him and he began to rant about how they've been in his bag for a long time, but I persisted and he caved in and said maybe they magically were exchanged. His pair had a malfunction, another reason I found out about it, and once he gave me mine back, he blamed me that I broke his headphones, while I did no such thing. I tried to explain, but he didn't listen and says he wants me to pay for repair costs. I'm considering to break our friendship and move on, even if we end up on bad terms, but I feel bad as well, as he was a decent friend to me. He's asked me to fix them and he's bringing them tomorrow, and I want to help him, but I don't want to pay if I can't, as I'm not the reason it happened. I think he's entitled AF. Update, I had a so-called talk with him and he was screaming and stuff, saying it's my fault, but at the end I said he stole it, and he stopped saying and said he would deal with it via the professors. I know he's scared now, but I've officially finished our friendship. It's calming, for real. Wow, so they're willing to ruin their friendship with you over some headphones? Yeah, that's not a very good friend. The top comment said he tries to scam you, it doesn't work, and now he's gaslighting you to fix his broken crap. That's no kind of friend I'd want. Tell him to kick rocks. He can be as mad as he wants. If you do this, he'll know that you're open to manipulation, and that'll be the new standard you've allowed to be set for your friendship. Yeah, definitely. It sounds like you did the right thing, OP. The next one is called Entitled Neighbor Doesn't Want Me to Make Any Noise in My Own Home. Apparently a new person moved in below me sometime in December. I, 23 female, was gone for most of December, so I had no idea until I got back home from celebrating the holidays. My first night back, I had a friend spending the night. I'll call her Clara. We weren't being too loud, but we were chatting and catching up. She went to her car to grab something, and an old man stopped to talk to her. I'll call him Richard. He asked if we were throwing a party. She said no. He then said he kept hearing loud banging sounds, and that we needed to be more mindful of the people living below us. Okay. Clara got back and told me what happened and asked if I'd spoken to Richard before. I told her I hadn't. Soon afterwards, he knocked on the door. So for some context, I'm neurodivergent. A man I don't know knocking repeatedly on my door late at night really freaked me out. I was also wearing pajamas, and because of this, Clara agreed to go talk to him for me, which I was thankful for. He went off on it. He said he's been hearing banging sounds for weeks since he moved in. He keeps hearing weights dropping. I don't lift weights. He hears things drop at midnight and 2 a.m. He even said he can hear when I flush the toilet. Creepy. Also, I hadn't been home in weeks. At one point during the conversation, my cat tried to escape and I had to run over and grab him. This will be important later. Richard has left me alone for the past 2 weeks, though sometimes at night while in bed I'd hear banging on the walls or floor. Unfortunately, he came back tonight. I decided I was going to tell him once and for all that I wasn't making noise. It didn't go well. I tried telling him that I'm not the one making noise. He said, yes you are. I hear sound and then I see you leave in the morning. Then I hear sound again when I see you come home. You drive this car, right? What the hell? Okay, now he's admitted to watching me and he knows which car is mine. And I honestly don't know what the hell he's hearing in the morning besides me waking up and putting on shoes. I'm not an early riser. I sleep as late as I can and then wake up, get dressed and leave. I'm not doing morning workouts. He also tried to catch me in a gotcha sort of moment. He said, last time I was here, your lady friend said you couldn't come to the door because you weren't dressed, but then I saw you come grab your cat. Yes sir, she was correct. I was wearing pajamas, not clothing I wanted you to see me in. He kept on going on about constant banging, saying that he needed to be awake at 4 a.m. for dialysis and that he needed sleep, and then he finally left after saying that he's not trying to be a jerk. I'm at a loss. I don't know what banging sounds he's talking about other than me walking and complaining about me flushing the toilet. Seriously? My cat is 18 pounds, not obese, just a massive frame, and he runs and jumps around when he gets zoomies, so I wonder if he's hearing him. Regardless, the apartment allows pets, and Thunder is an ESA. I should be allowed to walk around in my own apartment and flush my own damn toilet without worrying that I'll piss somebody off. I'll no longer answer the door if he shows up, but unfortunately he has admitted to watching me, so he knows my schedule. If you don't want to put up with footsteps or animals and toilet flushing, you should not move into a pet-friendly apartment complex. Okay, so we have an update here. Update, entitled neighbor doesn't want me to make noise in my own home. Hi everybody, I appreciated all the support that I got on my last post about my neighbor Richard. I wanted to give you all an update, but it might be a little bit disappointing unfortunately. I called the office and I told them about the situation, and they told me they were going to call him and tell him to not interact with me and to make any complaints through them. This seemed to improve things at first, but he unfortunately decided to start banging on the ceiling whenever he felt I was being too loud. At first it wasn't that bad, 1 or 2 smacks randomly, easy enough to ignore. Like in the first suppose several smacks occurred when I was laying in bed. Last night, he escalated it. It was around 10 to 11 p.m. I was walking around my apartment a little bit. I had a bad cord and I was trying to find a different cord to replace it. He started smacking again. I ignored it, but he kept doing it and was slowly getting more aggressive. It was starting to freak me out a little bit. At this point, I wasn't even moving anymore. I was just sitting at my desk. And then he got pissed and was full force punching the ceiling. I think I counted 7 times in a row. It was bad enough to make the place shake. I was really scared at this point, so I did what my mum and most of Reddit told me to do. I called the police. Unfortunately, they weren't very helpful. Here's how the conversation went. M is me and C is cop. Cop. Has he threatened you in any way? Me. No, not direct. He's been told to not knock on my door and now he's being really aggressive with hitting the ceiling. Cop. I can't do anything if a crime has not been committed. Me. The ceiling hitting is really scaring me and is admitted to watching me leave and come back before. Cop. Stuff like this are a part of apartment living. Him watching you was likely just him trying to figure out the source of the noise. I can talk to him if you want, but at that point he'll know you called the police and that might make things worse off for you. I'm not saying you are making noise, but I've had to speak to my upstairs neighbors before too. You don't live below anyone, so it can be hard to understand. Me. No, I do live below somebody too, and I hear noises sometimes. Cop. Then you know what it's like. Me. No, they make sound, but it isn't bad and I just ignore it. Cop. Like I said, I've had to speak to neighbors before too. Me. Yeah, but your neighbors were probably actually making noise. At this point, I started to cry. Unfortunately, it just happens to me when I'm really stressed. I was trying as hard as I could to keep it together to be able to speak. Cop. I know things like this can be frustrating. I can talk to him if you want. Me. No, you just told me that would be a bad idea. Cop. I never said that. At that point, I wanted the cop to go away. I told him to leave, but I asked him to let the record show that I felt unsafe in my own home. This morning, I contacted the office again and had a very interesting conversation. They told me they had spoken to him and had indeed told him to make any complaints through them and not talk to me. They also said that him watching me leave wasn't meant to make me feel threatened and that he never intended to follow me, but was an observation he brought up when I tried to tell him that I wasn't home when he was complaining about sound. I told the office that he had been complaining about sound from when I wasn't there, that I'd been gone for at least half the month of December. Well, apparently he told them that I'd had a friend over and she'd likely been making the noise when I was gone. Are you kidding me? Clara was there for a single night. He's legit making up stories in his head now to make things make sense. The office is trying to be a middleman in this situation, which I guess I understand, but it's aggravating since I know that I'm not making loud banging sounds. I told the office about my current theory, that the loud banging sounds are the heating system coming on. It would make sense for the heat to be more likely to come on when I enter the building and let in the cold air. Correlation does not equal causation. The good news is that he's not allowed to be banging on the ceiling like he has been. The office will be telling him to stop, and if he does it again, I'll report him every single time. I will be keeping a log of everything. Sorry that this update probably isn't very satisfying. I'm so tired and shaken up, and the police department is not helpful. It's a very lonely feeling. I understand everybody is trying to be impartial, but it just makes me feel so defeated, like nobody believes me. Update. I wrote this all out yesterday, and in the time it took me to write it, he banged on the ceiling again. Despite the landlord telling him that he wasn't allowed, I called them again and they said they'd do something. Not sure what though. The top comment says, stick with it, keep reporting it every time, and maybe invest in security cameras in your home to record moments of you not making any noise, yet he bangs on the floor. It seems that there's something wrong with him, so please be careful. He's not acting rationally. The next one is called Karen asks a 6-year-old tourist to speak English. Honestly, I don't know how to start the story, so I'll just introduce the characters. Me, 18 years old, male. My younger cousin, 6 years old, male. Karen, guess random saleswoman. I'm from Serbia and our relatives moved to America a long time ago. After a few years, we finally managed to organize a visit to America together with our relatives and obtain visas. It was a nice and strange experience there, but that's not the point of this story. After a few days, my parents sent me with my little cousin, 6 years old, also from Serbia, to do some shopping. They sent me and my cousin, let's call him David, asked if he could come with me. I said, why not? And got permission from his parents. Off we went. David can barely speak Serbian, let alone English. He knows how to count in English and can say cat, and I think that's the extent of his English knowledge. You have to understand, in Serbia, kids his age are still learning the alphabet. In a local store, we started gathering groceries, and of course, I was talking to David in Serbian. If somebody addressed him, I translated what they said. After a few minutes, Karen arrives, literally fitting the stereotype except for not wearing glasses. Karen, you're in America, speak English. Me, sorry? Karen, you're in America, speak English, you stupid immigrants. Me, I'm not from here, I'm a tourist staying with relatives. Karen, it doesn't matter, speak English. Me, but my cousin doesn't know English, he can barely speak our native language. Karen, you Russians are poisoning the country, you should be kicked out. Serbian and Russian can sound very similar to somebody unfamiliar with Slavic languages. Me, we're not Russians, we're Serbians. Karen, that's part of Russia, I can tell by your accent. Me now angry because she's insulting my country. Just leave me alone and don't insult a country you don't even know exists. Karen, it's probably irrelevant. Me, leave me please. Karen, all Russians are the same. David, what is this woman saying? Karen, teach him to speak English. Saleswoman, I'll call the police. You're already banned from this store. Karen, they're spies and they're here to destroy our country. I still don't know who, but somebody called the police, and 10 minutes after 4 officers arrived. Karen, these are Russian spies. Saleswoman, this woman has already been warned not to come back here. Karen, no, these are Russian spies. The police arrested her and asked what happened. We told them and they said they'd consider it for a lawsuit. However, she was already in big trouble for reasons they didn't tell me. What she did was minor compared to the undisclosed issues. That night we received an apology coupon, and the saleswoman told us that Karen had participated in a robbery at another store. She was banned from all stores of that chain and was on probation. As for David, he surprisingly remained calm, and I bought him some toys to forget about the incident. The saleswoman asked me not to say which store this happened in, and I don't know why. That was my food. Me and my husband recently separated. I let a friend who was evicted stay with me until her new place was ready. She works for Whole Foods. Her brother's in town on leave. She hasn't seen him in 3 years, and I agreed to let him stay last weekend. She told him to help himself to anything in the fridge that he wanted. He ate all of my food. She works for a bloody grocery store. She should have bought his food. She refuses to replace my food. I kicked them to the curb, and I'm so pissed right now. I don't get paid until next week. I had to borrow grocery money from a friend. Oh my god, we're starting the episode with such an infuriating post. They're in somebody else's house and they're saying that they can eat whatever they want and help themselves to any of their food. Oh yeah, I wonder why this person was evicted. I wonder if it might be related to this sort of behavior. Yeah, like the top comment says, gee, I wonder why she was evicted. Sounds like a class act. Her landlord must have had to deal with all sorts of crap, not the a-hole. And then OP responded, oh my god, she placed the blame squarely on her ex. I didn't find out until I kicked them out what she put him through. She would often quit jobs and let him support her on an income that was not sufficient for one person. I got his side of the story finally. She's a horrible person. It won't be long before she quits her work. She feels like she shouldn't be bothered to do things that aren't always fun, and work falls into that category. She's also a very good liar. She fooled me once, never again. She's a memory now. Every single day I feel like we've read every entitled person ever, but they keep on coming. The next one is called, Am I the a-hole for getting my niece arrested? Okay, here goes. I found out that my mother, 77, has had huge chunks of money being taken out of her bank accounts for months. We're talking nearly £1,000. It's all from Amazon Prime and music. Also items that were bought from Amazon. I found out it was my entitled, self-centered 24-year-old niece who took my mum's bank card out of her bag and took a photo of it and then used it for said items. So mum went to the police to report it as she thought it was fraud. Now onto why I might be the a-hole is that mum doesn't want to press charges as my niece is her weak spot, but I talked her into it. Edit, she's been trying to gaslight mum again, claiming that she never knew about this, saying it was her scummy boyfriend that did it, and then changed her story to say that it was Amazon's fault. She then claimed because he's tagged, he'll go to jail. Also, because it's such a small amount of money, the police won't go after her. I should say, the boyfriend bought himself a gaming chair, bought a reclining chair, bought a cinema-style chair. So where did she think these came from, Santa? Update, I just got a call from this smug little biatch, saying that we can't prove that the chairs weren't gifts, and that she contacted Amazon to cancel, therefore mum will get a refund. So I demanded that she send the email, which she did. And yeah, you guessed it, it's a fake email. Furious, I hung up and I've blocked her. This is damn unreal. Yeah, no, they can't be doing stuff like that. Of course you're not the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. Someone needs to hold her accountable for her crimes. And mum needs to take off the rose-tinted glasses. Yeah, and how ridiculous too. Like they took a photo of their bloody card. Oh no, I'm not the one in the wrong here. It's totally fine for me to take money from people. People are so bloody ridiculous. The next one is called They Dropped Her Off at My House. Rant. Wasn't sure where to post this. 4 days ago, I made my account and I contemplated asking if I was an a-hole for something. My half-sister, HS, had called me crying, saying that our mother kicked her out and she really needs her sister. I hung up the first time, and when she kept calling and texting, I told her that we're not actually sisters and I wasn't driving 6 hours to pick her up, nor letting her stay with me. I've been getting non-stop messages and calls from my maternal family since then. My maternal grandmother, the only person I stayed in contact with, pretty much begged me to be be a good sister and let half-sister stay with me. She told my half-sister that I've got my own house and gave her my number, etc. I've blocked my grandmother and everyone saying that I should be understanding because we've both been abandoned by our mother. It isn't the same. I told my grandmother this, but no one seems willing to acknowledge that. For context, my half-sister and I are exactly 9 months apart in age. She's the product of an affair, and my dad stayed with my biological mother until I was 5 and told him that she kept bringing a man around when he wasn't home. Her affair partner, AP, and half-sister's biological dad divorced biological mum and gave her the house in exchange for removing his name from half-sister's birth certificate. Biological mum lost custody of me when I was 8 after abandoning me because affair partner didn't want to bring a child that wasn't his into family gatherings. Dad tried to keep it civil so I could have a relationship with my half-sister, but she was like the mini affair partner and never viewed me as a sister. I didn't like being around her, so my dad never forced me to. Biological mother had been in childcare and lost her job because no one wants to hire you to watch their kids when you abandon yours in the middle of the night. I haven't seen half-sister in 17 years. I didn't even know what she looked like until I came home today. She was sitting on my front porch with a suitcase and a car, I think my grandmother's, and pulled off as soon as I parked. I didn't get out of the car, I was too angry to even move, and I'm still angry right now. She kept saying that she needs me and started crying, telling me that our mum was awful, her dad cut contact, and biological mum's new partner doesn't want her in his house. I live next door to my dad, so when half-sister started knocking on my car window after I just stared at her, I called him and I told him what was going on and asked him what I should do. Dad told me to stay in my car and call the cops, say I had a trespasser, which I did. I didn't get out until the cops came, and when they did, half-sister told them I agreed to let her stay and now I'm leaving her homeless. I just showed them the text, specifically the only text I gave in response to everyone demanding I let her stay. No to do you have the space? No to can she please stay with you? Nothing but refusals before I block people. When half-sister kept saying that we're sisters, I told the cops I haven't seen this woman in 17 years. I don't know her. I didn't even know what she looked like. We're not family beyond sharing an egg donor. I went as far as unblocking my grandmother and calling her. I didn't even get to speak. She said and yelled, "Look, I love you, but you need to get over this. She's family and she needs you. And I've told your father that you'd go to hell if he raised you to be so damn selfish. And you definitely will because she's going through the same thing that you did." She hung up right after, and I told the cops that they can book half-sister or drop her at a shelter. I don't care. I just want her off my property. They took her, and now I'm sitting here on my dad's couch wondering what the hell just happened. He doesn't want me staying alone right now in case they show back up. I'm so pissed right now. I don't get it. 17 damn years of no contact. I only speak to my grandmother on holidays. I don't know most of the aunts and uncles and cousins that blew up my phone, but because biological mother pushed me out, I have to do what they tell me to. I'm 25 years old. I've only had my dad and my paternal family for years. Biological mum and her family haven't done crap for me. None of them even know when my damn birthday is because even my grandmother texts me on the wrong day. Not even a phone call. If half-sister needs help so bad, one of you should help her. I don't know her. I don't know any of you either. I'm not letting an entire stranger into my house. And 6 hours is too far to visit when I had surgery, but not too far to try and force me to do something. Yeah, this is not your responsibility. That's so frustrating and sad. The top comment says, yeah, the maternal side of your family should be helping out here and taking her in. It's not your responsibility. The next post is an update to this. Update, they dropped her off at my house. For clarity to new people, HS equals maternal half-sister, BM equals biological mother, BM's mother equals maternal grandmother, RO equals restraining order, TO equals no trespassing order, TRO is temporary restraining order. Am I the only one that finds it hard to remember all of these abbreviations on Reddit? I understand it in this situation, but sometimes people abbreviate stuff that doesn't need to be abbreviated. Like the other day, somebody put DL and I had no idea what it was, and it was driver's license. Like, why does that need to be shortened? It can be so confusing. But yeah, onto the update. I checked the camera footage last night and this morning. Half-sister and biological mum's mother had been looking under mats and rocks in potted plants in the mailbox and checking the doors. Probably were looking for a spare key. I don't keep on my property, and my dad and grandma and grandpa have keys that they keep with theirs. My uncle did an overhaul of mine and dad's cameras. We now have ones that send notifications to our phones when motion is detected. Also got a Ring doorbell for the front and back doors. There are other features and all the cameras are better hidden as well. I went to the police department while I was doing this, and I brought my grandpa with me. Half-sister was booked for trespassing, but not held very long since biological mum's mother picked her up from the station. They stuck to the lie of offering half-sister a place to stay and gave statements. Not sure how that's gonna go, but I'm taking steps to protect myself and my property and my dad and his property. Half-sister doesn't have a record beyond this, so this was her first offense. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. It sounds awful, but I would have hoped that she would have had at least one prior, because commenters make it seem like that would make the outcome of a permanent restraining order and no trespassing order favourable. Biological mum's mother does have a record though: harassment, trespassing and domestic violence. I shared this with the police as well. Either way, I was able to get a temporary restraining order today, so there's that. I gave the camera footage to the police alongside copies of the text messages, printed out and on a USB, gave a statement, and they called a judge to get the restraining order issued. I talked with them about other things like self-defense recommendations, overhauling my security system, getting a gun for protection, and so on. I was really anxious and I just kept talking because it finally hit me that these people know where I live and they're willing to make the 6 hours to harass me and get inside my home. The text and voice messages haven't stopped. I unblocked and muted. There are direct and indirect threats. Biological mum's mother is adamant that since I have an entire house to myself, a stable job and no children, I will be housing half-sister or she'd give me the ass whooping that my dad should have. How dare they? Half-sister has only left one voice message about coming over later today and that she's staying with me because that's what blood does, they help. When there was no response, she sent multiple texts telling me I need to be more understanding, that she's in a tough spot and that she's moving in for at least a week until she's able to support herself. It's 7 days to gain tenancy here. Oh my god, these people are wild. Additional clarification for people asking about the age gap. I'm a February 1st baby. Half-sister is a November 29th baby. I say exactly 9 months because I'm not counting the weeks and days. I felt that people knowing that we're the same age was relevant and gave context to why I have no relationship with her. I don't know if she was premature. I never asked, to be honest, and there are people saying that they have similar gaps around them, so I have nothing to add. Multiple people also asked if I hate half-sister and that I sound resentful for things she said as a child and for things her parents did. I talked to someone in the comments and I admitted that had this been a few years earlier, I may have helped half-sister without much thought. I know as children she was just parroting her parents. I don't fault her for that, nor do I blame her for biological mother abandoning me, but it's been 17 years. We've been legal adults for 7 of those years. She could have reached out at any point but didn't and said that she had no sister. I also could have reached out at any point but also didn't. I just moved on with my life. I was in therapy since I was abandoned and it took me years to move on from no one on that side actually wanting me. Now she's making herself a problem. Half-sister was sitting on my porch with a suitcase ready to force herself into my home and life. She allowed herself to be driven 6 hours to my home, sat on my porch for half an hour, and then lied to police all after I said no multiple times. She never claimed me until she needed something, and now she's forcing herself into my life on the basis of being family. I don't hate her, that's too much energy, but I do resent her now alongside her grandmother and the rest of her family. I was ignored for years and now I feel unsafe in my own home just because half-sister and those around her can't take no for an answer. This isn't about biological mum's affair, this is about half-sister and her family ruining my safe space, my home, with their crap. The past is a factor in that resentment now because again, I haven't spoken to her in 17 years. I didn't know what she looked like, but suddenly we're sisters because she needs some place to stay. I definitely resent that. Also, I feel validated in my choices, posting to Reddit asking for and taking advice, listening to my dad. The attorney I spoke to pretty much said all the same things that commenters have, unblocking and muting to get evidence of harassment, calling the cops and showing them the messages because it proves there was no implied invitation. This is apparently the biggest thing I had to worry about because even letting half-sister stay on my porch could have worked against me. Giving the cops the camera footage of half-sister and biological mum's mother looking for a spare key was also a very good move. Even going about upgrading security and getting self-defense items and asking the officers about self-defense recommendations and my wish to get a gun for protection works in my favour. It shows that even though this was half-sister's first offence, I don't feel safe and she's a major cause of that. So thank you again for all the advice. If they show up like they said, I'm going to set off my security system and call the cops. Edit from a comment, it wasn't active, the restraining order, when I posted the update, because they hadn't been served yet. They were found at a hotel near my home and they were served. A neighbour saw them and called the police. I was reporting the text though. The restraining order is on both half-sister and biological mum's mother. Oh god, what an awful situation. That was such an adventure to read. And yeah, like this comment says, she's 23, 24, she's a legal adult. You don't need to house her and there are reasons why others won't. You keep doing you. It's obvious that she's extremely entitled, even if only slightly younger than you. And how far were they traveling? Like 6 hours? Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. You're 100% doing the right thing. Gotta keep these people out. The next one is called I've upgraded to first class. Background, airline captain commuting to work, purchased a full fare first class ticket to get there. Lived in Atlanta at the time. Domiciled in Houston and commuted. Normally you could get a jump seat in the cockpit, but on this auspicious day, that was already taken. Pass riding wasn't an option because there were no seats in coach and only one in first. Pass riders can be bumped for fare paying passengers and I needed to get to work, so I plunked down my credit card and I bought the last last seat in first. Boarding has occurred and I'm peacefully in my seat, waiting for pushback. Cast of characters: me, commuting pilot; EW, entitled woman; FA, flight attendant; CPT, captain of the flight that I'm on. Entitled woman: you're sitting in my seat. You'll need to move right now. Me, checks boarding pass. No, this is my seat. Not gonna happen, sorry. Entitled woman: you're an employee. You're sitting in my seat. Move now. Me, may I see your boarding pass? Clearly there's been some mistake. Entitled woman: you may not see my boarding pass. I showed that when I boarded. I've upgraded to first class. Now move. You'll need to resolve this with the flight crew. I'm a passenger. Entitled woman stomps off, resembling an irritated Dolores Umbridge, and returns with the flight attendant. Flight attendant: good morning, captain. May I see your boarding pass? Me, sure thing. Shows the boarding pass. Flight attendant: ma'am, that's his seat. He paid for it. Entitled woman: well, then throw him off, dear. I've upgraded to first class, and that is now my seat. Flight attendant: I'll need to see your boarding pass, ma'am. Entitled woman: you will not. I showed it when I boarded. I've upgraded to first class. Flight attendant: how did you upgrade to first class? Entitled woman: I upgraded to first class. I'm more important than an employee. Now get him out of my seat. Someone has called the cockpit and the captain has left the flight deck to deal with this. Captain: ma'am, I'm Captain Wallaby. Not his real name. Yeah, I did guess that. I've just spoken with the gate agent. We certainly apologize for this awkward situation. The agent has corrected your paperwork and has a voucher for future travel for you as well. Please go fetch your new boarding pass and your voucher and we'll be on our way. Entitled woman departs up the jetway with a triumphant smile on her face. The captain turns to the flight attendant and says, prepare the doors for departure. The doors close. The captain returns to the cockpit, and as we push back from the gate, I can see the entitled woman pounding on the glass next to the jetway. It was a nice ride to Houston. The coffee was wonderful. Yeah, wow, that's definitely not the first time that the captains had to do that. You can tell that they knew what to do immediately. Like, oh, okay, you're gonna be a huge pain. Goodbye then. The next one is called Sister Expected Me to Deliver Her Inheritance Furniture. I, 56 female, have an entitled older sister, 62 female. She has no friends except her crochet group. She's killed all of her relationships with her toxicity except for her daughter. Our father has had to move into care. As his legal decision maker, I have the job of selling his property. Sister came to Dad's and indicated what items that she wanted. Also trying to claim an item that was willed to someone by my father. I told her she needed to arrange transport for things. She did nothing. I spoke to my father's solicitor to ask if I could use Dad's funds to pay for transportation. Sister hasn't worked full-time in more than 40 years and always cries poor. I arranged transport of stuff and advised drop-off time, and she told me it needed to be delivered earlier because she had something on. I paid extra for earlier delivery, nearly $400. I've been unsuccessful in selling Dad's furniture, so I've given it to people in need where I can. Sister finds out and demands more furniture if I'm giving it away. I told her that she'd need to organize transport and that I couldn't assist with carrying her furniture due to shoulder injuries. She runs crying and bad-mouthing me to our cousin. So cousin says she and her husband will do the heavy lifting. Cousin, female 74, has a bad back, and husband, male 72, has dementia and has had several falls recently. I lost my tiny mind when I found out and I refused to allow this. And now my cousin isn't speaking to me because we should help each other as family. My sister has been no contact with cousin for more than 20 years after accusing her of trying to steal sister's ex-husband. They've only reconnected because of Dad going into care. What the hell? I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. Update. My sister, who's blocked on all of my social media, has gained access to my Facebook posts. I've been using Facebook to brain dump my feelings and anger, so sister has shown them to the cousin, and the cousin told me I'm bitter and that my mother is rolling in her grave because of my Facebook posts. My sister's the reason that my father's still alive. He contracted pneumonia for the second time in 5 weeks while in hospital. His advanced health directive written in his own hand said that he did not want life-saving medication in those circumstances. He's 94. As his legal representative due to his dementia, I told the doctor I didn't want him to be given antibiotics, and the doctor prescribed them for him because my sister threatened and harassed the medical team. My dad was living independently before he went to hospital. Now he sits in an adult nappy in his own urine and feces. He chokes on pureed food to the point of vomiting. My father was a wonderful father, and watching this has been indescribably painful. I have many lovely friends, and I have used Facebook to update them and to talk about how awful dementia is. Many people have thanked me for their honesty, and it's meant that people have reached out to me for comfort and understanding as they travel the same journey. My sister has used select posts to drive a wedge between myself and my cousin, so now I'm the evil one. If it wasn't so painful, it would be an amazing farce worthy of daytime soaps. The sister sounds awful. sold me eggs, but then told me that I have to give them back if she needed them. Yeah, that's not how selling something works. This situation is so dumb and I'm so confused. I feel like I'm the crazy one. I have a lady that I buy eggs from instead of buying eggs from the store. Yesterday, I went to pick up a couple of dozen, like I usually do. She told me that she might run out, and if she does, she'll want the eggs back. Lol, what? Not buy them back, but she expects me to just give them back? I was confused because won't her chicken still be laying eggs every day? I admit I don't know much about chickens. I clarified that she was meaning that she would ask me for the eggs back that I just bought. She says yes. I told her to just keep a dozen if she felt like she was going to run out. She needed the couple of bucks that she was getting from me for the eggs, so not selling them to me wasn't an option. I said, okay, but you'll be refunding me the money I spent if I have to give them back. And she got mad. She expected me to pay for these eggs and then just give them back to her for free when she runs out. Am I wrong? Am I the crazy one here? After this interaction, I'm going back to the store because this doesn't seem right. It's hilarious and irritating. Edit, she wasn't meaning to give her the egg cartons back. I used my own cartons. If she needed the cartons I had, I would have given them to her, and I have saved those for her in the past. She was definitely meaning she wanted me to give her the eggs back and that she wouldn't be giving me my money back. Yeah, that's so wild. Like, how are they justifying that in their head? And yeah, 100% go to the supermarket so you don't have to deal with stuff like this, or find a new egg person that actually lets you keep the eggs. Like, imagine if a supermarket was like that. Like, yeah, you did just buy this item, but if we run out of stock, you need to bring it back. No, that's not how buying something works. Like this comment says, her egg business is not all it's cracked up to be. That's a beautiful comment. Straight up, you should be like, hey, have you lost your mind? I'm buying these eggs off you, which means they're mine. You don't get them back, and you especially don't get them back if you're not going to buy them back. Like, can you not see the issue with this? The next one is called Coworker Demands I Spend Lunch Giving Her a Free Manicure. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I, 34 female, work in a government office in my province. It's a rewarding job, but it doesn't pay very well, and I absolutely love having my nails done. My nails have been pretty crap my entire life, flaky and weak, no matter what oil or supplement or whatever I try, and I did used to have a bad habit of chewing them, so I bought myself a $50 gel kit from Amazon, and I started doing them myself about a year ago. I have a nice little setup at this point, and I will do my friends' nails from time to time. I've also completely stopped chewing them. I brought my kit to work the other day because I was going to go to a friend's house after to do her nails as a favor before a party. My friend offered to buy a pizza, and we were just planning to watch a movie after. I made the mistake of discussing this plan with a coworker when she noticed the kit sitting on top of my locker. They were small lockers, and I didn't want to put it on the floor where I put my dirty walk to work shoes. Oh my god, this woman, 50-ish, spent the 4 hours leading up to lunch badgering me about how I should give her a manicure on our lunch break. I had my favorite teal shade on, and she talked about how much she loved it and how she never gets her nails done because her husband thinks it's a waste of money, and how I can get some practice and it would be so nice of me. I said no at first gently more than once, and then I thought pretty firmly that I'll be eating lunch on my break before I gave up, and I just responded to everything she said with a non-committal grunt. When I got up to go, she tried to act like I'd agreed to it and that she'd grab her stuff and meet me in the lunchroom. I had to look her in the eye and say, hey, I'm going to eat during my 30-minute unpaid lunch break, not give you a free manicure. Please drop this, you're making me uncomfortable. She's refused to speak to me or look directly at me since. She's mostly remote and kind of annoying, so that's not a problem. She also crap talks me behind my back. Some of my co-workers have told me about it, and she's a huge gossip with a massive chip on her shoulder about everything, so I can only assume that most people in the office have heard her harrowing tale. Luckily, everybody who's talked to me about it agrees that she's being a complete clown. But seriously, who the hell asks a co-worker that you're barely even friendly with for a free manicure, let alone insisting upon it for hours? Yeah, a very immature one. There are so many people like this that have either never been told no, or they've used this sort of technique where they badger people over and over again even if they say no, and they feel like they can keep doing it. Like, oh, what do you mean I can't always get what I want? And it doesn't matter if I keep pestering you about it for hours? Yeah, that's so frustrating, and good on you for not doing it. You're in your 50s, you can't be acting like this. Co-workers believe I shouldn't get a large tip because they cared about the cat too. This has been a hectic past week, and it started awful. I work at a casino hotel as a bellman, and last Tuesday, I was done helping a guest when I came privy to information that a cat was run over in our hotel parking lot. Demanding answers over and over, I eventually found the information from a guest I helped the previous day. Let's call him Harold. Harold tried to stop me as he was smoking, and I apologized, but I was looking for something until he mentioned a cat, which I said that's what I'm looking for. He pointed it out, to which I ran back inside, and after a few minutes I took a towel and an empty box from our housekeeper and finally went out into the cold, lightly freezing rain train. There was already a gathering of guests, some of which they'd been out there for an hour and a half and our security had blown them off, or that's how they felt. I didn't see the exact situation to know for sure, but our first shift security is also super lazy. I got the towel on the cat and I managed to get him in the box, but it all went downhill from there as he writhed and eventually flipped him onto his back. I brought the cat back up to the doors but never went inside, just stayed kneeling on the ground and talking to the cat as I knew animal control was on the way, and security was just telling me to leave the cat there and my bosses wanted me back inside. I refused and I later learnt that that was not exactly the case. I was making security look bad to our guests. The cat sadly died 10 minutes later, but at least he didn't die alone. This did ruin my whole day to have them die right in front of me, but this was not part of my job and I knew I had no right to cry or stop my job after the death. Our on-property police came and grabbed the cat and took them off property for animal control. I had to break the news to the guests who had seen the entire incident and none of them were happy, save Harold's wife who gave me a hug and wished me well. But the main bread and butter of this story is when Harold left and it was on Friday, my day off. According to an email sent to the supervisors by one of them, Harold came up to the desk and loudly announced that he was giving me, the man who cared for the cat, a sum of a few $100 because I did something for the animal. Because of Harold's volume, my other fellow Bell staff heard and apparently went to the supervisor saying I shouldn't get that whole tip because they were upset over the cat too. Two of the three complaining didn't even work the day it happened and apparently it was a slow tip day. It was quite a find in my tip box and I was pulled aside when I wanted to open it and I found out the above details of the Bell staff wanting a piece of my biggest gift so far. It's ironic too, I was for tip pooling over the keep your own tips. I wish I could say I was happy for such a large sum, but I'd really like to not feel so awful that the cat died. When I see Harold and his wife, it was their first visit to our place, I'll be sure to thank them. Oh wow, yeah, like the top comment says, thank you for helping the poor cat so it didn't die alone. Keep that tip for yourself, you earned it. Yeah, 100%. And the co-workers are so greedy, like oh, some of that money should be mine, even though I didn't do anything and I wasn't even there. Yeah, that's so frustrating. Frustrating and also sad. Yeah, good on you, OP. The next one is called Entitled Sister-in-Law Stole Our Baby Name, and now she regrets it. Hey yo, long time lurker and all that. This is the throwaway account. To cut to the chase, my wife and I spent 4 years trying to get pregnant before the wrong side of 35. We're currently 33 respectively, and are blessed with a wonderful infant son. My wife has a younger half-sister that has been pretty low contact for some time. The woman is entitled and toxic and is also her mother's golden child. We've refused to let her or my mother-in-law in the house since they both blatantly tried to make off with my wife's jewelry box a couple of years ago. The box contained a lot of valuable jewelry inherited from my wife's grandmother. Said jewelry is now in a safe deposit box as per my suggestion. My wife and I had nearly given up trying to conceive when it suddenly happened and we were ecstatic. After we found out we were having a boy, we started looking into names. I ended up suggesting the name of my Scottish grandfather and my wife loved it, so that's the name that we settled on. But we made the mistake of posting about it on social media. Well, no surprise to the stereotype in this mess. My sister-in-law was pregnant too and was months further along than my wife and was also having a boy. She decided to take my grandfather's name for her own son, and not just the first name but the middle name too. We called her pissed over what she was doing and she smugly told us there's nothing we can do about it, which she was sort of right. There was nothing we could do about it legally, as it still isn't a crime to steal planned baby names. We realised that drama was exactly what my sister-in-law wanted, and she thought that by taking the name for herself we'd not be able to use it. I laughed and I told her that while what she did was dirty and underhanded, we're still going to keep the chosen name and she could just deal with it whether she decides to go through with copying us or not. Well, my sister-in-law's baby daddy called me and said I was an unreasonable ding-dong for still wanting to use the name after sister-in-law claimed it. I said she bloody claimed nothing, and since we couldn't own the name, then neither could they. Before he ended the call, he threatened me by saying I'd be sorry if we didn't change it, and then he hung up before I could respond. Oh yeah, threatening somebody, that's smart. Months later, sister-in-law has a healthy baby boy and names him my grandfather's name. We did not show up for the birth, both because of the pandemic and also because we simply didn't care to be there. Sister-in-law called us wanting congratulations, but we told her we simply didn't care, and that if she was still insisting we change our baby's name, then she'd be in for some big disappointment because we're not going to. Sister-in-law demanded I put my wife on the phone, but it was already on speakerphone and my wife spoke up and said that she agrees with me entirely. We aren't changing the name. Sister-in-law hung up on us, but soon after started sending emails with text walls of names, even suggesting similar ones. I responded back that the name was from my grandfather and that's why we're not changing it. She shut up and we didn't hear from her again until after our son was born. 2 months later, we were blessed with our son. He came out perfect and we named him just as we'd intended. Well, no surprise, my sister-in-law called us a few days after the birth to scream in our ears that we copied her son's name. I pointed out that she was the real real copycat since she had no familial ties to the name, and we did. And anyone who looks at our family tree can see that. Then my wife spoke and said that after the attempted theft of our grandmother's jewelry, she's no longer considered sister-in-law her sister, and is going to have nothing to do with her nephew either. For months, we were bombarded with messages and emails from my wife's side of the family, half were on our side after finding out the whole story, the other half were not, and sister-in-law's baby daddy, true to his word, showed up at my door to make me sorry. I'm not sure what his plan was, but I pretty much towered over him. I'm 6'1" and well built from regular exercise and 3 trips to the gym a week. He, on the other hand, was a very skinny and about 5'6" with a baby face that was badly hidden by a slim beard. I told him my house has cameras and to get off my property and to never come back. He just yelled a few obscenities at me and then drove off in his beat up old car. Sister-in-law and mother-in-law called us from a different number to yell at me for making sister-in-law's baby daddy feel emasculated. Wow, what? I didn't even threaten the man. I just told him to leave and not come back. And if he didn't want to feel emasculated, then he shouldn't have come knocking. Then they tried to bring up the issue of the baby name again and demanded that we change our son's name as he's so young. So there's still plenty of time to do it. We held our ground and we told them that they were bonkers to still think that they were in the right after they copied our choice of name just to try and get one over on us. I said sister-in-law didn't even name her son out of love, but out of spite, just to try and stick it to my wife for no good reason. And then my wife called them both out on the way she was treated growing up, how entitled sister-in-law and mother-in-law have always been, and how she was glad to leave them far behind, and she wants nothing from them, and they won't have anything from us. That left sister-in-law sobbing, and mother-in-law called me a royal bastard before hanging up on the phone. There were no contact again for a little while until sister-in-law called us again sometime later to bitterly tell us that we'd won. She and her baby daddy got in a huge fight and he left. He was apparently very sore that sister-in-law didn't even let him give their son a middle name from his family, and he said that he was sick of the BS and wanted his son to be named after him and not some guy that he wasn't even related to. Sister-in-law finally caved and they got the boy's birth certificate reissued with a completely new name, which cost sister-in-law around $500 or so, she claims. Sister-in-law then demanded that we at least compensate her for the name change, plus another $100 for the emotional damage, as now she's going to have to get used to calling her son by a different name. We laughed and said that this would never have happened if she hadn't have stolen our baby name to begin with, and we didn't owe her anything. Since then, we've been no contact with sister-in-law and mother-in-law, but my father-in-law, who's a very nice man and divorced from mother-in-law for obvious reasons, will come by often and loves his grandson. From what he and other relatives have told us about the situation between sister-in-law and her baby daddy, it's pretty tumultuous, but we don't care. Not our monkeys, not our circus. Okay, that was a very satisfying story. I'm so happy that they didn't budge on this. And the baby daddy being upset, rightfully so as well, that the sister-in-law was using somebody else's name to get back at their sister. Yeah, that's so unbelievable. Like, didn't they say that they also took their middle name as well? Like, imagine naming your child after your grandfather and their middle name, and then your sister-in-law comes along and wants to use that name and the middle name. Like, what's wrong with people? How could you even do that? And they obviously did it without even talking to the baby daddy in this, because yeah, of course they don't want that. Yeah, I'd be staying no contact with somebody like this. The next one is called Entitled Neighbor is Angry That I'm Using My Parking Space. My 30 female, husband 27 male and I live in a close street of small houses. Each house has a parking spot, plus most people owning more than one car park in parallel out front of the house. We didn't own a car because we both work from home and we hate driving, plus public transport here is not so bad. We have a neighbor who owns 3 cars, so obviously he has no space to park them all at his house. He asked our next door neighbor, we can call him EN, if he could park outside her house. She also doesn't drive, and she said yes, but entitled neighbor, in order to not block his other car, parks all the way in front of my driveway. To be honest, I wouldn't have even minded if he had asked, but the fact that he just does it annoys me. Also, my family comes to visit often, and if they do come by car, he's usually blocking them and we have to ask him to move. And also every time he gets mad as if we asked him for a favor. Anyway, I got a nice promotion that involved in-person work 3 times a week, so we decided it was time to get a car. We bought a nice practical one and we got it in our parking space. Well, the next morning the guy was blocking my exit. I rang his doorbell like crazy. It was 6 a.m. and when he finally came out, I asked him to move it and to not park it there anymore. He got defensive and said that my neighbor let him park in front of her house. So what I answered was, yeah, but this is my house, and if you block my entrance again, I'm gonna remove your car. We realized that he left the car open, so we let the handbrake loose and we pushed the car into the middle of the street in front of his driveway. Oh, right, okay, so they moved it. I thought they meant they let the handbrake go and they just let the car go. I put put a note on his windshield saying next time it's a tow truck. I put tape over his doorbell so it continues ringing, and I left as quickly as I could. He hasn't said anything, but he hasn't parked there anymore. I love how they said, oh, it's okay because the neighbor said I could park in front of their house. Like, you're not in front of their house. They're blocking OP's driveway, and of course they know they are. It's not like they'd be doing it without realizing. And then the audacity to do it again. Like, come on, dude, you're lucky they didn't tow your car. The next one is called Old Lady Told Me to Shut Up. A few years back, I'm swimming with my 3-year-old son, and we had the pool to ourselves apart from one other lady. The pool is L-shaped, split into the main bit with some lanes, and a square bit that was notionally the kids' pool, but only because it's shallower. My son was learning to swim without armbands, and so we were in the wide lane, while Mrs. Entitled was swimming in the narrow lane, labelled adults only. After one length of my son swimming a whole length with me, encouraging him, she says, you can't swim here, this is adults only. But yes, lady, you're in the adults only bit, except I can't say that in front of my very eloquent 3-year-old. It's just your lane that's adults only. Look, there's the sign. My son is learning to swim lengths. She starts ranting at me about how she pays her membership fees. So do I, funnily enough, and I'm wrong. Check the sign, Karen. Basically having a tantrum. Lady, I'm a mum to a 3-year-old. I can handle this behavior, and I'm gonna speak to you exactly as I would to my child, probably in the same tone of voice because I'm in mummy mode and my son's listening. I can see you're upset about this, but I'm very sorry. We are allowed to swim here. She rants a bit more. I very calmly, gently parent her until she eventually sputters and tells me to just shut up and flounces off. Cue my child who says loudly, Mummy, she just told you to shut up. That's so rude. I made no effort to speak quietly and I said, yeah, it really was. She was cross that she couldn't get her own way, but you're right, it is very rude to say that to someone. We then proceeded to swim a good few more lengths and I very vocally and cheerfully encouraged him the whole time. I went to the front desk after to double check that I was. Apparently she'd also been to complain and been told to suck it up. I love how satisfying these are. They remind me of the pro-revenge ones. Like, it's one thing to read about entitled people, but it's so much better to read about entitled people when they have a good ending or they get some sort of karma. Kids are so funny for that too. They'll say stuff that you are like too nervous to say because they don't know any better. Mum, that person is being awfully rude to you. That's so funny. The next one is called I'm old, you should have chairs for me. I work at a bookstore that also has a coffee shop in it. Between the cafe and our customer service desk, we used to have 2 large comfy chairs and a table. They were meant for customers to look through books and relax while shopping and enjoy their food and coffee, etc. Notice how I said used to? We had to get rid of the chairs and table, specifically because of one certain customer. This man comes in multiple times a week, sometimes with his wife. He would just sit in the chair for hours, sometimes until we closed. He never bought anything. He didn't even grab a book or a magazine to peruse. He would take off his shoes and use the table as a footrest. He'd watch YouTube videos on the loudest volume on his phone. He'd fall asleep in the chairs with his shoes off and his YouTube going and just act like he owned the place. We had to ask him several times to put his shoes on because the man was literally feet from where we served our food. That's not okay. And his wife, I couldn't stand her either. She never bought anything. She would come over to the counter in the cafe where I'm dealing with a line of 10 people and would be asking for a cup of hot water, and heaven forbid you make her wait for it. So we had to get rid of the chairs because it was becoming a big problem, and he was so furious when he came back and saw that we'd taken them away. I watched him walk around the store trying to find the chairs, and when he only found the smaller chairs and benches that we have, he confronted my manager about it. There are old people like me who need a place to sit. Dude, you just a loiter. You and your wife aren't even paying customers. Edit, no, they're not homeless, and I don't know why they weren't banned. My best guess is probably because what they were doing isn't causing physical harm or distress to other customers. Yeah, right, so they weren't necessarily doing anything wrong. They were just being super rude and entitled. Like, oh, you can't come in and sit there all day anymore and not buy anything. Also, they're watching YouTube super loud without the headphones. That is so bloody annoying. And yeah, what a shame that they don't have to deal with that anymore. A stranger tells me to babysit her kids. I was reading another post on here that reminded me of this happening to me. I guess the lady assumed that because I was a mum, I owed it to her to watch her kids. This happened to me many years ago when my daughters were babies. I was on a leisurely stroll around my apartment complex, my baby in the stroller and my toddler walking around with me. We looked at grass, rocks and butterflies, etc. as we walked. Suddenly a woman backs her car up to me and jumps out pointing at me saying, You babysit for me, yeah? She didn't give me time to answer and she moved quick as she opened her back doors and her trunk. She was grabbing out little zipper lunch coolers and blankets and I think a few toys. Her young kids got out of the car looking scared. She continued, "You babysit my kids, I pay you." I said, "No, I don't know you and you don't know me. Your kids don't know me." But she insisted, "I made their lunch," trying to hand me the lunch coolers. "I pay you, okay?" I insisted that I would not and she said, "Okay, babysit them just for today then, I pay you." How long had she expected this stranger to keep her kids? I said no again and walked away. She was still yelling out to me, trying to get me to babysit while I rushed away best I could with my kids. I'd never seen that woman before in my life. Crazy. Yeah, that's confusing and terrifying. Oh my god, so is the top comment. I left my then toddler in my nan's care. I came back home knowing they're at the playground. Minutes later, my nan strolls in without my kid. Turns out she needed to use the toilet, but not to worry, she left my son with this really nice man. I don't think I ever ran so fast in my life. Thank God that she left him with a normal guy. A dad playing with his own kid in the sandpit, but come on. The guy saw my face as I descended on him and said, "I tried to tell her, she wouldn't listen and she insisted it was okay. My nan was never allowed alone with my kid after that. Take my kids and babysit them, I'll pay you." Why? What's going on? Like, of course, that's super unnerving, but also so confusing. Like, why? What's happening? Is everything okay? Are you okay? Are they your children? What's going on? The next one says, "Neighbor takes money off of my property and then calls me rude. My friends and I were headed to the movies the other day. They carpooled to my house and then I drove from there. Note, I recently moved into this new home in a very nice neighborhood. Important later. At the theater, friend reaches into her pocket for money and realizes her cash is missing. Search around and in the car and it cannot be found. At dinner, she asked me to check my security camera to see if she dropped it in my driveway. I look, but I can't tell. However, I said there's a video 5 minutes later. It shows a car pull up and a woman jump out of the passenger seat, walk into my driveway and pick up the cash, hop back in the car and drive off. I decided to post it on Facebook in my POA group, the following: "I'm hoping someone can help. My friend was visiting today and dropped some cash in my driveway. I have a video of a lady in a white car get out and come into my driveway and pick it up. I have pictures of the person and the car. If anyone has any information, please let me know. This was a lot of money to her. Thank you." I'll refrain from posting her picture because those things cannot be undone. A bit later, a lady responded, "I'll come by tomorrow." That's it, nothing else. Cue the next afternoon and she comes to my door. This boomer Karen starts off the conversation in an angry way, telling me that my Facebook post was very rude because I posted that I have a picture of the person and what was I going to do, call the police? I told her that she was lucky that I didn't post her picture and that she was in the wrong by coming onto my property and taking something that wasn't hers. I mean, she took money from my property and she's mad at me. She said it was barely on my property. Has she forgotten that I've got a video? And she was waiting to see if anyone reported it, but is mad that someone did. I told her that by her logic, if she leaves a bike in her driveway, I can grab it and take it home and keep it if no one reports it. She continued to argue and I decided I wasn't going to waste any more time on this lady. The best part? I found out that she lives right next door. Great welcome to the neighborhood. And also POA means Property Owners Association. I had no idea what that stood for. But yeah, surely tell the police about this immediately. They said they did give the money back. But still, somebody like this would probably do this again. And yeah, the way they reacted was hilarious. They're only frustrated because they got caught. And that's so annoying. Like, do you not realize that you're the one who's in the wrong? Yeah, good luck with this. I feel like somebody who would do this would definitely do it again, but hopefully not. Entitled neighbor leaves a note on my car every single week. I live in an apartment building with no parking, so I have no choice but to park on the street. My street also has a school on it that prohibits parking on its side on Monday to Friday until 6 p.m. The other side has 2-hour parking even for permit holders. The entire area is permit parking only, which I have. So there's a total of about 7 spots on my block where permit holders can leave their cars. And because of this, I can never get a spot on my block and I park 1 block down, which is the same permit zone. This area is all houses and each one has a driveway. I typically don't use my car every day, but I never go without it for long stretches, unless I'm traveling. It's also a parking violation here to leave your car in one spot for longer than 72 hours, which apparently some people take very seriously. Recently, one of my neighbors has been leaving a note on my car every single week. This is not an exaggeration. I've gotten 4 notes in the last 4 weeks citing the above parking code, even if my car has only been there for less than 2 days. The note always says that I can't leave my car in one spot for multiple days, which I technically have 72 hours. I always ignore the note because even if I got reported, which I'm sure I have been, someone from the city comes out the next day for an inspection and then monitors the vehicle for the next 72 hours to see if it's still there. This law is really to prevent abandoned vehicles, not for people getting upset about cars parked in front of their houses for multiple days. The hilarious part is that the note goes on to say how disrespectful it is to your neighbors to leave your cars parked in front of their houses. but constantly leaving notes on cars is totally respectful. This has been going on for months, but this was the first time I got 4 notes in a row, and now I'm going for the high score. I know it's a law, and I rarely leave my car parked in one spot for longer than 3 days, never more than a week unless I'm traveling, in which case I leave it at the office to avoid street sweeping. Also, my car isn't old, dirty, or looks abandoned. This person truly just has nothing better to do with their life, than annoying everybody. Like, it's not even an issue, is it? I am very bored, so I'm gonna create a problem that doesn't even exist. That's so annoying, and I'm so happy that this person doesn't care too much about it, because what are they gonna do? They are following the rules, so they're not gonna get in trouble about it. I think people just love being annoying. Entitled mum and entitled daughter in Target parking lot. This happened a few months ago. I was coming out of Target mid-morning on a weekday. I noticed 2 adult women standing by the passenger side of their vehicle, a large SUV. The SUV was parked in the very first spot in the row, but the row was off to the side of the entrance. There were 2 spaces between their vehicle and mine. The cart return was 2 spaces over to the right of my vehicle on the other side of my vehicle from the SUV. One of the women, the younger one, was putting a toddler in a car seat. The older one was standing there talking to the younger one. As I'm walking up to my vehicle, I noticed the older one push their cart to the middle of the parking spot next to her and leave it. Now, I have to admit, not putting your cart away is a pet peeve of mine. It's one of those small, low-stakes things that I think show someone's character. Even still, I didn't say anything for a minute because I thought she might still put it away, but she didn't, and it quickly became clear that they were about to leave as they were getting in the car and putting on their seatbelts. So my part that I played is I did say something to her. I rolled my window down, got her attention, and said, "Hi, you forgot to put your cart away." I said it in a friendly voice because I was trying to give her an out so she could be like, "Oh, I forgot," if she wanted, but that's not what she said. She said, "If it's so important to you, why don't you do it yourself?" I said, "Okay, well, if you're not going to do it, then I will," and turned off my car and started getting out to do it. I get out and I get the cart. They call me a Karen. I said, "Sure, you leave your stuff out for other people to deal with because you can't be bothered, but I'm the Karen." As I say this, I'm pushing the cart from between our cars to take it to the cart corral thing. As I come out from between the vehicles, the employee collecting the carts come by and takes it from me. I turn and walk back. At this point, all of a sudden, the older one screams, "My husband got carjacked a month ago, you freaking biatch." Honestly, it was kind of crazy how she went from just talking crap to full-on red-faced screaming in just an instant. I told her that had nothing to do with her returning her cart, and then they both yelled at me and said I don't have anything better to do than hang out in parking lots. This made me laugh because weren't we all in the parking lot? As I'm laughing, I said, "Give me a break, I'm here shopping just like you are." At this point, I start walking back to get in my vehicle. Their last shot was, "Why don't you go find a kitten to save since you're so great?" I told them I guess I'd have to since we clearly know that you wouldn't be bothered. And then I called out, "Sorry that you got caught being a crappy person." They flipped me off and drove away. Wow, that's so funny. They had absolutely no comebacks. They're like, "Yeah, well, you should stop being a Karen." Oh, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe you should stop spending all your time in a parking lot. Oh, wait, no, I'm also in a parking lot. Well, yeah, you suck. Like they knew that they were in the wrong, but they just had nothing to say. But they're the sorts of people who have to say something and get super bloody defensive for no reason instead of being like, "Oh, okay, sorry," and putting the shopping cart away. So they get angry and upset and start yelling at them, but it doesn't even make any sense. That's so funny. My former brother-in-law just found out that I play Pokemon Go and demands that I erase my account. Okay, my former brother-in-law, male 38, wants me to have 0 contact with his son. I'm okay with that. I refuse to follow former brother-in-law's rules before and have 0 contact, but I will not cater to outlandish demands like this one. I play Pokemon Go and I've been playing since it launched. I play with friends and my husband. We've been on this for a while and my nephew used to play when his mother was alive. I barely know who is on or what, just that I send gifts and nothing else. Recently I got an email from my former brother-in-law demanding that I stop playing since his son and stepson play. I'm like, okay, whatever pal, and ignored the email entirely. He continued to email and then told a lawyer about it. There's nothing he can do to stop me, and I was just sent an email just asking to delete my nephew's friend's profile from my account. I did that and I hope that was enough to shut this entitled guy up. Yeah, no, he wants me flat off the game entirely. I mean, he has full custody of my nephew. What else does this jerk want from me? I don't even consider my nephew family anymore, and I practically erased all trace of my nephew's pictures from my Facebook and Instagram. I also erased contact information, but the guy does have email, but not a phone number or any other contact information. I emailed and I told him that I'm not deleting my account on Pokemon Go, so grow the hell up and leave me alone. I also said I'll contact my husband's lawyer and would be in touch. He contacted me after I told him to move on and leave us alone. I want nothing to do with him or my nephew. I'm not gonna do any damn requests or take threats of lying down. It's just a game I play with people you called worse than drug addicts, so F off. off. He hasn't responded since I sent that message, and I got called a biatch by one of his friends because I actually had the gall to not fold to demands. I honestly don't get why former brother-in-law can boss me around like I'm some child. Also, I never requested visits from my nephew since 2022 and refused to send gifts, so what the hell? It isn't like his son can send me messages over Pokemon Go. I also told his lawyer what they do is for them and them alone. I want no contact or any information if there's an emergency. I couldn't care less if my nephew ends up in a foster care if something happens to former brother-in-law or his current wife. It isn't my fault or responsibility. His lawyer said, I'm fed up and I don't want to deal with this anymore. In fact, his lawyer took my side, saying that the demands were outlandish and rude. Former brother-in-law can't tell me I can't attend anime, sci-fi, or events that I've attended for years for fear that my nephew would be attending. I'm not interested in a relationship with a kid who I barely know anymore. So why does this guy, former brother-in-law, get off on talking crap? He's entitled, and I want no desire to disrupt my own life to appease him. Or because I play a game on my phone while walking to work. So they think that you can talk with their son on Pokemon Go or something, and they somehow can stop you from using it, even though you can't do that on Pokemon Go. I feel bad for their son. This comment's good. I'd keep a screenshot trail of all his messages so in the future, if the nephew tries to build a relationship with you and wants to know why you weren't involved in his life, you can send him the facts that his father wanted you to have no contact, etc. That way his father can't claim that it was your decision. Yeah, what a crappy thing to do. And for what reason? Yeah, what they're trying to do doesn't even make any sense. And yeah, good luck with this. The next one is called Everyone Here Knows Me. No, they don't. For a period of about 3 years in the early 2000s, I worked as a bank teller. For the most part, it was a good job. My customers were nice, my co-workers were fun to be with, and I enjoyed myself. The branch I worked at was in an area of town that had a lot of retired people who had all purchased their homes 50 years earlier and had never left. They were retired factory workers, construction workers, police officers, firefighters, teachers, and service industry workers. I say that to point out that this was a solid working class neighborhood that definitely skewed towards older demographic. At least 50% of our day-to-day business was with customers who'd been coming to that branch since the Kennedy administration. This was a problem for new employees. We'd often get yelled at by biatchy old Karens when we asked for identification, something required to access bank accounts if the teller couldn't personally vouch for you. Now, most old Karens and Kevins will get pissy for a moment and claim that they'd never been asked for ID before, BS, but they'd eventually relent and give me the ID I required, but not Queen Karen. I'd gotten to know almost all of the regulars and no longer needed ID from them. If Mary came in, I could pull her account up in a heartbeat since she was in there 3 days a week. If Ed needed to cash a check, I did it without question since Ed only ever came to me. Enter Queen Karen, a woman in her late 70s, absolutely dripping in both diamonds and arrogance. The woman had some serious money and wanted everyone to know it. As I said, this branch was in a working class area, but Queen Karen was wearing tens of thousands of dollars in diamond jewelry and had pulled up in a brand new Mercedes S-Class. From the moment she walked in the door, she wore an expression like she was being forced to handle warm dog crap. Me, good morning ma'am, how can I help you today? Karen, I need to pull $5,000 out of my savings, all in hundreds please. She hands me a withdrawal slip with her name and account number filled in. Certainly ma'am, I just need a photo ID please. No, excuse me, I've never been asked for ID before and I won't be asked for it today. Everyone here knows me, so just do what I ask. Okay ma'am, can you tell me which teller knows you? If they sign off on the withdrawal form, I'll be happy to help. This was allowed as an acceptable ID, but we were told that it was only to be used for customers who a branch employee knew personally and could guarantee was who they said they were. It also protected me. If another teller signed the withdrawal form and Karen turned out not to be who she claimed, the other teller would take a hit, not me. Karen, everyone, just go ask someone else. Me, of course ma'am, please give me a moment. I went to every single employee of the branch. I talked to every teller, every loan officer, our investment broker, and both the branch manager and assistant manager, AM, who will show up again in a moment. No one in that branch had a clue who they were, including employees who had been there for more than a decade. I'm sorry ma'am, but I can't seem to find anyone who knows you, so I will need to see an ID. I understand this is an inconvenience, but it's for your safety. We don't want someone to take money out of your account by pretending to be you. Karen, no, I refuse to be treated this way. Everyone here knows me. I've been banking here longer than you've been alive and have quite a bit of money with your bank. Don't make me take my accounts elsewhere. At this point, AM heard the commotion and came over to see what was going on. I let her take over and deal with Karen. She got paid for that. I didn't. After some back and forth about how I wasn't doing my job and how I was an incompetent boob, how she had so much money at that branch, and how asking for an ID was, in her view, accusing her of being a criminal, my AM was about ready to punch her in the face. AM, again ma'am, we asked for ID to protect your account. Would you want someone to come in here and pretend to be you? Taking money out of your account simply by giving your name name? Karen, don't be ridiculous. No one would do that. Now you're just making things up to cover the fact that you and this teller are incompetent. My name is all you're gonna get. AM, ma'am, if you don't show us an ID, we're not gonna process your withdrawal, period. Karen, listen you little biatch, do you have any idea who I am? I'm half tempted to close my accounts here just to teach you a lesson, but fine, you want to play it that way? Then let's let you have your fun. Karen proceeded to open her purse and throw her ID, her checkbook, a credit card, a social security card, an AARP card, and half a dozen other things at me like she was trying to kill me with them. With each card thrown at my face, she called me stupid, an a-hole, worthless, a nobody, etc. AM, that's it, fastest, you have the ID you need. Please close this woman's accounts and issue a cashier's check for the amount. Me, all of them. AM, all of them. She's no longer a customer here. Karen, what the hell do you think you're doing? AM, ma'am, we tried to be polite with you, but you wouldn't have it. You will not insult me or my tellers. You most certainly will not throw things at them when they're doing their jobs, and you're no longer welcome in this branch. We're closing your accounts and you're free to open accounts at another bank, and that's exactly what we did. Karen tried to scream about how we had no legal right to do that, but we did. Bank accounts are owned by the bank. Opening an account just means that the bank is allowing you to use them to hold your money and process your financial transactions. So long as all the money in the account is returned to you, banks are well within their legal rights to close your account. It took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Karen screaming at both me and AM, issuing hollow legal threats about lawsuits, but all of her checking and savings accounts were closed. I printed up a check for the mid-six figures made out to her. AM signed it. I couldn't sign off on checks that high, and Karen was shown the door. As a parting gift, AM told her that the police would be involved if she ever came back to that branch again. Oh, that's amazing and so satisfying. Like, yeah, get out of here. You think you can treat people like this? Your assistant manager sounds like a legend. I like the entitled people stories where they have a good ending. Like, yeah, stop being so entitled and feeling like you can act like this and treat people awfully and get away with it. The next one is called A Strange Mum's Friend Finds Me at Work and Asks Me to Help Her Do Menial Stuff. Me and my mum don't talk anymore. She was always hard to get along with, but the past year or so has been unmanageable. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but I suspect mental illness, but I can't confirm it. She refuses any help and I just had to disconnect. Mum had a friend that always asked me for favors. She'd get mum to text me while I was at work and tell, not ask me, to stop at Starbucks, which was nearly an hour out of my way, and spend my money on buying her coffee. She'd offer my grown ass $5 to $7 to clean her car for her. She'd ask my parents to move my grown ass to the couch and to let her sleep in my bed, the mattress I paid for when I lived at home. Oh my god, they think you're a child. Time went on and I changed jobs a lot. At one point I worked at a Dollar General and this woman found out I worked there and just became ridiculous. The first time she came in, she stood at the door and asked me to find stuff for her. I did it once and she tried to send me back to get a different variety of the item. I just told her what aisle it was on and basically stared at her until she went to look. She would come in fairly often and buy random crap while asking me scores of questions about items, and I had no way of answering. She'd always pay in painfully extra ways. I never minded someone wanting to put some of it on one card and the rest on another card. I know sometimes you're in a weird spot, but she did that as a matter of course. My co-workers finally started letting me go on break when she showed up, and I'd hide or chill at least until she checked out and left. That's all the backstory. Currently I work in a non-public facing role in a school-like facility. It's a rehabilitation setting for mentally handicapped adults. That is to say, there's absolutely no reason for this woman to swing by here. Now, we do allow and encourage visitors, but we mean visitors for clients, not staff. This woman apparently bumbled around the front desk for a bit before somebody asked her what she needed. She asked where I was, and my well-meaning co-worker pointed her in my direction. She walked into my room and just started jabbering at me. I think she must have been on something because it was this like endless run-on sentence with no end. Everything she said is kind of a fog, but she just rattled off like so many little demands. She wanted me to help her move some furniture around, and she wanted to give me $10 to mow her very large yard. She wanted me to give my mum money since I'm doing so well. Yo, I drive a 20-year-old car. She mentioned something about gas money, something about me needing a haircut. She's worked at a salon. Maybe she wanted me to pay her to cut my hair. If I had to sum it up, it was a lot of man chores and IT. She made several other demands, some of which are harder to convey without context, and I eventually just kind of physically walked her to the door and just kind of lied and said that she couldn't be here. I then talked to my bosses and got them on board. Yeah, like the top comment says, I demand you make me a cake and wash my car and then go help your mother with her garden. Yeah, like what are they talking about? Yeah, you must do these random pointless things. Get out of here. Who do you think you are to even ask this of them? Creating stuff for you to do like you're bored or something. And yeah, I'll give you $10. Boyfriend got bruises from a girl on a plane. I can't believe I finally have a reason to post here. My boyfriend, 27 male, is the sweetest, most understanding, non-confrontational person ever. He's also 6'4", 100% gentle giant. We were on a plane visiting family. He has the aisle seat, and there's a girl maybe 20 years old sitting in front of him. Before we take off, boyfriend happens to be getting something out of his backpack under the seat. Without warning, this girl thrusts her seat back with all of her might, slamming into my boyfriend's knees and face. Surprised, he leans back, but this girl seems confused about why her seat isn't going back very far, cause you know boyfriend has long legs and she literally hit his face. He let her continue to slam her seat on his knee multiple times until he finally said, "Please stop." She had no headphones on, was not distracted, and could obviously hear him, and she didn't answer him, though she did stop. She did the thing where she flipped her long hair over the seat onto his lap, which I really only thought people faked on TikTok. There was an old lady sitting next to boyfriend, bless her heart, who poked the girl and said, "You're being very rude." The girl still didn't answer. This old woman had a petty battle with this girl the entire flight to try and move the long hair out of my boyfriend's lap. Girl flips her hair, old lady moves it back. I genuinely can't believe people like this are real. It was only a 1-hour flight. I was in a different part of the plane, but if I would have known this girl was literally hurting a stranger, much less somebody I love, I would not have let her get away with it. She needed to move her seat up for takeoff anyway. He didn't let her push her seat back again, though she really did try. Never a single word from her through the entire ordeal. Absolutely insane. Well, we're coming in hot on this episode. That is so bloody entitled. The top comment says, "Gently open the tray table and then slam it shut on her hair." And yeah, for them to not say anything and not even apologize. Oh, that's so annoying. I can't stand people like this. The next one is called, "She told me she's gonna use my phone." My goodness, I'm at the laundromat putting clothes in the dryer, and this woman comes up to me. Mind you, I'm actively using my phone to use the laundromat app. It's cool, you can use it instead of quarters. No hello or anything, just launches into it. Her, "I want to call my daughter, but my phone isn't working." Me, "Huh? It's not working." Her, "No, it's 555. Me, I think the front desk has a phone that you can use." So thankfully, she went to go and ask them to use the phone. The thing that got me was that she didn't even ask, just expected me to comply. Like, you've been around the last 3 years, right? I don't know you or want your germs on my phone, lady. Yeah, wow, that's interesting. I wonder if they actually did want to use your phone, or if they were going to take it. Cause yeah, I wouldn't be surprised even a little bit if you handed them your phone and they were like, "Okay, see ya, it's my phone now." But yeah, that's right. The fact that they just expected you to comply is so wild. Like, are you talking to me? Do you realize that I'm a stranger? And not only that, do you realize that I don't have to do what you say? Like, hey, manners exist. My grandma who raised me offered to help me buy a house, and stepbrother's girlfriend is upset by it. So my grandma raised me since I was 2 years old because I got taken away from my parents. I never knew my mother, so I called her mum. She didn't really help me a lot as an adult unless I was really desperate. She is a lot older now, and I think she wants to make it right with me before it's her time. So my dad, my grandma's son, ended up having a lot of other kids with his girlfriend they didn't take good care of. My dad was a drug addict, so a lot of those kids followed him and became drug addicts or criminals themselves. His girlfriend had 4 kids before she hooked up with my dad. Anyway, my stepbrother, we'll call him Nick, not his name, had been in and out of jail almost his entire life. He met this girl and she seems like a good girl. We'll call her Kim. Kim is keeping Nick out of trouble. I thought I was building a friendship with Kim and I gave Nick a second chance. Me and my husband had them out to our house and we fed them dinner. My grandma invited them to Christmas and she cooked dinner and always treated Kim good, even when Nick was in jail. I even went to her apartment 45 minutes away on my only day off to help her clean her apartment when she had surgery. It was bad too. I took 12 bags of garbage out of her apartment and was there cleaning for like 5 hours for free just to help her. So Nick finally made it out of jail right before Christmas. I listened to Kim vent about him being in jail many times. I felt bad for her because I thought she had no one else. Fast forward, I'm currently trying to get a mortgage to get a house of my own and stop renting. I told my grandma I didn't know if I could get it because I didn't have enough for a down payment. She told me that she'd help me. I told her thank you, but I feel bad to take from her. Of course, I'll be paying her back at tax time, so probably only need it for a month or two. Thinking Kim was my friend, I ended up telling her that my grandma said she'd help me. She got all mad about it and said that she wouldn't help them with money for a car. They just got approved for a car and they want her to help them with a second car for him so he can work. I didn't know that they asked her for money. I never had a criminal record. I went to jail. I have full intentions of paying my grandma back in a couple of months. I have 2 kids, her grandchildren, who she loves very much, and plus she's like my mum. I think Kim is acting really entitled. Nick doesn't even have a job yet either. I'm thinking of keeping my distance from her at this point. I honestly don't care that much about a friendship, but I'm kind of hurt that she would be mad about my grandma helping me out. She's only been with Nick for a couple of years. I just needed to vent. Yeah, like the top comment says, grandma is wise not to loan money to somebody without a job. Yeah, 100%. They probably wouldn't even pay them back. And who knows, maybe they wouldn't have even had intentions of paying them back. And the grandma is not obligated to give them money. Yeah, no, you're right, OP. They sound super entitled. And if I were you, I wouldn't be telling them about stuff like this in the future. A giant line doesn't apply to me. I went to a New Year's Eve celebration last night. Big outdoor event with food trucks and amusement rides. Around 11 p.m. we got into line to get some grub. Every truck has a 10 plus person line. No biggie. Patience is a virtue. Now we've been waiting for about 30 minutes. It's nearing midnight and we haven't ordered. Still, we wait patiently because there's 3 people working and they're just humans doing their best. Insert entitled woman. A lady in a fur jacket and high heels comes up to the woman in front of us, who's finally one person behind the window, and says, "Hi, can I give you my money and you order my food for me?" The waiting lady gives her a solid 5-second stare before responding, nah, I've been waiting in this line for more than 30 minutes. You gotta wait too." The colour drains then from fur jacket's face. Clearly she wasn't expecting a no. She then awkwardly scurries off to the side and was throwing a bit of a fit with her husband how she's hungry and it's almost midnight. Later, after we order and step off to wait, she's at the back of the line holding a sign an employee gave her that says, "End of the line." Wow, that's so funny. Not only did they go to the end of the line, but they had to hold a sign that said it. Yeah, like the top comment says, the sign holding thing is new to me. It sounds like the same sort of thing that cashiers put at the end of conveyor belts in supermarkets before they close up. In this case, it's like a sandwich board of shame. Yeah, it is. That's so funny. Like, oh no, I've got to wait like everybody else. Damn it. There's something so fun about reading about entitled people. A customer demands my personal cell phone number and then blames me for him losing his job. I work as a claims adjuster for auto accidents. A customer filed a claim after hours, and I follow up with him first thing in the morning. I have no information on the vehicle other than what he reported, and I inform him there's a possibility of it being a total loss. He immediately jumps down my throat and tells me he doesn't want his car to be a total loss, and he doesn't want me to have it moved to another location for an in-person inspection. I start to discuss an alternative with him when he starts cursing at me and berating me, constantly interrupting me and telling me to just pay the claim. If it were that easy of a job, I'd be paid less and my job would be a hell of a lot easier. I explain that per his insurance agreement, we have to inspect the vehicle before I can make a payment for his claim, and we need to see if it's going to be a total loss or repairable. He continues to be an ass, so I inform him that I'll disconnect the call and I'll try talking to him again once he's regained his composure. I hang up and I go into a meeting, and he proceeds to call our customer service line over and over and over. He harassed a total of 4 women and refused to end the call until I accepted his call. I explained I was in a meeting and I wouldn't be out for at least another 30 minutes or so. He continued to stay on the line with them for a few more minutes before hanging up and calling customer service again. I finally have a chance to call him back, and I explain that we can try to work with his shop in having them submit some photos so we can do preliminary checks to at least see if the car is a total loss or not. He tells me that he sent me photos from the night before. I explain that there were no attachments on the emails he sent me and that we need very specific photos to have the most accurate review. He proceeds to tell me that it's my job to call the shop and request them, which is what I told him at the start of the call anyway. He then demands my cell phone number. I explain that I don't have a work cell phone. He states that he wants my cell phone to be able to reach me over the weekend. I inform him I will not be providing that information to him. He demanded it a few more times before stating that he wanted to talk with my supervisor. I stated she was already informed of the situation and will be reaching out to him when she's able to. I'm not allowed to give out her contact information. He tells me that I need to have her call him immediately. I remind him that she's my supervisor and I can't dictate her schedule. He proceeds to try to keep me on the phone until his demands are met. I inform him that I'm going to disconnect the call if there's nothing further to discuss, and he ends the call. I called the shop and they also gave me attitude, stating that I was keeping a good man from his job and that I shouldn't be wasting his time like this. I asked if they could email the photos to me just so I could get it done, and they say that they will. I have a pretty uncommon last name, so I made sure to spell it out for them multiple times since it's part of my email address. 2 hours before I leave for the day, I still don't have the photos. I text the customer and I let him know, and he told me that he'd call them. 5 minutes before I'm supposed to leave, I call the shop again, and I don't get an answer or an option to leave a message. I text the customer to let him know that the photos aren't received yet, and he won't be able to move forward on his claim until Monday. He starts blaming me for working in a different time zone, stating that it isn't fair that I work 3 hours ahead of him. I explained that I don't work 3 hours ahead of him, I'm just 1 hour ahead, and the shop had all day to send me the photos needed. He now states that since he doesn't have a rental, didn't purchase the coverage, fridge. He's going to be fired on Monday, and it's all my fault. I offer to set him up with a discounted rental, and he tells me that he doesn't have a rental company in his area, but it's still my fault for him losing his job. Goodness gracious, I'm so sorry to hear that. You mean to tell me that your employer is so heartless as to fire you for missing a workday unexpectedly when it's your first occurrence or infraction with them? You may want to contact your state Department of Labor then. He tells me I should pay the claim, and that I'm holding up his claim for no reason, just to make life difficult for him. I wonder what he thinks happens to adjusters who don't follow due diligence on a claim and just pay it. We don't get cookies, that's for sure. In fact, we face termination with our employer, fines with the state that the claim was handled in, and possibly jail time. Oh yeah, and our employer can sue us for the money that we paid to the customer without authorization, and if the customer knowingly cashes the check when they know their claim wasn't supposed to have been paid out, they get reported to the federal government for insurance fraud and sued by the insurance company for repayment of the claim. I guess I'll see what he has to say on Monday. My supervisor has been reading my notes and keeping up to date with the claim, and she's going to have a very fun conversation with him, especially when all the calls exhibiting his bad behavior were recorded. Edit to add, this one's a single vehicle accident where the customer hit a large object in the road that he absolutely should have seen. I won't state the specifics in case he's a Redditor. He did not file a police report, and he wanted to send me photos from the scene of the accident, which took place at night, and became even more irate when I stated I needed a VIN photo from the sticker inside his driver's side door. Wow, I'm so sorry that you had to deal with this, OP. This sounds awful. Reading stuff like this makes me really grateful that I don't have to work with other people, especially entitled people like this. I really feel for you, OP. They sound insufferable. And yeah, like you said, OP, I'm pretty sure they're not going to fire them just for this. There's got to be other stuff going on that they're not talking about. Yeah, wow, some people are unbelievable. My ex-sister-in-law from hell and her ill-mannered kids. Just a few days before Christmas, my husband's older brother's ex-wife called to say that they're in town from Texas and wanted her kids to see their cousins, my kids. We'd been extremely busy, and we had many plans between my husband's aggressive chemotherapy treatments and life in general, but I told him that we have 2 hours in between our busy schedules. They came over and we welcomed them, and we were gracious hosts. The older son, Billy, asked about our Christmas lights. I told him that they were Gofi lights and how it comes equipped with preset lights for every different occasion or holiday, and I've been making my own patterns on it. He asked me to show it to him, which I did, but then he asked if he could make some too. I told him no, because last time you had my phone you downloaded a few games and a couple of them had viruses, which my cell phone carrier had to put a stop to. My husband and I have some properties and a property management company. I got a call and I walked away to answer it. As I come back to where everybody was seated, Billy grabs the phone out of my hand, and I asked him to give it back, but he held the phone away from me. I'm 5'7" and just under 130 pounds versus his 6 foot and over 260 pounds. My husband walked over and grabbed it just as rudely and told him never to grab things out of people's hands. Well, the mother Barb didn't like that. She said this many times that we don't like to say no to our kids because there are too many no's in the world. Meanwhile, Billy's throwing a temper tantrum while Nick, the second born, couldn't keep his hands off the candy jar. I got this candy jar that's like a tree with 5 glass jars. I fill it up with colourful candies. I had sealed it so we don't have a temptation to have some. There were some leftovers that I gave them. They grabbed handfuls and stuffed their pockets with it, so I don't know why he wanted more. Anyway, the candy jars come crashing down and there's glass everywhere. My husband cleaned it all up and I very calmly told Barb that she owes me $300. She was shocked that I asked, because old me would have just gotten over it. But prior to all of this, I'd gone out and I bought Nike brand t-shirts for the 2 older ones and toys for the younger ones. They opened up the gifts and Nick and Billy both said, "Is this all we're getting?" So after the candy crash, I went off on them, beginning by saying, "What did you get for my kids?" A couple of small card games. Did we say anything about it? My kids thanked you when they went about to play. They left in a huff because I reminded them that we have prior commitments, hopefully never to see them again. Barb left my husband's brother after she lost 80 pounds. My brother-in-law is now deceased. I'm so done with selfish people. Yeah, that's awful. And them not saying no to the kids. Yeah, like the top comment says, "Oh, I would never have them as guests in your home ever again." And seriously, that's her parenting method, to never say the word no to her kids. I hope she enjoys visiting them in prison someday. Yeah, and if not that extreme, they're still going to end up just as entitled and rude as their mum. Oh, that's so frustrating. They're coming into your house and they're acting like this. That's infuriating. I tried to return an expensive dress. A story somewhere here this morning about entitled people trying to return clothing reminded me of this from many years ago. My sister was working in a Myer store many years ago. One Friday, a local socialite came in and bought a very expensive dress. Come Monday mid-morning, she comes back into the store asking for a refund because she didn't like the dress and it wasn't a good fit. fit. My sister had just happened to be reading the local paper and she turned it around and pointed to a photograph and said, "Oh, I don't know. It looked like it fitted you well here on Saturday night." Entitled person left and she didn't get the refund she expected. Wait, so the customer was in the newspaper wearing the dress? Is that right, or did I miss something here? Yeah, like it actually fitted you really well. You just want to get your money back for it, like Homer when he's talking about a toothbrush.
Maybe we could use it once and then return it.
Marge, we're not talking about a toothbrush here.
I don't want to see that movie. I was going to the movie theaters with a very close friend of mine and his girlfriend. We were going to see the new Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. While we waited, there was a mother in front of us who just spent a fortune buying her kid a giant popcorn and a giant Coke and 2 tickets to the latest kids movie. When the kid found out what movie he was going to, he threw a huge tantrum because he didn't want to see that film. He wanted to see another kids movie, but the employees told him that the movie wasn't showing anymore. When he heard this, he let out a satanic roar and threw his popcorn down on the ground. The drink exploded everywhere and it even hit me and my friend's girlfriend, staining some of her clothes and several other people in line. The kid's mother was beyond embarrassed and took her son and stormed out of the cinema. We all just stared at each other, not so sure what happened. After all, Spider-Man was awesome. We actually saw 2 people dressed up as Spider-Man and we had a really great time despite what happened when we first arrived. Wow, I feel sorry for the mom. Like just a kid freaking out for no reason. Yeah, well, I feel like that's enough for today. They wanted me to give them my house 5 years ago. I was 23, female at the time, and I had a friend I'll call Jane. I'd known Jane for a few years, but we weren't super close. She had a boyfriend and a young son, and they were being evicted from their house because they spent their government assistance money on pot, and neither of them could keep a job. Their house was also trashed. I'd been living in a beautiful little townhouse in the same town for about a year. I was a single mum and I was receiving help from rental assistance. I worked 40 hours a week at a grueling metal manufacturing plant, and finally I was in a position to buy a home with my then boyfriend, now husband. My lease on the townhouse wouldn't be up for a few more months after buying the house. We were all hanging out in the townhouse when Jane said, "Well, the least you could do is let us live here since you have a house now." I told her that as much as I wish I could, I don't have the authority to let her just move in. It was heavily regulated. She threw a huge fit and she threatened to call the rental assistance place and report me for quote unquote not needing their assistance if I didn't let her stay in the empty townhouse. She thought for sure that they'd fine me or something. This really pissed me off. I told her firmly that she could go ahead and let them know. The whole point of rental assistance and assistance in general is to bridge the gap until you can support yourself. She got all huffy and started trying to apologize once she realized that she couldn't blackmail me. And then she asked if she could live in my new house with me. I was like, did you miss the part where you were threatening me? So of course I said no. And she lost it, called me greedy and selfish, saying it would be my fault if they ended up homeless. It did suck because I know I could have made their life easier in that moment, especially for the kid, but there's no way I could get past all of the disrespect. Edit to reiterate that this took place 5 years ago. I went no contact after this and I never gave them another minute of my time. Yeah, that's so wild. And like the top comment says, her problem started when she demanded and ordered instead of asking for help. Yeah, definitely. And that one sounded kind of familiar. I'm not sure if we've read it before, but yeah, either way, the audacity to say something like that. And also the way they worded it was super bad. Like, well, the least you could do is let us live here. Like, what do you mean the least they could do? Yeah, that's so awful, OP, and you not giving them another minute of your time, that's definitely the right move. Entitled boyfriend of housemate thinks he can live in my student home for free, and then slander me online when we all ask him to leave. This is an old one, but I thought it might be a good read. When I was a uni student, one of my housemates was dating a guy from her hometown. She invited him to come visit for a couple of weeks, which we were all fine with, but that couple of weeks visit turned into him moving in and mooching off us. They both informed us that he'd find a job and pay his fair share, but this didn't happen. He made no effort to find a job, he didn't pay rent, paid nothing towards the bills, did nothing towards cleaning the house. He just spent all the time taking up our communal area playing video games and watching TV. In their bedroom they proceeded to have extremely loud horizontal mumbo that everybody could hear because the walls are so thin. In the end we had enough. How did you not have enough after like one day? Please don't tell me you put up with this for long. It was about 3 months into his squatting. That's way too long. That us remaining 3 housemates had a chat about whether this was acceptable. Obviously we were all in agreement that it wasn't, and we set up a meeting with the girlfriend and the interloper. It was decided that I'd be the one to broach the subject and take the lead on the conversation, informing them both that he'd overstayed his welcome and it was time that he went home. He argued that he'd been struggling to find a job and that's why he was unable to pay his way, but we all pointed out that he hadn't even made any attempts to find a job, just spending all his time on the sofa playing video games. Eventually his girlfriend agreed that he'd be been taking the piss a bit and asked if he wouldn't mind going home. He did, and I thought that was the end of it. Oh, it wasn't. On the day of his moving out, he proceeded to post something on Facebook, thanking my other two housemates for being welcoming hosts, while deliberately dragging my ass in the post, claiming that I was a really poor host and throwing him out for no reason. Of course, I wasn't going to stand for that, calling him out and making it very clear that it was a collective house decision, and that he'd been living with us rent-free for several months, which was not acceptable, and pointing out that we would have been happy for him to stay if he was paying any sort of contribution to the house, but he wasn't. That ended in him making a groveling apology under my comment, saying he was sorry and that he didn't intend for it to come out like that, etc, etc. I didn't accept it because I knew what he was doing, and I just said that he should take down the post because he's made an idiot of himself. He did, but I still made sure my side of the story was out there by making my own post. Anyway, he went home, we got our house back, and he didn't visit again. Anytime my housemate and he wanted to see each other, she would go back home. After a few weeks, I'd also found out that he also set up mobile contracts with his address listed as ours and wasn't paying them. I gave all the bills to my housemate to give to him. They eventually broke up, but honestly, she wasted too much time and energy on that complete waste of space. He was just an entitled user who didn't expect to come up against 3 girls who weren't gonna take his crap. Yeah, and the whole struggling to find a job stuff when they're not even trying, and not to mention all the other stuff. That's infuriating. I don't know how you lasted 3 months, but I suppose you were sort of waiting to see if it'd get any better. But yeah, it just didn't. OP said in the comments that nobody in my house was good with confrontation, and we just wanted to keep the peace with the one that he was dating. If I hadn't have gone to my housemates in the end, he would have taken advantage of us even longer. In hindsight, I wish we'd tried to get rid of him sooner. Yeah, fair enough, OP, and the main thing that matters is they're not there anymore. But yeah, in retrospect, it's so frustrating. Like, oh my god, why didn't we kick you out so much sooner? The next one is called I-26 female kicked my soon-to-be ex-friend, 25 female, out of my house. As the title says, last week I kicked what I thought was a good friend out of my house because I can no longer handle her antics. Just want to write it here just to de-stress and deal with the grief of losing a friend. Kendall, 25 female, and I met in university in 2016. We studied different majors, but we're from the same department, so we share many different classes together, and we bonded over our passion for gaming and memes. Upon graduation, Kendall moved back to her hometown due to COVID and found a job there. We kept in touch online through Instagram. About 3 years later, Kendall told me she found a better paying job in the city, so she's planning to move out from her parents' place. When I asked her about her plans on her accommodation, she replied with, "That's the thing, I was going to ask you if you have an extra bedroom that I could move into." For context, I've inherited an apartment from my late grandfather, which is a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom near the city centre, and that was last January. And I currently live alone there since it's closer to my workplace, and it has all the convenience of public transport. After some thinking, I thought there was no harm in living with Kendall, since I considered us as close as friends. We discussed the terms and of course the rent. A week later, Kendall moved into my apartment. It was great at first, my home felt more lively than usual, and the thought of going home to a close friend did warm my heart and gave me a sense of security. Things were okay for a while, and then crap went downhill super quick. Kendall started complaining about many things at home, about her work, her savings, and how she feels homesick. At first, I was very accommodating, thinking maybe she just needs time to get used to the city life. I offered as much help as I can, even to the point that if she's low on money, I don't mind voiding a month's rent if it meant I could help her to achieve financial stability. I told her how I save money, how I live off my then low salary, with several commitments like my car, my dog, and a student loan. I grew up where my parents expect me to be independent, so I told her things I do when I'm low on cash, how to get freelance jobs, etc. But she always seemed to have excuses for every suggestion I have. Finding a freelance job is too hard, or how she couldn't let go of her premium junk food, that she isn't willing to cook or meal prep, and I eventually decided to leave it as it is. And after 2 months of living together, I realized Kendall started treating me as some kind of competition. She would constantly ask me things like how much money I make a month, how many job hoppings did that take, anything that she thinks she's better than me, she'll definitely pop that question. She boasts about how she's loyal to her crappy paying company, and how I'd never be able to move up the corporate ladder, as she called me an industry frog. She once snooped at my savings balance and asked how the hell did I save so much with commitments. Mind you, she didn't have a lot of commitments. Her parents paid off her student loans and fully paid off a brand new car for her, and maybe I should stop collecting rent from her. I got mad and I told her that if she isn't happy with me, maybe she should move out. Cue the crocodile tears as she said it was a joke, I didn't have to take her seriously, and she begged for my forgiveness and promised to never snoop at my personal items and details again. I let it go once, but she kept bringing things up, like, well, you have the cash and the credit card. Every time I told her I'd rather stay home because I no longer have the budget to go out and have fun. Comments like these became more frequent when I got a new job 6 months ago. On top of that, she doesn't clean up after herself, tried to flirt with my boyfriend, and at times parked in in my parking space when our initial agreement was that she has to find her own parking space if she's going to move in with her own car, because my apartment only has one parking lot per unit. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I caught her kicking my dog in his abdomen when I got home from work. I yelled at her and I rushed to check my dog. Luckily he was fine, but I still rushed him to the vet for safety measures. I got home and she sneered that it was just a dog, and as a friend I shouldn't treat her like that. I asked why she'd kicked my dog and she didn't answer me. She shrugged and tried to escape into her room. At this point it was already about a year since Kendall moved in with me. I lost my cool and I told her off, bringing up her problems and how I tried to be nice and accommodating. Then I told her I'm giving her a week to move out, and from then on I'd rather we keep our relationship casual or we don't ever talk at all. Kendall cried and begged me to not kick her out, but soon it turned into her screaming back at me, calling me a bad friend because apparently in her words, I didn't tell her off on how badly she was behaving. Like, what the hell? Yeah, well, take some responsibility. Oh my god. There was a lot of back and forth which I didn't remember what I said, but I remember eventually calling her an entitled brat. She cried again saying it was uncalled for and stormed off to her room. The next day I was bombarded from texts from other uni friends, some calling me selfish and others sympathized with me. This part here is what always frustrates me about these sorts of stories. Why are other people giving their opinion? Like, stay out of it. Apparently Kendall posted our argument on Facebook and Instagram, painting me to be the bad guy. I was upset at first, but I decided that after Kendall moved out we'd no longer be friends, as well as those who took her side of the story and condemned me. Last week Kendall left and I've changed the locks on my apartment. I curled up on my bed and cried myself out, probably from the sadness of losing a friend, or maybe I'm finally letting out all the frustrations. I'm definitely still grieving about this loss of a friend, and I've had many good times with Kendall. For now I want to focus on myself and hopefully I eventually get over this. Edit the whole teasing that I have more money than Kendall got worse when I told her I was given an offer by an MNC as a senior designer, and I told her the offered salary, as we always did, like I know how much she earns too, which was about 50% more than hers. That was dumb on my part. I now understand why my parents told me to never disclose or discuss salaries from the moment I started working. Yeah, OP, Kendall is not a good friend. They were treating you awfully, and not to mention they were kicking your dog. What? You're in such a better position now that they're gone, OP. Like, it's only gonna be up from here. And yeah, what sort of an a-hole gets frustrated and kicks somebody else's dog? That's revolting. The next one is called Entitled Mum Trying to Buy Alcohol. At work we have Christmas vouchers that can be used alongside our staff card to use in store. It's a private owned farm shop, so niche products. One year the entitled mum and her son, who was 17, UK age is 18 for alcohol, came around for her to spend his voucher. The kid did look nervous and his mother was a character. All we could hear from her was, I'll buy this and this. She basically overrode any decision of what the kid wanted to spend his voucher on. They come up to the till and that's where it happens. She's trying to purchase alcohol with his staff card that we scan and his voucher, so we refuse the sale. She kicks off the whole I'm paying for it spiel. Our colleague speaks up and tells her, you're not paying for it. He is with his voucher and he's underage. We were told not to sell alcohol to minors. Gesturing to the now embarrassed lad, she didn't like that, called for the manager who emphasizes our point and reiterated the policy. Manager said the voucher was for the colleague to spend, so by the law they couldn't sell the alcohol to him, so she didn't win. But the poor lad was so embarrassed by his mum telling her to just leave it. We felt bad for him. He's well liked at work and he's totally the opposite of her. Yeah, like the top comment says, that wasn't the first time he got embarrassed by his mum throwing a tantrum. Yeah, how sad is that? They probably do stuff like this everywhere. I think about that every time we read a post about a Karen. Like, they're probably super awful to like every employee they come across. And yeah, the son in this story was probably hoping so much that his mum didn't embarrass him. Yeah, that's so frustrating. The next one is called the ER Karen. So for context, one night at 12 a.m. in August 2023, I suddenly felt weak in the knees and I had to hold onto things to get around, or I'd uncontrollably lose balance. I fell to my bedroom floor when getting out of bed to feed my cat, and when I opened my eyes I had double vision. My mum said my pupils were tiny dots and I felt an extreme aura around my head, and I felt nauseous and I had muscle spasms. I didn't know what the hell was happening and it scared the hell out of me. I tried going back to sleep, but really I wanted to go to the emergency room because I felt like I was dying. The next morning the mystery symptoms had subsided and I was laying on the couch watching TV while my mum had gone to an appointment to get the car fixed. I told her I was fine before she left, but about an hour later I started feeling the symptoms again. My friend that had stayed that night tried to assure me that it was just the bottle of twisted tea I had the previous day, but I wasn't convinced a mere 12-ounce bottle of 5% alcohol volume would make me feel like I'm dying. I'm not that much of a lightweight. So anyway, I called my mum and I told her I wanted to go to the ER, and she said to call my dad and ask him to take me. So I called my dad and he took me to the hospital. Sorry for the long intro, I promise it gets interesting from here. So we arrive at the emergency room, and after I check in, I see a lady with her 4 to 5-year-old son, who apparently had a skin rash. Even more context, he wasn't in anaphylactic shock or anything, just a case of contact dermatitis from an allergen or something, not something to go to the ER for. So at first, Karen seemed fine when we engaged in some small talk, but it only spiraled from there. Apparently, she'd been waiting for over an hour, and it was beginning to show. Her kid was getting antsy and was scratching his arm where the rash was located. Karen went from, "Sweetie, I know it itches, but please don't scratch," to "Stop scratching it now." The Karen meter is rising. Then her kid started running around and laughing, and she told him to sit down in an ugly sort of tone. And of course, he didn't. He then took his shoes off and continued running, with his mother and a couple of employees chasing him around the room. This is where Karen's temper was at critical levels when she said, "If you don't sit down right now, we're leaving," as if he were misbehaving at a toy or something. Like seriously, if your kid's rash is such an emergency, why would you threaten to leave? Eventually, I get called into the office and Karen jumps in front of me and starts yelling, "No, I was here first." The doctor was bewildered and he signaled for me to keep going. I inched past Karen and watched her from the office. She continued yelling and stuck her finger in the doctor's face, saying, "My son is having a severe reaction. I've been waiting for over an hour and I was here first. If I don't get called in the next 20 minutes, I'm complaining." Yes, severe reaction indeed. I wish I could have recorded this, but I was afraid I'd get in trouble, and I was afraid to look at my phone screen in case my double vision returned. But I'll always look back on that day and laugh. Yeah, that's so annoying that you had to deal with them. But also, hopefully you're okay, OP, and whatever you had going on got better. That sounded so scary when you were explaining how it felt. But yeah, once again, I can't even imagine the sort of stuff people see that work at a place like this. There would be entitled Karens every day. The next one is called "Plant Manager Saw Bag of Food in the Fridge. Thought the food fairies left it for her to pilfer." This was 20 plus years ago, but I'll never forget it. I used to work in the office of a manufacturing plant. There was a group of us, 4 females, that would pitch in to buy lunch stuff to hold us through the week. We'd make a list on Friday and one of us, usually me, would shop on Monday morning and bring it in with us. We even brought in a sandwich maker and toaster to keep us from getting bored. We'd been doing this for months when suddenly the food wouldn't last through the week. The first time we chalked it up to us being hungrier than normal and moved on. By week number 3, we decided that we just need to buy more stuff, and we did. But again, it ran out faster and we were really confused. One day I went to grab something from the break room and there were all of our bags on the table and the plant manager making a ridiculously large sandwich. When I asked her what she was doing, she said making a sandwich. I asked her if anybody told her that she could make lunch from our stash. She said no and went on to say that she found these bags of groceries and that she'd been doing it for weeks. I let her know that the groceries were ours and we were trying to save money, but now we know why our food was running out so fast. She said that she didn't know they were ours. She just thought that somebody brought them for everyone. No, she didn't. I asked her why she didn't find out who they belonged to first, and she looked at me like a deer in headlights. When I let my co-workers know, they were pissed. One of them said she knew they were our groceries because she'd asked my co-worker why she had so much food one day. We stopped the lunch group that week and we started bringing food from home. A couple of weeks later, the plant manager asked me where our groceries were. I let her know that we couldn't afford to keep feeding people that made more than we did. Edit time because I left there in 2002 and didn't do math right. Yeah, stuff like this is the peak of entitlement. Like, oh yeah, I'll just help myself to all of your stuff and not even ask as well. And of course they weren't asking because they knew they shouldn't have been doing it and they wanted to keep getting away with taking your food. And also the fact that they didn't even apologize. Oh, infuriating. The next one is called Entitled Client Thinks That Everything Can Be Solved by Talking to the Supervisor. For a little more context, I work as a receptionist at a medical clinic and it's not my job of choice. Even though I don't love my job, I do take it seriously, as other people's health is not a joke. In addition to having the job policy of doing the best job possible at the moment, having to correct later what is much more work, I've seen many clients who are rude or disrespectful, including an elderly lady trying to beat my co-worker using a cane, which became the unit's internal joke for the month. In another day's work, a client arrives with 3 pages of exams to take. Big, but not the biggest I've ever seen. And as always, I added each exam to the system. Keep in mind that it's not the only step in the work. It is still necessary in some medical plans to make additional requests and add each individual code back to the health insurance system. As the client was on the phone, the first part was very quiet, but when she finished the call, she started complaining and insisting on being in a very loud tone for the whole place to hear, talking about how long I was taking and how much time she needed. Too much to be there. As professionally as possible, I said what I was doing. The most delayed part was attaching the order to a fixed agreement and waiting for the return. The client asked to speak to my supervisor, who was already coming to see what had happened. My supervisor knows this type of client very well, and he knows that it isn't possible to do all the procedures by magic. With all the professional words he explained to the client did not accept what my supervisor said and demanded that my supervisor substitute me for opening the record. My supervisor, being responsible for the area, had to resolve the situation. Now comes comes the part that the client doesn't know. All the forms have to be opened at the login of who was making the request, and I was no longer responsible. With a big smile, I erased everything I spent almost 2 hours doing, and bonus, I had to cancel the request for medical insurance. Good luck having to wait another 2 hours for a completed medical record to be done again, in addition to the time after the exams are approved in the health insurance. P.S. I'm studying English, and if I do have misspellings, please let me know. Wow, that's so awesome. Good on you, OP. And like the top comment says, that's brilliant. The fun you can have when it backfires on an entitled person. And all you can say is that I'm following your request of it not being me. Unfortunately for you, I have to delete all that I've submitted so far. Yeah, that's so awesome, OP. Entitled person wants me to leave because I look like Santa. So, I'm homeless. No, I don't drink, and no, I don't do drugs. I am trying to get a job, but finding employment when homeless is not an easy task, something I need to get out of the way. Every few days I take a trip to the library to charge my phone and battery so I can keep my phone on and working. I typically spend 3 to 4 hours in a quiet corner of the library glued to the power outlet charging. Today I had a cute but then frustrating interaction between a little kid and its parent. I walked through the sliding doors of the library, and I wanted around looking for an open chair near an outlet to sit and charge. I heard this little voice shout out in excitement and glee, "Santa!" and pitter-patters of little boots running over to me. Now, I get it, I really do. A big bearded man dressed in red, with big black bags and an oversized backpack strapped over his shoulder. Any little kid would easily mistake me for the big jolly man. The kid stopped dead in front of me. She was clenching her fist tight, trembling in excitement. She couldn't have been more than like 4 years old. She looked up at me, her eyes open wide, and uttered the word, "Hi, Santa." That made me smile, and I laughed. Her mother came running over, scooped up her child and said sorry to me, and then walked away, and then told her kid, "That's not Santa." The entire interaction put a smile on my face, but here's where it went downhill. I found an open seat and I plugged in to charge and do my thing. The little kid and her parent were there on the other side of the library, but the kid was still brimming with excitement. I could see her head poke out of the bookshelf staring at me every so often. That went on for about half an hour, until I guess the mother couldn't handle her child anymore, and she came over to me. She asked me to leave and find a different spot because I'm distracting her daughter. I said, "Hey, I'm sorry, but this is the only open space with an outlet. I need to charge my stuff." She very sarcastically said, "Oh, why's that?" I replied, "Because I don't have one, I'm homeless." I thought that was the end of it because her face went red and she walked away. But no, she came back. She went up to the front desk to ask if there were any outlets outside and if it's okay for me to use them. Seriously, she said the library is okay with me using the outlet outside, so I can go out there. I asked her, "So you don't want me in the library, a public institution, to charge? You'd rather me sit outside in the cold just because your kid thinks I'm Santa? Really? That's it?" I looked at her and I said, "Well, ho ho ho, Merry Christmas to you. I'm gonna stay right here until my batteries are charged." The lady went to the front desk and I listened in because I figured I'm screwed, I'm getting kicked out. She asked them to tell me to leave. They said they can't unless I'm intentionally making a disturbance, being violent or threatening, and I've been here before. I keep to myself and I don't bother anyone. So yeah, I was there for 4 hours. I didn't move or get kicked out. My things are charged and good for the next few days. Honestly, not the worst interaction I've ever experienced. At least she was somewhat polite. Edit, I don't think she was being malicious at all. I think in her mind she was doing a good deed. Wait, so they tried to kick you out because you were distracting their daughter? What? Yeah, like the top comment says, the entitlement. If her daughter was being that distracted, why didn't she try and do something and trying to have you kicked out? How are you supposed to control the attention span of a 4-year-old? Looks like the parent needs to do a lot of work. Such entitlement can be rubbed off onto a child. Yeah, that's so confusing. They're like, you know what? I should really be a parent here. Actually, no, that's way too much effort. I'm gonna blame somebody else instead. What's that? Taking responsibility? No, thank you. The next one is called Reservations Don't Count Because Brad Was Here First. Some weeks ago, I was taking my bike by train to another city. In my country, you have to book a space for your bike. These spaces designated for bikes can be used as regular foldable seats as well. A bike then occupies 3 to 4 seats. On the train, I explained to those on the seats that unfortunately I had booked the space and everybody vacated their seats, except for one middle-aged and very entitled Brad. I kindly asked him once more to move, and he said, "I was here first and I'm going far, so you need to find another space." I answered that these were the only ones for bikes, and that I had to park it and lock it as it is uncomfortable to stand with the bike in the aisle, especially while the train moves, and the space was mine. I showed my reservation. He didn't care and iterated that he came first. first. Nobody in the train said anything. I couldn't get any help because I was holding my bike. I got so mad that I simply said, I can be childish too, and jammed my bike into his shins and locked it. He looked totally shocked. I don't think he expected a small, quiet-looking woman to do that. He must have had bruises for weeks. I kept staring at him for the rest of the trip. He didn't or couldn't move. What's with these people? Bro, it doesn't matter that you're there first. They reserved the spaces. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter that you were there first. And also, what the hell are they achieving out of doing something like this? Like, oh, I'm gonna be a giant pain for no reason. That'll really teach them for doing nothing. These sorts of people must wake up in the morning and be like, you know what? I'm gonna make some people's days worse today. Nothing else makes any sense. The next one is called Entitled Army Wife versus Major General. So this isn't my story, but from one of my friends. This happened long ago, and names and some details have been changed to protect the innocent. My friend, who I'll call Lucy, lives in a town with a pretty good sized army base. To make some money between semesters of college, Lucy took a summer job as a waitress at a local restaurant that's popular with the officers and their families. Lucy is liked as a waitress, to the point that patrons will ask to be seated in her section. But you're not here for that story, are you? You're here for the entitled people. And oh boy, did Karen not disappoint. It was a Friday evening, so it was packed. There's at least an hour wait. The kitchen is zipping and Lucy and her co-workers are on their toes. Fortunately, it is mostly regulars, so they're patient and even leaving nice tips and paying compliments to the waitstaff and the owner. Karen, who Lucy had never seen before, was seated in Lucy's section and begins the usual Karen tirades, complaining about the wait, sending her pasta dish back a total of 3 different times because it wasn't cooked just right, husband's rank name dropping, yada yada yada. Lucy, easily the most patient and kind-hearted person I've ever met, but even she was getting frustrated. Then the bombshell dropped. Like most places in this town, the restaurant offers a military discount. However, thanks to this being abused in the past, people wanting the military discount must show their military ID in order to qualify. There are signs posted on the doors and in the menu stating this. Most patrons are understanding of this, but as you can guess, Karen is not one of those people. It's time for the check and Karen is asking for the military discount. Lucy, polite as ever, is asking for Karen's military ID. Karen, what did you say? Lucy, can you please present your military ID for the discount? Karen, don't you know who I am? Lucy, I'm sorry ma'am, but company rules state that your ID must be shown to get the discount. Karen, are you calling me a liar? Lucy, no ma'am, but in order to qualify for the discount, you must show your military ID. Karen, my husband is Kyle, married to a biatch. He's a second lieutenant at the army base and he knows people. Lucy's trying to keep her cool, but she told me that she wanted to cry. Karen, I know people. I can make sure you never get a job in this town again. You're so stupid. You're probably some college dropout who will never amount to nothing. By this point, everybody is silent and even the owner is coming over. An older woman from another section, who Lucy has never even seen before either, gets up and comes over. The woman, who I'll call Belle, taps Karen on the shoulder. Karen stops her tirade and whips around, her face turning 50 shades of red and purple, stares Belle down. Karen, what do you want? Belle, you're gonna apologize to this young lady, pay in full and leave a generous tip. Karen, who the hell are you? Belle, somebody who can make things very difficult for your husband. Karen, I don't have to stand for this. Grabs her purse. I'll tell so many people just how much this place sucks that nobody's gonna want to come here anymore. Karen storms off, pushing the owner hard enough for him to fall on the ground, and left. According to Lucy, it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop for at least a minute. Belle helps the owner to his feet, makes sure he's okay, and then turns to Lucy. Belle, are you okay? Lucy, still shaken. Yeah, thank you, I'm okay. Belle, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the base. That was completely uncalled for. Turns to the owner. I'd also like to compensate for the meal and tip as an apology. Owner, there's no need, ma'am. Belle, I insist. Owner, thank you, ma'am. Belle returned to her seat and the night continued. Belle and her husband came back to check on Lucy before leaving and promised to come back for dinner the next Friday. It wasn't until Monday afternoon, when Carl went to the restaurant to apologize, that Lucy learned what went down. It turned out that Belle was the Major General who had just been posted to the base. That morning, Belle had him summoned to her office for a little chat. Because it happened off base, he was mortified and offered to reimburse Belle for the check and tip. He didn't get into trouble. However, he was warned that Karen's behavior could make things difficult for his career. He made sure that Karen verbally got torn up one side and down the other on the phone when he was done. In this town, gossip spreads faster than the flu. Karen never darkened the door of the restaurant again, but the rest of the town made sure Karen knew that she wasn't welcome. Belle kept her word and showed up every Friday evening for dinner with her husband. According to Lucy, she was a classy lady, and even if she didn't sit in Lucy's section, she'd make sure to tell Lucy hello and leave her a nice tip. Yeah, like the top comment says, well, way to go, Belle. I hate name droppers and such. Like, who cares? The whole, do you know who I am? I tend to say no, do you know who I am? It does throw them often. I'm grateful that I meet many less Karens at my current job than than I did in retail. Yeah, definitely. Good on you, Belle. And the whole name dropping thing is so cringe and lame. And not only that, but it's making it harder for their husband. Yeah, that sucks. The next one is called I asked a woman to put her feet down from beside me. I was on a 2-hour Amtrak train sitting in the dining car with my food. This guy sat across from me, 4-seater table, but comfortably seats 2, 1 on either side. He leaves to get food. This woman in her 40s or 50s comes in, asking if 1 or 2 people are sitting where that guy's stuff is. I said 1 person, so she sat down and took up a lot of the space. The guy comes back and takes his stuff and then leaves, presumably back to his seat. I continued sitting. She ate and at one point moved her Chipotle bag a bit into my space, but I didn't care as much. When she was done eating, she proceeded to stretch her legs under the table and put her feet up right beside me. I asked, "Can you move your feet down? They're right beside me." She stared at me and didn't say anything. I then added, "I don't appreciate it," and then she gave me a face, so I let it go. Then as I'm eating and reading, she coughs 3 different times, never covers her mouth, and burped 3 times and never excused herself. At one point she mumbled something about young something chewing bubble gum. I was chewing gum, but not sure what that has to do with anything. At one point I was done eating, but I didn't want to get up since I was reading and I wanted the window view. She puts her feet up again for the 3rd or 4th time, and her feet touched my thigh and stayed there. I said, "Please put your feet down, they're touching me." She makes a show of looking under the table to where her feet are, and they're right beside me since I'd shifted, but her shoes were touching my coat on the seat. Then she says, "You kicked me and didn't even have the courtesy and decency to apologize." I said, "When did I kick you?" She said, "Under the table." I said, "If I did, it was unintentional and I'm sorry, but you've intentionally put your feet up when I asked you not to." And then she crossed her arms and did that parental nod, like I'm not going to dignify this with a response. I'm annoyed partially because I feel powerless, that I can't even get someone to put their feet down, but I'm also proud of myself for speaking up when I wasn't comfortable. I'm still annoyed though. Yeah, and fair enough too, they sound awful. Like, why are they turning something that's meant to be an enjoyable time into something not fun? It's so annoying when people are being frustrating for no reason. Like, this person had absolutely no reason to be such a pain, but they were anyway. But yeah, good on you for standing up for yourself, OP. I don't know how you sat with this person for so long. The next one is called Mummy Told Me That You're Taking Care of Me. Names and some details have been changed. I have posted a story that my friend Lucy told me about one of her favorite people, Belle. Oh, the one that we read before. Given how that story blew up, I decided to ask Lucy, who became friends with Belle after the restaurant incident, if Belle had any more stories. And oh boy, did Belle deliver. For some background, this was a few months before 9/11. Belle was a captain at the time. One afternoon in late August 2001, Belle and Adam, her husband, hosted a cookout for a few friends and neighbours and invited them to bring their families along as it's on a big property. One of those invited was Belle's friend David, a fellow captain under a different major also stationed at the base. It's at this party that Belle and Adam meet David's wife Karen, not the same woman from the restaurant, and their then 5-year-old daughter Mary. Belle and Adam, who were trying to have kids themselves, were charmed by Mary, a sweet and polite young girl. 9/11 happens and it's chaos. David is among those deployed to Afghanistan as the start of Operation Enduring Freedom. Before he left, he asked Belle, who wasn't being deployed, if she'd keep an eye on Karen and Mary should something happen to him. Nothing formal or anything like that. More of a friend asking another friend. Belle promised him she would, and they parted. It's early one morning in December 2001. Belle and Adam had a rare day off together and were enjoying a cup of coffee when they hear a car pulling up in their long driveway, stopping for a few minutes and then driving away. They think it's somebody who got lost and they go back to their coffee. Then they hear a quiet knock at the door. It was so quiet that they almost didn't hear it. Belle answers it. Standing there next to a huge duffel bag and red-eyed from crying was little Mary. She hugged Belle and told her, "Mummy told me that you'll be taking care of me." This is the first time they've seen Mary since the party, mind you. They bring Mary inside and they get breakfast for her. This was in the days before cell phones were widely available, so they have no way to get a hold of Karen. They wait a few hours and then they call David's house. No response. They call the police, tell them what happened and ask them to keep an eye out for Karen. Through the chain of command, Belle manages to get a hold of David's CEO and explains the situation. David is beyond shocked when he learns what happened, but he gives Belle the phone number for his parents, who live in a different state, and promises that as soon as he can, he'll be home. He also thanks Belle and Adam for watching over Mary. Mary's grandparents made the 20-hour drive to pick up Mary and drive her back to their home. A week later, Adam is home when guess who shows up? Yeah, it's Karen. Without an apology or an explanation of where she'd been, she demands to know where Mary is. When confronted, Karen said, "I just wanted some time for myself." "And you promised David that you'd keep an eye on her." Adam practically chased her down the road, screaming at her for what a neglectful mother she was. David hears the news from Belle and then starts divorce proceedings as soon as he's back stateside, because she's proven that she can't even take care of a cat. He does win full custody of Mary and eventually moves on to marry a nice woman woman who becomes the second mother to his daughter. Belle and Adam remained in contact with David and Mary over the years. Mary has grown into a polite and determined woman and is now an army officer herself. Yeah, unbelievable. I can't believe how frustrating people can be. The top comment says, goodness gracious, I understand that certain commitments such as support or be there for you and take care of may give some bigger room for interpretation, but come on. Yeah, like, oh, you promised to look after our daughter. Yeah, pretty sure they didn't. The audacity of some people. The next one is called Entitled Woman Wants Me Kicked Out of Walmart for Wearing a Costume. This happened in about mid-October. The company I worked for holds a Halloween party every year for our local children's hospital, and I was one of the few workers who decided to volunteer. I was doing face painting for the kids. The party was themed Nightmare Before Christmas, so I was dressed as Sally, full face painted and everything. Once the party was over, I went to a couple of Walmarts to look at some stuff. I went to the first Walmart and everything was great. A woman dressed as a unicorn who was helping run the self-checkouts complimented me and gave me some candy, so I assumed everything was fine. I went to the second Walmart and immediately as I walked in, I went past all the checkouts to head to the aisle I needed, and I suddenly heard a woman making a loud ahem noise, and I looked over because I thought it was somebody trying to get my attention for something. Sure enough, a woman who was checking out continued to make the obnoxious noise and then proceeded to look at me and then to the woman watching the registers and then back to me and so on. I was so confused on what the hell was happening. The worker eventually looked at the woman and went, "May I help you with something? You're just gonna let this happen?" she said to the worker, directly looking and gesturing to me. Yeah, the worker said, giving an awkward look to me before kinda waving me off as a sign to run. I immediately started walking away so I didn't have to deal with some Karen yelling at me about how Halloween is satanic and that I should be ashamed of myself, as this actually already happened twice at my workplace, which was a Halloween store. I heard the woman say something about an effing robbery as I was walking away. That was nice. Not super climactic, but it was definitely nerve-wracking for me, as I had a lot of social anxiety. I can share so many stories about that job to the point that it's not even funny. Yeah, what's with people not minding their own business? We read about stuff like this all the time. Oh my god, aren't you gonna do something about this? They're dressed up for Halloween. Oh my god, the horror. Like, once again, making an issue out of nothing. The next one is called You're Not a Veteran, You're a Woman. And once again, it's by the same person who wrote the story about Belle. Due to popular demand, I've asked my friend Belle, a retired army officer, for more dependopotamus stories, and she delivered this lovely gem. This took place several months after she retired, but she was still living in the town where she was last posted. She went to a local store to get some last minute things for a party that she and her husband Adam were hosting. Belle has veteran plates on her car, and at this particular store, there's a parking space designated for veterans. So Belle parks in the spot when here comes our dependopotamus, aka Karen. Let me guess, somebody not minding their own business. It's every bloody time. The exchange went roughly like this. Karen, what are you doing here? Wearing your husband's rank? Belle, excuse me? Karen, you're not a veteran, you're a woman. Move or I will have you towed. Belle, no. Karen, get back here. Karen reached out to grab her, but Belle moved out of the way and then went inside, thinking that'd be the end of it, and pitying the poor person this woman was married to. Alas, it was only just the beginning. When Belle got home, Adam asked her if she'd seen Facebook. Belle said no, why? Adam then showed her. Our dependopotamus had stalked Belle through the store, took several pictures of her, and posted a nasty post in the military spouse support group about how Belle wore her husband's rank and took the place away from a deserving veteran, and my husband and I have to put up with this crap, among other colourful stuff. Belle just shook her head and rolled her eyes and went to preparing for the party. That night, people started arriving. One of the people invited was a major that Belle had mentored during her last posting and had a good relationship with. He arrived, exchanged the usual pleasantries, and then said, "Let me introduce you to my wife, Karen. Karen, this is Belle Smith, my former general." According to Belle, the look on Karen's face when she saw Belle's face was priceless. No way, so they were going to the party? That's so funny. They would have taken that Facebook post down so fast. Such an a-hole move too. Like, oh, I'm going to make assumptions about somebody that I don't even know. Not only be super rude to them for no reason, but also making an awful Facebook post about them, trying to humiliate them when they don't even know who they are. Yeah, that's infuriating. Such a funny ending though. The next one is called You Raised Me, Now You Have to Raise My Kids. An earlier post reminded me of something that happened a few years ago. Thanks to my immigrant grandparents working very hard and managing their finances really well, my family is comfortably middle class. My grandparents were able to buy their kids, aunts and uncles, used cars when said kids turned 16. My aunts and uncles bought used cars for their kids when my cousins turned 16. One of my cousins was furious when his child was turning 16, and my aunt and uncle weren't going to buy their grandchild a car. The exchange went went roughly like this. Per my cousin's rant to me after the fact, cousin, but it's tradition. Aunt, yeah, and as the parent, if you want to carry on the tradition, you buy your child a vehicle. Cousin, but that's not fair. Aunt, do you need to borrow money? We can loan the money to you, up to so-and-so amount, and then you can pay us back no interest. Cousin, but I shouldn't have to pay you back. You bought me a car. My child is expecting to receive a car. And this went on and on. This cousin isn't the eldest nor the first to have kids. The other cousins bought vehicles for their own kids. I don't get where his entitlement came from. His parents aren't pushovers, so their final offer was a loan with a contract, because if auntie loaned you money, she was gonna get it back. Cousin used his own money and bought his kid a used car, but complained about it until his own son told him he was wrong. Lol. Oh, that's so annoying. Has no idea how fortunate they are, and they're completely taking that for granted. Oh, behavior like this is so gross. Entitled Ken felt entitled to my engagement ring. So this happened a few months ago. I was doing my normal monthly grocery shopping at Walmart. I'm in the meat section getting what my family needs and will use for the month. I'm terminally ill, so my weight fluctuates a decent bit. My fingers swell and shrink depending on what kind of day I'm having. At this moment, my hands were as small as they'd ever get. While putting a roast in my cart, my ring slips off and it clangs its way to the bottom of the cart and onto the floor, and then it bounced a couple of feet. Cue the entitled Ken. This man looks me directly in the eyes, picks it up and puts it in his pocket. I was shocked and I froze. I mumbled a quiet thanks and can I have my ring back? He makes no move to give my ring back until an employee makes it known that she's seen the whole fiasco happen and would be calling the cops if he didn't hand it over. He mumbled something akin to, I found it on the ground, it's mine. He immediately handed it to me despite his protests. Like, what in the legitimate hell made him decide that he could just take my ring? Yeah, what? And also, that could have been so much more annoying if the employee didn't see this. It's so lucky that they saw it happen. Yeah, but that's just messed up. Even if you have absolutely no money, you don't steal somebody's engagement ring. You don't steal anything for that matter. A couple took our Instagram-worthy hot chocolate by mistake. I, female, now 42, live in Copenhagen, but the rest of my family doesn't. So my sisters like to come to visit for a few days every now and then to hang out and enjoy some sightseeing and good food. This happened in December 2019, so before 2020, which means lots of people everywhere and no restrictions of any kind. My little sister, now 38, was here for a Christmas visit in December, and we were enjoying the lights and the sights of some lovely Christmassy delights. It was a cold day, and we decided that we'd visit a smallish cafe that makes a really tasty and very beautiful all things chocolate, and have some of their seasonal hot chocolate, which is kinda pricey, but well worth the price tag. It was a salted caramel and clementine hot chocolate, lavishly decorated by the way. You could get 2 or 3 kinds of pretty but regular hot chocolates too, but this was their Instagram hot chocolate, if you know what I mean. My sister finds a table and I get in line to order 2 of these chocolate wonders. There's a bit of a queue, but it moves along fairly quick. I get to the counter and the chocolate goddess at the counter asks me my very feminine name to call when my order's up and informs me that it'll be about 10 minutes. I go sit down and I wait for my sister at the other end of the cafe, but very much still within hearing distance. So just about 10 minutes later, the male half of a couple orders and goes sits down with his girlfriend. They were 2 tables away from the counter. At the same time, my name is called. Now I can't see their table as it's behind me, but my sister told me later that the girlfriend pointed at our chocolates immediately and the man more or less sprinted up to get them when the woman who made the hot heavenly drinks had her back turned. I walk up there and my drinks are of course gone. One of the hot chocolate goddesses comes over with the next order and calls a name. I ask where the order for my name is and she said that when she looked over her shoulder to check, she assumed I'd gotten them because they were gone. Another chocolate god interjected that he saw a man take my order and point to the table with the thieving couple who were busy taking lots of photos of their drinks. The goddess, okay, I don't know if I can keep calling them goddesses, okay? The goddess went over with me in tow and asked what they'd ordered. They'd ordered regular hot chocolates, but the girlfriend had wanted these when she saw them in all their glory just sitting on the counter with no one to claim them. For at least 5 minutes, they said. So she thought it didn't matter if they took them instead. Oh, how dare you? They were unclaimed for bloody 5 seconds, lady. The goddess explained that the drinks were not theirs and to wait for their order. No, they're ours now, the girlfriend claimed, and pulled the finder's keeper's card all while looking triumphantly at me. The goddess asked the guy which name he gave at the counter, and he claimed he gave the same as my name, hence the mix-up. So I asked him, what was the name called? Surprise, surprise, he couldn't answer. Now the girlfriend was getting upset and sat there saying, no, 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 over and over again, while the guy asked if I could not just order new ones. Oh my god, they're throwing a tantrum. They're a fully grown adult, aren't they? What Why are people like this? No, I'm gonna have your hot chocolate even though it's not mine. Straight up acting like an entitled child. The guy asked if I could not just order new ones since clearly they'd made a mistake and the drinks were already on their table. Why? So you can steal those too? Yeah, they stole them. They didn't put them on their table. The goddess asked if I wanted those specific 2 drinks or could she maybe make me some new ones. I asked if the couple would be allowed to keep the mouth-watering morsels of goodness if I wanted new ones, and she said yes. Well, then of course I wanted those specific drinks, and now girlfriend was visibly crying. Oh my god, what? The goddess took the drinks away and gave them to me. As we were walking away, I inspected the drinks and I told her she better pour these away and make new ones, because 1, they were now cold, and 2, there were tears in one of them. And though I enjoy salted caramel, this level of salt was a bit much. She grinned and took them away and made me new ones that were served at the table. My sister and I agreed that these were the best hot chocolates we've ever had. We enjoyed them loudly while the thieving couple stared daggers at us. The audacity though, like what do they expect? You can't steal somebody else's drinks and think that you're not in the wrong. Like how do you have the audacity to be upset about this, you know? Oh, so you're telling me I can't just take stuff that isn't mine? And it doesn't matter if I get upset about it and throw a tantrum even though I'm an adult? Oh no. It's like if somebody was never told no and they always got what they wanted and they just went out into public and thought they could do the same. The next one's called Lady on the Bus Scolds Me for Sitting because I'm young and healthy and demands that I give up my seat. I suffer from chronic illnesses and chronic back and hip pain. I rarely take the bus because it's less painful to drive myself or to have someone drive me for my back. I get on the bus and I find an open seat and I sit down. At the next stop, some entitled Karen gets on the bus and stands next to me with a displeased look on her face. Entitled Karen, excuse me, hello, do you need something? Entitled Karen, you know that there are older people on the bus who need to sit? People like me, I'm sorry, there are probably other seats in the back. I really need that seat. Entitled Karen, stop talking this nonsense. You're a healthy young girl who's clearly healthy. I need to sit. I might look healthy, but I'm not, and young people can be ill too. So please leave me alone. People start to look at us because she's huffing and puffing loudly. Entitled Karen, today's youth is so spoiled. You need to learn to respect your elders. And then she tried to sit on top of me. Stop it, lady. Get away from me. I don't want you to touch me. Entitled Karen, get off this seat and we'll both be happy. You don't need it. This lady, half of her fat ass on top of me, started to make herself comfortable on me. At this point, I was in a crap ton of pain and I was screaming at her to get away from me whilst holding back tears from the pain. The bus driver had to stop to have her removed. A girl from my class came and comforted me even though she barely knows me. Happy ending, I guess. But still, how do people just decide to sit on top of a person just to get what they want? Yeah, God, that's so awful. And yeah, just because somebody looks young and healthy doesn't mean they're not suffering from something. But yeah, either way, you shouldn't bloody sit on somebody. And I don't know, call me crazy, but I feel like that goes without saying. Guy doesn't buy a movie ticket, gets pissed when the movie doesn't play. Many years ago, I worked at a movie theater. I was working box office and a guy comes in with his kid and walks right past me to the concession stand, buys some snacks and then proceeds into a theater. At this theater, we turned off the screens if no one bought tickets for the movie. Dude comes back out after the movie was supposed to have started, complaining that it's not playing. A manager asked to see his ticket and when he doesn't produce it, refuses to turn the screen on. The dude stormed out of the theater with his kid, flipping us off on the way out, got in his car, drove up to the building and chucked his drink at it. So not only did he make a fool of himself, he wasted a $5 soda and all in front of his kid. Wow. You mean I can't just go and watch a movie? Like, how are they the ones that are getting upset? Do you know how this works, dude? Or do you just feel entitled to everything for free? The funniest part and the most frustrating part is when they're surprised. Like, oh, I can't believe I couldn't just do this. Of course you can't, dude. The next one's called Aunt shows up at my place with all of her stuff and tells me that she's going to be living with me for a while. And also, by the way, this was 10 months ago. So without getting too political, we recently had an election in the USA. My aunt supported one side while her husband and adult offspring supported the other side. The election didn't go the way my aunt wanted it to. Aunt proceeded to flip her crap, breaking things and yelling, and even going as far as to set her daughter's "I voted" sticker on fire. Oh my god, that sort of stuff rots people's brains, I swear. Her husband called the police. The police declined to arrest her for anything, but suggested she find a different place to stay for the night. This happened yesterday in New Jersey. Fast forward to 2 a.m. today. Here I am sleeping peacefully in my home with my family over 500 miles from all of this drama. My fence alarm goes off, waking me up. I don't know if it's a bear or a trespasser, so I get my pants on and grab my shotgun just to be safe. safe. Turns out my aunt cut the lock off my gate because she couldn't get in and I wasn't answering my phone. Why did she have bolt cutters in her car? So I safely stow my weapon and I ask her, what the hell? She starts crying and screaming. Mind you, this is 2 a.m. in a quite rural community about how the devil took her family and they threw her out. And she says that since she has nowhere else to go, I need to let her in so she can stay in my guest room for a while. I told her one of my guilties is using that room right now. The room's occupied. This person came from Texas all the way to West Virginia to hang out with me. I'm not going to toss them out with 30 seconds of notice because my aunt showed up. So she decides to call the police and tell them that I'm keeping her from entering her home. What? We're out in the woods, so the cops don't get here quick. It's 4:41 a.m. when they show up. I see them talking to her in the driveway. She shows them the bolt cutters and the ruined lock. A few minutes later, the officer knocks on my door. Your tenant claims that. I immediately cut him off and tell him that I do not have a tenant. I own and occupy this place. I offer to show him the deed. Well, this woman claims I cut him off again. What's the address on her ID say? At this point, the cop is pissed at me, I can tell, so I try to de-escalate the situation. Look, man, she doesn't live here. She's never lived here. That's my aunt. She lives in New Jersey. Please check her ID. Cop calms down a bit and lets me know that he'll talk to her and then come back. 10 minutes later, the cop comes back to my door. 3 of them this time. Not just the one from earlier. One of them had stripes and a rocker on his arm, so I could tell he was important. He asked me if there's any way the aunt can stay here for the night because she's too drunk to drive, so we can't let her back on the road. This woman just drove from New Jersey to here drunk. Thank God she didn't kill anyone. I told him she can't stay here, but I'm sure there's a room in the local jail. The cop asked me if she can just sleep in her car in the driveway and leave in the morning. I told him absolutely not. When she wakes up in the morning, I'll just have to call them to come get her off my property, so that wouldn't solve anything. I asked them to remove her from my property. Long story short, her car got towed and she's in the drunk tank. So much for sleeping tonight. My kids need to be up for school soon. Yeah, like this comment says, the woman drove over 500 miles inebriated, trespassed on private property, destroyed private property, lied to police and still didn't get arrested. I'd be pressing charges for the trespassing and the property damage, and then reminded that it would have been cheaper to get a hotel room. Yeah, the fact that they didn't get in trouble for this pretty much. Wow, that's unbelievable. And scary too. You shouldn't have to worry about your aunt that's lost it, that may or may not break into your house. Yeah, that's ridiculous. My parents apologized. My sister did not, at least at first. A week ago, I made this throwaway account to ask am I the a-hole a question. I was found to be anything but the a-hole in it. I have too much to say to post in Am I the a-hole as an update, so a friend recommended I come here. My post on Am I the a-hole essentially opened a Pandora's box in the family. We've read this Am I the a-hole post before and I can play it right now. And if you guys want to skip the Am I the a-hole post, skip to this part of the video. Am I the a-hole for saying I'll be driving myself and paying for my own room on the upcoming family vacation so I won't have to be a babysitter? I, 23 male, was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter on all family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews. Last year we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents and they paid for my hotel room. Only I had to share that room with 3 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation, but instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it and I was reminded that I was there for free. And then we pretty much just did only one thing that I wanted to do, which was tour an art gallery. I like doing this whenever I'm at the coast, but the kids find it boring. This year my parents have a beach trip planned for me and they assumed that I'd be riding along the same way as last year, but I refused. I said I'd be driving myself and paying for my own hotel to stay in so I can have my own room. My parents were shocked and they tried to remind me of the cost. I said it was no worry, I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. That's when the buts started. I stated the previously listed things as to why I'll be driving myself and paying for myself. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys. Oh, no way! I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything that I wanted to do, and I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to just go to a bloody art gallery. I'm a grown man, I deserve my own vacation too. Now my sister isn't speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me just to ride with them to keep the peace, and I'm still refusing, but the pressure is getting to me. Am I the a-hole for not giving in? I know they'll have a pretty hard time when they won't have another person there to help. Yeah, but that's That's not your job. Edit, it's barely even been an hour since I posted, but my sister is apparently a Reddit lurker in the mornings, and she saw my post. Not only is she furious with me, but she's also upset that no one in the comments is siding with her. So to make it short, she went on a big rant about how it's so hard to be a parent to triplets, and the least I could do is help because I'm young and single, and she needs a break. I stood my ground on my decision, and now she's calling our parents to get them involved. I'm expecting a call from them any minute. Update, well, I'm off work now, so I can tell more of what went down. I guess you could say it's over. My sister got our parents involved, they looked at my post, and they were absolutely horrified by the continuous influx of commenters. Yes, they're very angry with me that I posted here, but I told them if they just listened to me to begin with, I would have never had to. I'm sick of the whole keep the peace mentality that sacrifices me to placate my sister. They in turn went off on my sister, and to make a long story short, the whole vacation has been cancelled. The hotel wasn't booked yet anyway, but my parents are arguing with my sister, and my sister is blaming me, and my nephews are crying because they aren't going to go to the beach. My sister called me at lunch and basically implied I have no life, which is why I have time to help. I recorded that and I told our parents, and that's currently what they're fighting about. Small update, I wasn't going to update again, but here's a little more. Parents said they won't ever push babysitting of my nephews on me again, and have agreed that what happened last year was unfair to me. Right now they're very angry with my sister for telling me that I should help her because she thinks I have no life. My sister is playing the victim, and my brother-in-law is basically saying nope to the whole mess and spending most of his time at work. Thank you to everyone who has commented. You made my day. Oh my god, what an adventure. And yeah, of course people in the comments aren't siding with the sister. It's obviously wrong of them to think they can do this. Like this comment says, that's a laugh. She's admitting that she's ruining your vacation so as not to ruin her own. They're her kids and her responsibility, not the a-hole. In fact, you're nicer than I would be. I'll just say no thanks, I've got other plans, and avoid the family vacation altogether. So back to the Entitled People post. Basically, my parents and my older sister had become very comfortable with me helping with the childcare of my young triplet nephews. I didn't leave home till I was 22 because I was trying to save money while also going to college. A scholarship covered a lot, and living at home kept me from getting rising debt due to my working part-time as well. I'm very thankful for this. However, after college, everyone just seemed to act like I had endless time on my hands and convince me along on a family vacation. In this so-called vacation, I was forced to babysit my 3 at the time 6-year-old nephews. I even had to share a hotel room with them, and believe me, those kids did not listen to a damn thing I said until I called their mother twice, and I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to do other things during the trip. Like if it's something the family doesn't enjoy as a whole, then it doesn't happen, which was so hypocritical because I'm family and I wasn't included in that vote. And you can bet I aired this grievance with my parents after my last post, and they have acknowledged being in the wrong. After that awful vacation last year, I decided it was time to move out, and did so before the summer even ended, which surprised everyone as I gave them no warning. I'd landed a great job pretty much right after college thanks to an internship, and used moving as an excuse to drop my commute from 45 minutes to 15. My sister hated this because it meant no more free babysitting on weekends, but she still tried to make me do it. I caved sometimes, usually by being bribed with pizza, and this sort of thing became a new norm. But then last month, my parents announced plans for another family vacation to the same place along the coast, and they basically wanted to go the same way. I knew that if I rode with my parents and let them buy the hotel rooms, I'd be screwed over the same way as last time, so I casually stated I'd drive myself and pay for myself. And that's when the crap storm started. When my parents realized that they couldn't entrap me like before, they resorted to borderline begging, and my sister practically tried to get me to go with the flow through gaslighting. Newsflash, I didn't. After I didn't cave to my sister's demands, I made the Am I the A-hole post after days of harassment, and then my sister somehow spotted that post in less than an hour. What followed was Pandora's box. My sister called our parents and they called me when I still had a little time to talk in the morning. My parents were on the phone with me while also reading my post. I asked them if anything in the post was a lie. They sort of steered around it and called the post an exaggeration, but I pointed out numerous details that made it pretty much on the mark. Then I told them to check the comments. There were already far too many to read. I was repeatedly refreshing the page on my home PC and telling them how many comments there were. Then I told them I was sick of their mentality of keeping the peace by forcing me to placate my sister. Then I said I was out of time and we would have to resume this later. Well, my parents were positively horrified that hundreds if not thousands of people were commenting in a matter of hours. And later on I told them that the numbers had basically doubled and were still growing, which only added to their horror. So I guess they were forced to take a long look at their own actions. My sister tried to call me a biatch while I was at work, but my phone was on silent until my lunch break, so all she could do was leave messages and text messages, but she was persistent and managed to get through to me when I was eating my lunch. The gist of the conversation was that my post had taken her parents away from her side. Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? And now they were mad at her. In the ensuing argument between them, my parents cancelled the entire vacation. Yeah, they later acknowledged they just passed the blame out of embarrassment, and their fully accepted fault. They told me no excuses could excuse the fact that they made me their go-to free babysitter when I wasn't even living at home anymore. Then did try to backtrack a little by pointing out that they never charged me rent while I was in college, but I reminded them that kids don't ask to be born, and I was doing my hardest to make my own way. Then I pointed out that my father had the same kind of leg up from his parents. They let him live free of charge at home while he was in college. That pretty much ended any argument that my parents had left. When my sister managed to call me at lunch, I presented the facts to her, and she showed her true colors. She implied that I have no life and that my free time on weekends should be spent helping her because she's tired and unable to go out even without bringing her children with her, unless someone's watching them. She's a stay-at-home mum with a husband that makes a decent salary. They live in a pretty decent house that's owned, not rented. And to be frank, my nephews aren't really my responsibility. They forced them on me and expected it to stay that way. My sister angrily hung up on me, but I'd recorded the call and then played it to my parents later. They were furious, and they basically went to war with my sister. My sister dug her heels in and blamed me, and then doubled down on her belief that my life should circle around hers. I told her that was the most narcissistic and entitled thing she's ever said to me. It took days, but her husband finally stepped in and forced her to apologize to me. I'd never seen her coward like that by anyone, but she was on the verge of crying. It ended up being admitted that one of the reasons I was the go-to babysitter was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It was never about the money, or was it? Actually, my brother-in-law thought that my sister was paying me for time watching her kids after I moved out of my parents' house. She didn't even give me gas money, just gave me cash that was enough to order pizza for both myself and the kids, and pocketed the rest. My sister had been shortchanging me for months. He blew up at her when this came out during her half-assed apology, and she was forced to pay me what she owed me in cash entirely from her savings, which she looked very sore about. And then my brother-in-law apologized to me for his own inaction in letting my sister walk all over me, and promised they'd get a normal babysitter from now on. Yeah, it'll cause a bit of a drop in the bucket for them, but my sister will be getting date nights back. Then came the family meeting the other day's evening. We all gathered up at my parents' house and everything was laid bare. Apologies all around and whatnot. Then my parents reinstated the family vacation, and yeah, I do still plan to drive myself and pay for my own hotel stay. I'll even stay in a completely different hotel if my sister tries to revert me to childcare, and I have stated this. She promised me that it won't happen, and if I don't update again after the vacation in another month or so, then you'll all know that everything's fine. Wow, what an adventure! I'm so glad everything's sorted out now, cause yeah, that was so frustrating. Like, I'm busy with my own children. The entitlement that they just think that you should look after their kids, and that shouldn't even be a question. My ex-sister from hell and her bratty kids, and now Barb's mum. So, a few weeks ago, I posted about my ex-sister-in-law and her kids coming over, and the kids behaved badly and broke my candy tree, etc. My ex-sister-in-law from hell and her ill-mannered kids. Just a few days before Christmas, my husband's older brother's ex-wife called to say that they're in town from Texas and wanted her kids to see their cousins, my kids. We'd been extremely busy, and we had many plans between my husband's aggressive chemotherapy treatments and life in general, but I told him that we have 2 hours in between our busy schedules. They came over and we welcomed them, and we were gracious hosts. The older son Billy asked about our Christmas lights. I told him that they were Gofi lights and how it comes equipped with preset lights for every different occasion or holiday, and I've been making my own patterns on it. He asked me to show it to him, which I did, but then he asked if he could make some too. I told him no, because last time you had my phone you downloaded a few games and a couple of them had viruses, which my cell phone carrier had to put a stop to. My husband and I have some properties and a property management company. I got a call and I walked away to answer it. As I come back to where everybody was seated, Billy grabs the phone out of my hand, and I asked him to give it back, but he held the phone away from me. I'm 5'7" and just under 130 pounds versus his 6 foot and over 260 pounds. My husband walked over and grabbed it just as rudely and told him never to grab things out of people's hands. Well, the mother Barb didn't like that. She said this many times that we don't like to say no to our kids because there are too many no's in the world. Meanwhile, Billy's throwing a temper tantrum while Nick, the second born, couldn't keep keep his hands off the candy jar. I got this candy jar that's like a tree with 5 glass jars. I fill it up with colourful candies. I had sealed it so we don't have a temptation to have some. There were some leftovers that I gave them. They grabbed handfuls and stuffed their pockets with it, so I don't know why he wanted more. Anyway, the candy jars come crashing down and there's glass everywhere. My husband cleaned it all up and I very calmly told Barb that she owes me $300. She was shocked that I asked because old me would have just gotten over it. But prior to all of this, I'd gone out and I bought Nike brand t-shirts for the 2 older ones and toys for the younger ones. They opened up the gifts and Nick and Billy both said, "Is this all we're getting?" So after the candy crash, I went off on them, beginning by saying, "What did you get for my kids?" A couple of small card games. Did we say anything about it? My kids thanked you when they went about to play. They left in a huff because I reminded them that we have prior commitments, hopefully never to see them again. Barb left my husband's brother after she lost 80 pounds. My brother-in-law is now deceased. I'm so done with selfish people. All while the sister-in-law Barb was smiling at her kids' bad behavior. She doesn't believe in saying no to her kids because there are too many no's out there. So anyway, after I made her pay for the damage her son Nick did, they left and we went to my cousin's house where we had plans for Christmas. Within a few hours of that, she started calling and texting me non-stop. I didn't take the calls because I figured she was mad that she had to pay $300 to me. Sunday night, I got a call from Barb's mum. She made small talk and then almost immediately asked if we can help her out by watching the kids for 4 days because Barb wanted to whisk her new boyfriend to go on a cruise Easter. I told her that we can't do that. She wouldn't listen and kept trying to make me agree. I told her that my husband has stage 4 cancer and will be getting chemotherapy. And also Easter break, we have plans to go somewhere as well. Besides, we just don't want to be responsible for the kids who don't listen to anybody. Apparently she wants her daughter, Barb, to settle down again, so it would be a big favour. And since I'd blocked her on all social media and cell and home numbers after she started bombarding us with calls, because Barb's hotel room has messed up and she and the kids had nowhere to go and had to drive over an hour to get to a relative's house. If I had answered the phone, I could have left them in my house while we went to my cousin's. I had to cut in and tell her very firmly that I would never do that and that her daughter and her kids are not welcome in our house ever again. In spite of me saying no, Jane, Barb's mum, 85, kept trying to convince me to help out. I told her, "Miss Jane, I'm gonna hang up now and I will not discuss this any further. We have a life too and she and her family can help Barb, but not us." And I hung up. She called again yesterday and asked if I'd given what she asked a thought, and I said my answer is still the same and that's a big fat no. And OP said in the comments, it's the second time that she's used the excuse of a hotel room messing up their booking. She did that to my husband's sister too. She wants to stay with people and eat but not do anything to help. Yeah, oh my god, they sound insufferable. And also none of them are respecting boundaries even a little bit. And you can tell the person they were talking to didn't really expect them to say no and also didn't respect it. They're like, yeah, so have you changed your mind? OP also said in the comments that they blocked them. And yeah, that's definitely a good move. The next one is called Take My Kid With You. It's my birthday today. My husband wanted to take me out to celebrate until my roommate blurts out, "The baby should go too since it's her birthday too." I responded with, "You should take your daughter out on her first birthday," and then listed a few free activities that a baby would enjoy, as she argued that she doesn't have any money. That baby's been sitting in her bouncer alone in the bedroom for hours. I feel like if I don't show the baby some attention, nobody will. Yeah, like the top comment says, "I don't have money." That's why I listed free options. And like the comment under that says, "It isn't your responsibility to help your roommate's baby celebrate her birthday." That's ridiculous. It's the roommate's responsibility. It's possible that your roommate is not liking single parenting and is trying to draw you and your husband in as second parents. You need to be careful about doing that. And then OP says, "Oh, she's not a single parent. Her boyfriend is there too. In fact, he's sleeping still, ignoring his baby." Right, so your roommate's baby has the same birthday as you, and your roommate wants you to celebrate their own child's birthday instead of them doing something with their own child. That's so sad. The next one is called Entitlement. Waiting in line at a supermarket yesterday to pay for a few items. The store was heavily understaffed, 2 tills open out of a possible 20, so queues are long and I'm 4th in line. Eventually, Ken ahead of me gets to the cashier. She scans all of his items and gives him the total. He then proceeds to whip out his phone and scrolls through it looking for an e-voucher. While this is happening, the line keeps getting longer and longer. After a couple of minutes, the cashier politely tells him that she can suspend his transaction and finalize it when he finds the voucher. He refuses, saying, "I was here first," and continues looking for the voucher. And then he calls somebody, presumably to ask them about it. By now, the queue is at least 20 people deep. At this point, a manager opened another till and we got our transactions processed and we leave. As I walk past Ken, he's still on the phone, still delaying the cashier, effectively rendering that till until useless and still preventing other customers from paying and leaving? Why are people like this? He had at least 2 people ahead of him and they both had relatively large purchases. He had at least 10 minutes to sort the crap out instead of inconveniencing everybody. Edit, a lot of comments are saying that the transaction should have been voided or suspended or management should intervene. Absolutely. My take is that the staff know what to say, but not how to say it. It's a training issue in my opinion. Yeah, why are people like this? And you're right, OP, they could have figured it out before they got up to the cashier, but no, they have to make it harder for everybody else. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know how people do stuff like this and don't feel bad. The next one is called Entitled Friend Doesn't Understand the Concept of a White Elephant Exchange. This all happened almost 10 years ago, but after spending all morning reading stories on this sub, I felt like sharing my own experience. For years, I'm male, early 30s at the time, was close friends with Brittany, female, same age as me. Brittany and I had gone to college together, gone on trips together, and were pretty much inseparable. She'd always had a bit of an entitled streak to her, but it was never anything drastic. She usually kept it restrained to things like being the only one to pick which restaurant our group of friends went to, or having her seat in each friend's home. Annoying, yeah, but pretty mild overall. Then Christmas hit. A mutual friend of ours decided to hold a Christmas get-together for our large extended friend group, which included both me and Brittany. This friend, Mary, had recently gotten married and bought a new house with her new husband, Matt. Mary's wedding had been a small, private, family-only affair to celebrate with friends as well as celebrate their new house and the holiday. Mary invited about 30 people from our extended friend group to a big Christmas party. It was wonderful. Mary has always been one hell of a cook and she insisted on providing everything for the guests. She did all the cooking, bought tons of drinks, alcoholic and not, and made sure that none of our guests were without a drink or plate of amazing food all night. Mary had only one request: each person bring a gift to contribute to a White Elephant gift exchange. Happily, especially given how much Mary and Matt shelled out to feed us all, we all brought a gift. For those not familiar, White Elephant exchanges, called a Yankee Swap or Dirty Santa in some places, involve everybody bringing a wrapped gift, and then one by one each person chooses a gift from the pile. The first person opens his or her chosen gift, then the second person can either open a new gift or steal the first person's gift. The third person can steal the second or the first gift or pick a new one, on and on until everybody has had a chance, and then the first person gets the last chance to steal. One rule put in place in a lot of these exchanges is that a gift can only be stolen twice, so if you're the third person to get your hands on a gift, it's yours for good and nobody can take it from you. This was the downfall of Mary's gift exchange, at least when it came to Brittany. It all started and people were having fun stealing blankets and candles and gift cards. No one was upset if their gift was stolen. Hell, it's all for fun and we're all friends, right? Well, Matt, Mary's new husband and party co-host, was really good at making his own beer. As his gift in the exchange, he wrapped up a full case of this amazing dark stout that he made. Bob opened that and was excited. We all knew how amazing the beer was as we'd been drinking it all night. And then Tim stole the beer from Bob. We laughed, Bob was disappointed, but he gave it over to Tim in spirit of the game. Then it was my turn. I stole the beer from Tim. Like Bob, Tim was disappointed, but willingly gave me the beer and laughed along with his disappointment. Notice that I was the third owner of the case of beer. That means that per the rules of Mary's game, I was safe from having the beer stolen from me. Brittany was the next to go. She tried to steal the beer, but was reminded by several people that the beer had been stolen twice, so was now officially mine. Instead of just picking a new gift or stealing somebody else's, Brittany threw a fit. All the other gifts suck. That's not fair. The beer's the only thing I want. I wouldn't have played if I knew this stupid rule. On and on she went. She was making everyone uncomfortable, especially Mary. Matt intervened and politely asked Brittany to play along. He reminded her there were still a few bottles of the stout in the kitchen if she did want one. But no, Brittany couldn't handle not having the full case to take home. She pouted and refused to pick another gift or play the game. So we skipped her. The game continued on and everybody besides Brittany had a gift. With only one gift left, Brittany was forced to take that or nothing. She chose nothing and on top continued to complain and moan about how unfair the rules are. The person who brought the unclaimed gift took it back and then gave it to Mary and Matt as a housewarming gift, and seeing that, Brittany stormed out and left. I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. Over the next few days, I got so many messages from Brittany demanding that I give her the case of Matt's beer. She didn't ask if I would share it, which I probably would have done. She demanded that I give it to her outright, saying, you know the rules were BS and it should have been mine. When I told her no, she started with guilt tripping. You make more money than me, so you can buy expensive beer and I can't. We've been friends for so long, it's only right. You're just being selfish. And the final message from her was, I hope you choke on it, a-hole. Oh my god, what's wrong with people? What a brat. I blocked her number, removed her from my Facebook friends list, and I haven't spoken to her since. Nor for that matter have Mary and Matt, nor about a third of the party guests. She lost a lot of friends all over go for a case of beer. It was damn good beer though. I thought of Brittany every time I drank a bottle. Like, that's a spoiled brat that never grew out of it. Like an adult spoiled brat. That's so hard to believe though, that somebody can be so awful and still feel like they're in the right. Yeah, that sucks. If I were you, OP, I'd never talk to them again. Like, straight up, how toxic and awful can you be? Apparently pretty bloody awful. Last night, some jerks let their kids use my friend's truck as a jungle gym in a public parking lot. Last night, my friends came upon a family using their truck as a backdrop for a family photo, with the parents eagerly taking pictures of the kids hanging off the truck. I mean, like full body weight dangling from the door handles and lights. My friends and I are nerds who decorate our vehicles with lights and participate in light parades in cities all around our area to bring cheer to kids and folks who might not otherwise have something fun to do at Christmas, and also raise some money for food banks. We are a touch competitive about this, but my friend always wins. This year he had, and I quote, 6,520 lights. He is the sun. It's all powered by his jackery. A big battery bank, so when we go somewhere public, he'll leave the lights on so people can enjoy it. Lots of people crowd the truck. Lots of people take pictures with it. We even see people occasionally touch the lights to see what they are and how they're stuck on there because it is neat. We love it because it gives people a chance to enjoy it without us taking their attention and letting them just have a moment of awe. But I never thought I'd see parents encouraging their crotch goblins to climb it like a jungle gym. For what, Instagram? I'm seething. I mean, aside from the disrespect for the work put into that truck to bring joy to all, they're hanging 80 pounds off a door handle and grinding the lights into the paint. When he bumped the alarm to scatter them, they pulled the doors open. What the hell's wrong with people? They didn't even apologize.
Would you excuse me for a moment?
You won't come into my apartment to serve my pizza? I'm calling the cops. My friend Adam was sharing stories and he had this gem. Back in the mid-90s, he was a young college student. This is before he met his wife, Belle. Because he was strapped for cash, he took a job as a surfer and cook and delivery driver for a mum-and-pop pizza restaurant. Most of the people he interacted with were great, but then there was Karen. It's a weeknight during the final semester of his senior year, so it's pretty dead. A standard order for a large cheese pizza and breadsticks comes in. Because Adam is the only driver on duty that night, he gets sent to deliver to the dragon Karen and her offspring. Adam arrives and immediately gets a strange feeling in his gut. The complex is run down and looks shady as hell. Just wanting to deliver and get out of there, he passes a CCTV camera and heads to the address. He hears the gaggle of children running around and screaming and hoped that it was a good sign. Surely nobody would dare do anything stupid around their own children, right? He knocks on the door and our Karen answers. Looking over her shoulder, Adam can see the apartment is small, but clean and well kept. Well kept as having a bunch of children running amok under your feet can cause. Hi, did you order a... Adam said. Karen grabs his arm and begins to pull him into the apartment. Finally, it's about time you got here. Adam wriggles his way out of her grasp and backing up a couple of feet says, Whoa, back up, what are you doing? You're delivering my pizza, right? Karen said. Yeah, Adam said. You are going to service? I'm a single mother with 3 children, so I need all the help I can get. The strange feeling in Adam's gut got even stronger. I'm afraid I need to get back to the restaurant. I'm the only driver on duty. They can wait. Now get in before the pizza gets cold. Karen reaches out her clawed hand to grab Adam again. She looked at him like she was a hungry shark and Adam was a wounded seal. Adam drops the boxes and runs out of there, not wanting to get dragged by Karen into her den. She yells at him, "Get back here!" As he didn't have a cell phone, he rushes back and he tells the owner what happened. The owner made sure Adam was okay and told him not to worry about it. Adam forgot about the experience until a couple of days later. He was busy cutting and boxing pizzas when the owner comes up and says, "Adam, there's a couple of cops here to see you." A bit worried, Adam comes up to see a couple of detectives. They introduce themselves and ask if they can speak. Adam says sure, and they go to an unused booth. They ask if Adam had delivered a pizza to a particular address a couple of days ago. Adam says, "I did." "Why, what's going on?" The older of the two reveals that Karen had reported that Adam had tried to assault her children. Now Adam is really nervous. At the time, he was applying to be a police officer, a dream that he'd had since he was a little boy. He knew that any allegations of any type would be a black mark against him. The detective, apparently noticing Adam's nervousness, softens and asked, "What happened, son?" Adam told them about the delivery and how Karen had tried to drag him into the apartment to serve the pizzas to them, and how he dropped the boxes and he took off. He also told them that the owner knew about the situation. When he finished, the two detectives looked at each other, nod, and then looked back at Adam. Adam at this point is sweating bullets. The older detective smiles and says, "You're okay, son. We know you're telling the truth." Adam gets confused, and that's when the detective explained. This wasn't Karen's first report to police about a delivery driver trying to assault her children. This couple coupled with the inconsistencies in her story and the CCTV footage that caught the whole event made them suspicious. They just wanted to get Adam's version of events before proceeding to the next steps, whatever that would be. Adam told me he was glad he was sitting down because his knees gave out. The detectives got his contact information, thanked him for his time, and then went on their way. Karen's name and address were added to the blacklist as a result of her little stunt. I can't even imagine being a pizza delivery person and then having to deal with stuff like this. Yeah, that's awful. And let's read one more. Entitled neighbor poisons our lawn. Same neighbors as last time. The ones who own a small mowing business and mowed without our permission and then asked for payment. The last few days I noticed something odd on our front lawn. A line along the boundary on our front lawn from the separation fence to the pathway. The grass was bright yellow and I thought it was odd. Today my husband was mowing and asked if I saw that our grass-obsessed neighbor had poisoned our lawn. Today the grass was completely gone in line with our separation fence. Brown dead dirt in stark contrast to both of our green lawns. More of the grass on our side is gone. 80% on our side and 20% if that on theirs. But it's over half a meter wide. My husband mows once a week at the moment, as during summer and rainy season the grass grows really fast. So the grass wasn't long or out of control or any weeds. Our only thought is that he doesn't want our common grass mixing with his fancy grass, yet he hasn't got the fancy grass. What's his obsession with grass? But also he sprayed poison on our land and also on council land, which is a part of the spillway, which is a big no-no here in Australia. Edit, forgot to mention my husband said they had done it before out the front, but not as extreme as this. You need to confront them about it. Like, what are they going to say? Like, hey buddy, are you poisoning my grass? You big idiot. What are they going to say back? Like, I'm sure they know that you know. OP said in the comments, I've contacted the council to confirm about the spillway rules and to let them know about suspected poisoning of land. Yeah, the bloody audacity of some people. I quit. Karen reported me to HR for it. I was the director of sales operations for a $40 million a year software company. Karen was on my team. We processed purchase orders. Karen had a small vehicle accident that put her in a neck brace. She also needed once weekly physical therapy appointments and had some restrictions on duties, all of which I accommodated, no issue. Despite meeting her needs, Karen decided that coming into work was optional. HR noticed that she was repeatedly absent from work for 3 to 4 days at a time, multiple weeks in a row. They didn't give me details, but they told me that documentation from her doctor did not justify all of these absences. To make matters worse, Karen would never even give notice that she was going to be out, and sometimes would just no-show without ever calling, nor even indicate how long she would be out. HR eventually told Karen that she needed to either attend work more regularly, or get a doctor to sign off on short-term disability. This worked for me. I'd rather Karen take extended time off, so I could get a temp to take her responsibilities, than be absent frequently without any warning. Karen's original doctor would not document a need for disability. She bragged to the team that she found a doctor that would sign off on anything. So Karen went on disability and I was able to get a temp to cover her until she returned, even though co-workers who kept in contact told me that Karen was going to clubs and dancing and such. I didn't care. That was between her and HR. For now, at least, the work was getting done. The time period of Karen's short-term disability eventually expired. At this point, she either had to come back to work or go on long-term disability, so I could replace her permanently. Karen's sign anything doctor would not give her documentation for long-term disability, so Karen grudgingly came back to work. She went back to being absent all the time. She also refused to do even the basic duties of her job. I went to HR and I told them things were not working out and I wanted to replace her. They were on board with this plan. HR brought Karen in for the talk, but Karen flipped out and said that she would sue. Suddenly, HR was not on board. It didn't matter that Karen really had no legal standing. Just the threat of a lawsuit made HR decide it was more important to make Karen happy than to let me have a functional operations department. In one instance, I asked Karen to do purchase order review and she complained to HR about me bossing her around. I am her boss. HR told me that I could no longer give assignments to work duties to Karen. What the hell? When I said that was fine as long as they let me hire someone else to do Karen's job, they refused to give me a requisition for a new employee. This went on for months and Karen learned pretty fast that she could complain to HR about anything and get her way. You would not even believe the accommodations that she was given. Meanwhile, she made no effort to hide that she was not really injured anymore, was barely coming to work, but was still getting paid. She even encouraged other team members to take advantage of this loophole that she found. Then one day during month-end crunch, Karen had not come in or called, so I called and asked her if she planned to work that day. It was a simple question, carefully crafted to be neutral in tone. She told HR that I'd harassed her with my phone call. I got written up, so I immediately put in my 2-week notice. I'm not going to deal with my career being messed up by a woman who had worked maybe 6 days in a month, especially when I gave 60 to 70 hours a week to the company. With me suddenly gone, the sales operation fell apart. Purchase orders were not going through. To address this emergency, a company senior VP took over sales until my replacement could be found. HR was certainly not going to tell this guy that he could not give Karen duties, so Karen actually had to work. About a month after I quit, Karen got my home number and called me, furious that she actually had to work. She told me that she was going to report me to HR for a company that I no longer work for, and sure enough, she did exactly that. I kept in touch with members of my old team, and they told me that she was laughed out of the HR office. But here's where it gets absurd. Karen called me again, cursing and screaming and threatening me, and demanded that I give her the contact information for HR at my new company. She was going to report me to a department that had no idea who she was, nor had any jurisdiction over her complaints. The stupidity was unbelievable. And I giggled at her right up until I hung up and blocked her. The last I heard, Karen was finally fired, got 0 unemployment benefits, and ended up moving her and her kids in with her mum. Oh my god, is this the worst HR in the world? What were they doing? That's so frustrating. Like, you're working so hard at this place, and you're working with people like this, and an HR department that's going to do stuff like this and listen to this Karen. And yeah, it sounds like you're better off being out of there. And the audacity for them to be upset at you because now they have to do their job. Like, oh, now I actually have to go to work and do what I'm getting paid to do. How terrible. So ridiculous. These stories are so fun to read, but I can't even imagine being in this situation. The next one is called No Karen, I Didn't Buy a Seat for Your Bag. Story from about 8 years ago. I was taking the Amtrak out to see family for the holidays, so most seats are booked and thus were assigned on your ticket and such due to how full it was. Also, this was literally a midnight train, which is important to remember later. Anyway, being one of the last ones to board, I get over to my seat and I find this decrepit old woman and her purse taking up the 2 seats. I look up at the seat number, look down at my ticket to make sure I didn't get the numbers mixed up. Lo and behold, my seat was playing host to Karen's bag, so I politely asked her to move it, explaining that it was my seat. She called BS. I showed her my ticket. She told me to piss off and called an attendant. Naturally, when I showed the attendant my ticket, she was told to move her bag, glaring daggers at me as I smugly sat down. Now, for bonus petty revenge, I whip out my trusty laptop and I decide to play a few computer games. Now, the night trains did have quiet hours for obvious reasons, but I had my sound muted, and per the attendant that Karen tried to call on me, laptop usage isn't prohibited during quiet hours, provided that the user has the sound muted or has headphones in. I probably would have gone to sleep if Karen hadn't tried to block me from my seat that I paid for, but the extra hour of SimCity was totally worth it, just to stick it to that decrepit old hag clutching her stupid purse that I wasn't willing to donate my seat to. I hope she had a very unhappy holiday. Most of the entitled people stuff that we read about, they don't have to sit down next to the entitled person. Good on you for sitting next to them the entire time, playing Sims on your computer. You made the most of a bad situation. But yeah, what was their plan? Because if you said that it's your seat, the second that you show your ticket that says it is your seat, there's nothing they can do about it. And that's what happened. I don't understand what goes through their heads. Like, no, my bag is gonna sit here, not you. The next one is called Screamed At by Karen in the Cinema Because of My Wheelchair. I saw Till last night in a posh art house theatre with my girlfriend. The crowd were mostly well-to-do elderly white people. Dutifully, I turned off my phone as instructed. At the end of the film, Karen appears out of nowhere in my face, furious, pointing down at me and shouting that I've been playing with my lights the whole film. I turned on my electric wheelchair only twice to readjust my position. I pointed out that it was not my phone, assuming this was the misunderstanding, but no, she'd understood well enough. Before I knew it, the polite retirees around me sprung to my defense and put Karen squarely back in her place. So, to Cinema Karen, I'd just like to send out a big fat F you, and to all the probably normally non-confrontational kind of folks that stuck up for me, thank you. We need zero tolerance on these biatches. Edit, I'm so overwhelmed and encouraged by all your support. If this had happened to me after my spinal cord injury, I would really have lost my confidence to leave the house. Thank you. Oh, that's so awesome that everybody stuck up for you. Like, so they should, to be fair, but it's good that you were surrounded by good people. And yeah, get out of here, Cinema Karen. Damn right, we need zero tolerance on these biatches. I can't believe that's a sentence I just said. The next one is called I Lost a Friend Because I Called Her a Karen. So this friend and I are basically friends through our young daughters. She was telling me a story about how she was at a kid's baseball game outside and how the ice cream truck was being too loud. She was saying that she was going to call a noise ordinance on them next time, and I laughed and said, "Don't be a Karen, that's embarrassing." She then flipped out on me about how calling her a Karen is anti-feminist and racist against white women. I'm a white feminist woman. I disagreed wholeheartedly with that narrative and was therefore dumped. So they're pretty much telling you that they are are a Karen and also being a Karen in the process. Like, they've obviously been called a Karen before and they don't like it. Like, no, you can't call me a Karen. It's anti-feminist and it's racist against white women. Sorry for saying that, okay? Relax a little bit. You don't want to be a Karen. The next one is called I Ruin Karen's Social Life with My Weird Horizontal Mumbo Game. So, my wife and I were having a dinner date a few months ago. Seated near us was a much younger couple. Like any younger, and we could have been their parents. I'm not a nosy person, but the wife and I have been together for almost 20 years. There are gaps in conversation when you've been together this long. They're obviously just getting to know each other. Must have been on like a Tinder date or something. On the ride home, my wife and I got to talking about not remembering what it was like to date each other. We decided next chance we got that we'd go on a Tinder date. We'd tell all the stories that we already know, what we do for work, favorite movies. We did it last weekend and it was fun, and I think we both picked up on some things that we had overlooked over the years. And then our kid got brought up by my wife and I rolled with it. Asked about the father and such. The game changed. She said that with all the stress at home and at work that she doesn't feel the spark. Things are too vanilla. She needs to try something new and adventurous. I start pouring myself into this fantasy, listing things I wish I could do with my wife, but she's always so tired and doesn't seem up for it. At this point, we're holding hands, leaning across the table, going over every special occasion act that we're going to go through with each other. Well, this is where my karma hits from listening to the kids on their Tinder date. A wild Karen appears. She starts jumping our asses for being cheaters. My wife told her that it was none of her business, and if some stranger would bang her like she's about to, she might not be such a biatch. Called my wife a dirty you-know-what. I told the woman I'm really hoping that she's the dirtiest one for me tonight. Well, she caused enough of a scene that the manager came out and made her and her friend leave. My wife and I kept on playing our game, finished our meal and went home. We had the house to ourselves. I thought this was the end of it, but no. Karen took a creep shot of us before she came to confront us. She then posted it to some cheaters busting Facebook group with our city's name and the restaurant, the day and the time. We have a mutual friend because a guy I work with saw it. They're all laughing at me for cheating on my wife with my wife. We got a pretty good laugh about it. I messaged the group mods. After one look at my profile, it's pretty obvious that I'm married to the woman in the photo. They took her post down and they put something up about false accusations can hurt as much as cheating. She went full Karen in that thread until they banned her. She spent a lot of time posting. She isn't one of my friends, but I heard that people were giving her a hard time on her personal profile about being nosy and not knowing all the facts. Same friend said that he saw her at a community event and got his wife to troll her. His wife went up to this Karen, arms locked with her teenage son, and begged her not to tell her husband that she's with a man young enough to be her son. I guess this woman is a bitter divorcee and is always judging people that she thinks are you-know-what. Now she's catching a lot of crap for making things up. I kind of feel bad for her. My wife and I never told anyone about the game we're playing. Everyone just thinks that this lady had some kind of nervous break seeing two happy married people. Wow, yeah, mind your own business. Why do people feel like they should do stuff like this? Like, oh, I don't know who you are and I don't know anything about you, but I'm gonna get upset about you, and I'm also gonna post a photo of you two together to a Facebook group. Like, this is what they get for not minding their own business. So frustrating. The next one is called I Just Bought a Grill and Karen tried to buy it off me as I loaded it into my truck. This is the first time I've actually been able to post here, and I'm pretty excited and aggravated about it. Well, today I went to Walmart to buy a few odds and ends at last minute Christmas shopping. This is from 11 months ago, by the way. I've been in the market for a new grill, so anytime I find myself at Lowe's or Walmart, I try to scope out any good deals. Today I was able to find a deal. It was a $450 grill with a rollback price of $280. It's a nice pellet grill with smartphone temperature regulations and all the bells and whistles. There was only one left and it was a floor model. As soon as I saw it, I rolled it over onto the register and I cashed out. I proceeded to roll the pellet grill out to my truck. I've got a small 2022 Ford Maverick. Those unfamiliar with the truck, it's a very small unibody truck. I was not able to fit the entire grill in my truck, so I got a screwdriver to disassemble the table on the side so I could get it to fit. This is where Karen comes in. Karen approaches me as I'm disassembling the grill and says, "Wow, is that one of those new pellet grills?" I was unaware of her intentions and I stupidly said, "Yeah, it was the last one and I got it on a rollback deal." Karen, "Well, it looks like you aren't really able to fit that in your truck." Me, "Yeah, not when it's fully assembled. I just have to pop out a few screws and it'll slide in. You know, my husband could really use a new grill like that. And you said you got it on rollback, so you don't have to go through the hassle. I'll give you $200 cash for it. It'll save you the embarrassment of trying to return it because you can't fit it in your car. Ma'am, I paid $280 for this grill. I'm definitely not interested in selling it to ya." Karen, "Yeah, but $200 is a good deal because you just damaged it. They probably wouldn't even buy it back from you." Me, "Well, no, it isn't damaged. I took this part off so I could fit it in my truck, but I'm not selling the grill to you." "But I just watched you break break it. $200 is a good deal. At this point, I closed my tailgate and I sat down in the seat of my truck. Karen proceeded to pull out $200 out of her wallet and went to the back of my truck, opened my tailgate and tried taking the bungee cords off. I got out of the truck, threw her money back at her, and I told her that if she touches my truck again, I'm calling the police. She made one last statement as she staggered to pick up her money. You know, this is the holiday season. I can't believe you're treating me like this. God would be extremely disappointed in you. I hope you have a crappy, lonely Christmas. Karen then walked off and went into Walmart. F you, Karen. Edit. I noticed someone pointed out that they didn't know how I got her $200. I mistakenly left that part out. While I was getting in my truck, she threw it at me, which led to me getting back out of my truck and throwing it at her. You only just bought the thing and they're already trying to convince you to sell it? Imagine doing that. How embarrassing. Like, no, I don't know if you realize this, but we're outside a shop. I actually just bought this, which means I do want it, and I'm not going to sell it to you in the bloody car park. That's so funny, but so annoying. And yeah, you absolutely broke it. Them trying to convince you to sell it is hilarious. The next one is called Karen is pissed off because her name was printed in a newspaper without her permission. I work as a newspaper reporter for a small paper. I recently wrote an article mentioning the name of a new school board member. The article was not about her, did not quote her, and was in no way, shape or form defaming or dishonest. Her name was simply mentioned in passing among several other names. She called my desk and is livid. She tells me I have absolutely no right to publish her name without her express permission and threatens to sue if an apology isn't published. She also demands to speak to the managing editor. I happily oblige. Of course, she informed by the editor in short order that she's holding an elected position, and as such, her existence and position are already in the public forum. Oh, what? She's also informed that there's no legal obligation to notify people that their name will be published in a newspaper, and that's apparently when she really flew off the handle. She told my boss that every single person, no matter who they are, should be made aware if their name is going to be published, and that they should also have a chance to read the article before it goes to print. My boss laughed at her and then hung up. Get out of here, Karen. If you don't want people to know who you are, then don't run for an elected position. Yeah, what? That's so funny. I lost it when they said she's informed by the editor in short order that she's holding an elected position, and as such, her existence and position are already in the public forum, and they're getting upset about this. We need to read more stuff like this. The next one is called Sister-in-Law Dumps Her Bratty Kids on Others Every Vacation. My sister-in-law, known as Peg Bundy with money, is a stay-at-home mother who's raising my two nephews while sucking every penny and then some out of my very hard-working brother. My older nephew is mildly autistic and my younger nephew is ADHD with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 H's. She's taken the path of least resistance in being a parent. Kid whines, I want, and instead of no, just gives it to them. They're rude, they're entitled, and they're poorly behaved, especially when she's around, as she will screech at whoever corrects their behavior. You aren't their parent, we will handle it. Okay, fine. Fast forward to today, when for the 8th year in a row they've hijacked my week at the family cabin. She screeched at me again. Scenario: my elderly aunt and my mother and my partner and I are early risers. We have a quiet breakfast in the kitchen and the eldest nephew busts in, being loud and interrupting any attempt at conversation. General rude behavior unrelated to autism, though that is the excuse. I taught for many years and autistic children are not inherently rude. It is learned behavior. It was decided before the brat came down that the 4 adults were going to go into town to the post office and the flea market. As we're preparing to leave, Peg Bundy arises at the crack of 11, comes down and starts dictating that the eldest nephew should go with because he needs to get out and do something. I said no, there's only room for 4, but she can take him in later. Screeching, I'm not going in, you need to step up. You're his uncle, you need to learn how to deal with autistic children. He's almost an adult. More screeching. My reply was, well, then I won't go, as there's only room for 4. More screeching ensues along the same lines, ending with them saying to teenage Brad, well, you just stay away from Uncle Will for the rest of the week. My response is, okay. She has no idea the gift that she's just given me, just what I've been waiting for the last 16 years, though the brat is currently announcing loudly that I'm texting something. He's also an unrepentant tattletale as well as a sneak thief. Wow, the ironing is delicious.
Ha! The ironing is delicious. The word is irony.
Like the top comment says, you need to use her own words against her. Turn you aren't their parent, we'll handle it, into I'm not the parent, you will handle it. Yeah, the fact that they started yelling at you and telling you to step up, how rich is that? Karen mad that I got my food first. My wife is hungry for McDonald's breakfast. I go to the drive-thru to get her the breakfast, and I get told to pull into a designated park spot and wait about a minute when another car pulls into another designated spot to my right. It's the Karen. I was about another 2 minutes and a worker comes up with my food and thanks me for my patience. While I'm grabbing my food, I hear, "Why is he getting my food?" The worker responds, "This is his order. Your order's coming." She screeches, "Why did he get his first? I'm starving and I've been waiting." The worker walks over to the Karen and simply informs her, "Ma'am, you ordered a 20-piece chicken nugget, chicken sandwiches and burgers. We serve breakfast until 11 on Sundays. It's 9:40, and she starts screeching even more. I would have stayed for the entirety of it, but my pregnant wife is scarier than a Karen. Edit to specify it's a wide drive-thru, 2 lanes and 2 speakers that merge into one. She may have started her order first, but I ordered mine in an empty lane. I can't even imagine how often you have to deal with stuff like this if you work at a place like McDonald's. I feel like stuff like this would happen there like 25 times a day. Like, oh, somebody else that's super rude and entitled. That's the 42nd one today. Karen hurls abuse at a 13-year-old before her husband tries to grab him across the counter. So about 2 weeks before Christmas, there's an event that was happening just outside the mall entrance nearest to us later that evening. Except neither I or the previous shift supervisor knew about it, so I don't prepare any more stuff for cooking, hoping to use what's left for the rest of a quiet night. So it's just me and 2 juniors, and once the event ends, all these families come inside to have dinner before heading home. Instead of going to the food court on the other side of the mall, they see that we're open and they head to us. Very fast, we're swamped in cooking with about 15 to 20 large orders and more on the way which we have no prep for. I'm cooking with the more experienced junior while the newest one, 13, is handling the orders as he doesn't know how to cook yet. I start hearing a woman and her husband raising their voices demanding for their food as they've been waiting nearly 20 minutes, and I can hear my junior telling them that it's nearly done and we're just a bit flooded with orders at the moment. I'm actively walking out of the kitchen at this point to tell them that we're plating their food now, when I start hearing her go off her tree about how it's not freaking good enough and other colourful things at my junior. He then says what all CS workers wish they could say and tells her if it's not good enough then she can piss off. Her husband immediately pulls the hanging plexiglass aside and practically lunges at him over the counter, shouting about how dare he say that to his wife. I pull my junior away from him as he does that, and I tell the husband that I'm giving their money back and they need to leave before I call security. They scream at me for a bit as I do actually call security, but quickly leave when they show up. Thankfully, the other patrons were more understanding, and the owner came down 10 minutes or so later to help out as he checked in on the cameras and saw how screwed we were. Edit, because a lot of people were asking, this happened in Australia where the minimum age is 13. He only does 3-hour shifts for 3 evenings a week, and we don't treat him as if he has to perform at adult levels. He was a kid from one of the owner's friends, getting some work experience and extra pocket money doing half shifts on what was supposed to be quiet evenings. The owner has contacted police, though nothing has come from that yet. Yet another person making the situation worse for everybody. Like, oh, what's that? My food's taking a little bit longer because they're super busy. I better make the situation worse by getting angry and making a scene. Like, come on, what's that gonna achieve? A lady calls the cops on me for sitting with my service dog at the beach. Okay, so this was a few months ago and my parents took me to the beach for the first time in 2 years, so I obviously brought my psychiatric service dog, Fairy Belle, since I'm really bad with crowds and I have really bad panic attacks. Before we even entered, there were 2 officers stationed in front and he stopped us and asked us if she's a service dog. I said yes, and they asked what task she's trained to do, and then said we were good, so we went in. I end up sitting in the sand with Fairy Belle, and out of nowhere, a lady approached me from the other side of the beach, screaming at me because her boyfriend is allergic to dogs. From the other side of the beach, screaming at me because her boyfriend is allergic and dogs aren't allowed. My mum tried explaining, but she decided to call the police, even though they were already there. I ended up having a panic attack, and my dog had to lay on my arm, so I stopped scratching myself after I calmed down. I was too drained and I just wanted to go home, but apparently she called on other people for other reasons too. Honestly, what an awful experience. You had to go through all of this, and for what? Like, all you were trying to do was go to the beach and you have people like this? Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks. Like, so rude for no reason. The next one is called Karen at Six Flags, Fiesta, Texas. So I took my kids to Six Flags yesterday. After waiting in line at the concession stand for 20 minutes, we finally got to the front of the line. While I'm in the middle of placing my order for a chocolate Oreo sundae funnel cake, Karen walks to the front of the line with her cup and asked the cashier who was taking my order, "Is this where I get a free refill?" The cashier ignored her and took my order. Karen asks again and the cashier says yes. So Karen just stands there waiting for someone to help her. A different cashier comes to the register and Karen asks her the same question. The cashier looks at her and says, "Yeah, but you'll have to go to the back of the line and wait." The cashier then sees my free refills cup and asks, "So "Sir, would you like a refill?" Of course, I said yes. Karen looks dumbfounded and asks again, "Can I get my free refills here?" The cashier looks at her again and says, "Yeah, but you'll have to go to the back of the line and wait like everybody else does." Karen looks at the line and then back at the cashier and then at me and then back at the line. After her brain finally processed that she's not the center of the universe, she scoffed and walked away. She didn't even get in line for a refill. It wasn't super eventful or anything, but it was nice to see a pretentious Karen get put in her place. That's so funny but so aggravating at the same time. Like, yeah, you're right, when they actually realize that they're not the center of the universe. Like, you're trying to tell me that I'm not more important than every other person ever, and I'm not the main character of the universe? What? That doesn't even make any sense. The next one is called Post Office Story. An actual quote that I heard at the post office yesterday. I want to mail these boxes. Do I have to, like, hand them to you or something? Points to boxes she set on the ground at the back of the line, across the room from where the post office employee was. Shaking my head. Props to the good old biker mustache having postal employee with army tattoos who was obviously aware of the fact that it's apparently hard to be fired from the post office. Just stared at her with his "I've murdered men with my bare hands" look, and then whipped out a total smartass response. "Oh, why no, ma'am. You don't have to put the boxes on the scale like everybody else. We'll just guess the weight and read your mind where to send it." So then the Karen got butthurt and started literally scoffing out loud that she had to go get the boxes herself, as opposed to a postal employee getting them for her. These weren't large boxes and there weren't a lot of boxes. They were two small boxes that couldn't have weighed more than like a pound each maximum, unless she was shipping gold bars. At one point she makes some comment like, "This is why only stupid people and social rejects join the army." Well, good old boy didn't take kindly to that, because when she finally made her slow, entitled way back to him, he told her she cut in front of the sweet old lady that he was helping now, and she'd have to wait in line again since she got out of line. There were 30 people in line. The office was 20 minutes from closing. They had a miniature staring contest. The Karen was fish-mouthed naturally, before Karen seceded and went to the back of the line. Good times. I don't know, you'd have to be there to appreciate the sheer snarkiness of the Karen's tone, and the absolute screw-it attitude of the postal worker. Text doesn't do it justice. Wow, they really said this is why only stupid people and social rejects join the army? What? Why are people like this? Wow, that one question could sum up everything we read on today's episode of Why Are People Like This? Choosing beggars. The next one says, "I finally had a nasty Karen waste my time. Since I'm deaf, I rarely have to deal with annoying Karens because I rely on American Sign Language as an anti-Karen trick. But today one went out of her way to get police involved. To start, I borrowed my dad's minivan. He's got a handicap plate, but since I don't have a handicap, deaf doesn't qualify for handicap parking. I park in normal spots instead. My dad was not with me today, so there's another reason not to park there. When I stopped at a Walmart store for a quick shop, I found an empty spot next to a handicap spot very close to the doors. I had just gotten out when a Karen stopped behind my minivan and started yelling at me. I couldn't understand what she was saying, and I used my anti-Karen trick, ASL. I signed, "I can't understand you," but she kept yelling at me and pointing at the van. I ignored her and I went into the store. I came out about 15 minutes later to see her still blocking my minivan and a police car coming in. Thankfully for Officer Smiley, he seemed to be smiling a lot even with crappy Karen and 90-degree heat. He can use his lips well, so I was able to understand him without needing ASL or deaf interpreter. It's when I found out that she called because I illegally parked in a non-handicap spot. I'm like, what? I explained that the minivan belonged to my dad, who does use handicap spots, but since he wasn't with me and I don't need a handicap spot, technically I'm not supposed to use handicap spots, so I parked in a normal spot. Karen's reasoning was I had to use handicap spots because of a handicap plate, and it was illegal for a car with a handicap plate to park in a non-handicap spot. Officer Smiley thought she was just mad because I had a great non-handicap spot in an otherwise crowded parking lot, and she didn't want to walk halfway across the lot in this heat. Yeah, that probably is what it is. She was hoping I'd move like she demanded, and her mind broke because I didn't move. I was free to go, and I saw Officer Smiley hand her a ticket, I guess for misuse of 911 service. I still had to wait for her to move her car so I could go home and type this up. If you're the woman that has dark-coloured pixie-cut hair driving a silver Camry who called the police on a deaf person in a Walmart parking lot today, F you. Yeah, I feel like they're 100% right though. I'm sure they're only upset because they had to walk a bit further, which if is the case is bloody ridiculous. Like, these people wake up in the morning and they're like, oh, it's such a beautiful day. I'm gonna make everybody's day worse. Reminder, 911 is only for emergencies. Yesterday we received a 911 call from a woman who was angry about the long drive-through line at the new Burger King. We realized that you aren't you when you're hangry, but this is not a valid reason to call 911. Oh my god, somebody did that? Hello, police. police, can you please come down here? The Burger King line is so long. Like, no. And what are you talking about? A holiday to Spain ruined by quote-unquote too many Spaniards in a Spanish hotel in Spain. This person asked why Spanish people can't go somewhere else for their holiday in Spain. And they're not joking? How are they not joking? Are they on their last brain cell? How do you even get upset about something like this without realizing how unbelievably ridiculous you're being? So on a comment about Margot Robbie, I don't like that on press tour she's using her Aussie accent as if to let others know that she's a good actress or something because her American English sounds fine. Oh my god, what? She lives and works in Hollywood and that's where she gets her massive income from. Drop the accent. How does somebody feel like they should say something like this? So ignorant. There's no logic to any of these. You try to understand it and your head feels like it's going to explode. Like, oh, what's that? You're Australian and you have an Australian accent? No, drop that accent though, because you're obviously just putting it on. Unbelievable. The next one says, I put a Karen in her place this morning. This morning I had to make a Walmart run for some cat food and some coffee creamer. I head into a store and jump into a mobility cart and I start cruising my way towards the cat food. When I get there, I see the only bag of my brand that they have is the really big one, and I'm not able to lift it on my own due to my bad back. So I hit the customer service button to get an associate over to me and I wait. Just as the Walmart guy comes around the corner, I greet him and I ask him if he could get the big bag of cat food into the scooter, as well as a bucket of litter. He happily obliges, but when he reaches for litter, a middle-aged lady calls out to him while snapping her fingers. I hate it when people snap at me to get his attention. He looks her way and tells her to hang on a moment that he's helping another customer. So she rushes up right next to me, like uncomfortably so, and starts nagging at this poor guy about how she needs help right this second, all while snapping her fingers right up in his face. I guess just to drive the point in further. I need help now, snap. Forget about this guy, snap. Come with me now, snap. Okay, I was done with this poor excuse for a human, so I stood up out of my scooter, my 6'3" and 425-pound frame instantly dwarfing her. Listen, biatch, snaps in her face. Stop snapping your bloody fingers. Snaps again. Does he look like a dog to you? Snap. Stop being a you-know-what and scuttle your useless ass out of here. Snap. She flinched really bad at that last snap. Mouth agape, she gives the associate a quick sorry and then takes off through gardening. I'm assuming to the store exit as that's the closest one. Sorry guys, nothing much to report after that. I sat back in the buggy, checked out, and the guy helped me load my stuff into my car. And then I headed back home. Don't snap at people. It's very demeaning and rude. Yeah, that's so wild. I've never seen anybody do that. But yeah, that would be so unbelievably rude. Like they might as well whistle for them as well, like they're a dog or something. I thought maybe these stories would get less frustrating, but I think they've gotten worse. Managers of Reddit, what's a Karen experience like? What was your worst experience? The staff didn't know it at the time, but our ketchup dispenser was empty. A boy aged 10-ish was just smashing down on the handle trying to get ketchup, but none was being dispensed. A staff member noticed the kid smashing the ketchup dispenser, so I went out to see what was going on. Oh, the ketchup is empty. I'll get a new bag from the kitchen. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back with some new ketchup. I removed the empty container, take it back to the kitchen, clean the dispenser and place in a new bag. Take it out to the condiment stand and get met by Karen. Karen, why did you take the ketchup away from my son? Me, the ketchup was empty, so I replaced the bag. Karen, why did you take the ketchup away? Go get your manager. Me, okay, 1 minute. I'll walk about 2 meters, turn around and introduce myself as the manager. Karen, why did you take the ketchup away from my son? Me, ma'am, please lower your voice. The ketchup was empty. I explained to your son that I needed to take it back to the kitchen to refill it. Karen, no you didn't. I was standing here the whole time. You took the ketchup away from my son. Me, ma'am, please lower your voice. You were not with your son. He was here alone trying to get ketchup, which was empty. Karen, don't you tell me what to do. Do you know who you're dealing with? No, ma'am. Please get your belongings and leave this establishment. Cue the screaming and yelling. Karen, I will not leave this establishment. I'm going to burn this place down. Other patrons are visibly upset with what they're witnessing. Police are called. Karen gives a statement. Police question me. I give a statement. The Karen told the police that I struck her son, pushed him out of the way, and moved the ketchup to an area in which her son couldn't get access to it. I disputed the claim and I offered to provide video evidence with sound of what actually happened. Police watch the video once, thank me, and then walk out of the eating area. Officer, ma'am, does your son have someone who can look after him? Karen, his father is at work right now. Officer, okay, you're under arrest for making threats and a false police report. More yelling, threats, and now tears. In the end, she was charged with making the false police report, but not the threats, and received a lifetime ban from not just our restaurant, but the entire mall our restaurant was located in. I felt kind of bad, not for the Karen, but for her son. He has to live with that. Oh my god, they made an issue that didn't doesn't exist. And it doesn't sound like the son was lying to their mum or something. They were like, you know what, I'm gonna make a huge deal about literally nothing. Like there wasn't even a problem here. This is laughable, but it's also so sad and so not okay as well. Like, don't do that to people. And yeah, same, I feel bad for the son. Oh, that was awful. The next one says, not a manager, but I used to work part-time at a bakery inside of a grocery store. I dealt with my fair share of Karens during this time. Just to paint this picture of how it'd work, we had a binder that had laminated copies of 100 different designs that decorators did pretty often. A customer would look at the book, pick a design they wanted, and fill me in on the details of when they wanted it by, what size, what flavor, if any colors were necessary, etc. Our decorators would come in at 7 a.m. and stay for however long it took to complete their orders. So usually they were gone by early to mid-afternoon. The bakery closed along with the store at 9 p.m. One day, maybe around 8:15 or 8:20, a woman comes in and says she needs a cake. I figured that she's referring to the cake sitting in our cooler, which we keep at the ready in case anybody just wants something quick and simple. So I motion to the cooler and I ask her if she sees anything she likes. Apparently I'm a brilliant comedian because she starts laughing and goes, "No, sweetie, I need a wedding cake." Alright, no big deal. I grab an order form and I take down her information, and then I ask what day she needs it for. Tonight. Mind you, the store was shutting in 40 minutes, so even if I could decorate a cake, I wouldn't be able to help her. I tell her that there's no decorators present at the moment, but I could make sure it was ready for her first thing the next morning. She's clearly upset by this, but she says that'd be fine. I continue taking her order and ask her what size she'd like. Our bakery was not an upscale joint and our prices reflect that. Just about everything comes in frozen. So for our cakes, they come in a variety of predetermined sizes. She pulls out her phone and thrusts it into my face, saying whatever that is. On the screen is a very beautiful cake. Smooth white frosting, 7 to 8 tiers, decorations made in fondant and blown sugar. Before I even continue taking the order and dash her hopes when she sees the finished product, I tell her that just wouldn't be possible. I didn't mean to offend our decorators, but I told her the truth. Most of them were exceptionally gifted home bakers who didn't have formal training in terms of a culinary program or a decorating school. I then politely refer her to a more upscale bakery that I knew of that's a lot more equipped to help her than we are. Then the dreaded 6 words came. Can I speak to your manager? At this point in time, I'd been working at that bakery for a little over a year, so I was capable enough to close the department on my own. As such, I was the only one there. I told her this, but I offered to leave her a note with the customer's name and number so my manager could call her tomorrow. Fine then, let me talk to a store manager. There were anywhere between 1 to 3 store managers who oversaw the entire grocery store and its departments on a staff night. So I go to our phone and page a store manager over to the bakery department. The whole time we're waiting, she's staring daggers into me. A manager I was fairly friendly with came over to the counter in a few minutes and asked me what the problem was. I briefed her before she went to talk to the customer. The second we get over there, the customer starts spewing lies about me, how I was rude and refusing to help her. I tried to defend myself, but the manager just told me to keep doing my closing work out back. 10 minutes later, she comes back shaking her head and rubbing her temples. That biatch was crazy. The customer service industry is a blast. Oh god, yeah, it sounds like it. How frustrating. And they wanted the cake the same night? The bloody audacity. That's so frustrating. And yeah, it sounds like you did the right thing. The next one says, happened before I became a manager, but once while I was serving at Steak and Shake, a customer had a coupon for a burger, fries, and a shake for a certain amount of money. I can't remember the price anymore. Anyway, on the coupon, it specifically stated that cheese on the burger was 39 cents upcharge, although it did have a picture of a burger with cheese on it. Lady threw a fit in the dining room that I was treating her unfairly. It was false advertising, etc. I told her I agreed that it's false advertising with the picture, but the text specifically states the upcharge, and unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. The lady at the next table overheard everything and literally got up and put 50 cents on the table to cover it and said something to the effect of, "I'll pay for your damn cheese if you just shut up." This pissed the cheese lady off even more. My manager obviously sensed the issue and came out, took the cheese upcharge off the bill. Like, what the hell, Karen? Okay, so now we've gotten to the point where we're reading about people complaining about cheese. I feel like this is a good time to read something wholesome, guys. That's enough Karens for today. How come grown-ups don't give Valentines to their friends? It's just a kid thing, I guess. Well, I give my friends cards because it makes my friends happy and I love my friends. Wow, that's super sweet, Missy. Yes, Jeff, it's a Valentine's Day card. Deal with it. And you think I'm dynamite? You goddamn right I do. Oh, that's so heartwarming. Oh, that's right, we're on the wholesome subreddit. Of course it's wholesome. That one's by Foul Language Comics and Brian Gordon. Good job, Brian. A good day note. That's right, anyone whose name you write in this notebook will have a fantastic day. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna write your name in the book and you shall have a beautiful day. That's by Shen Comics and it's so cute. Nobody. Me when I go to someone's house and they have a pet. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Like, hello, how are you? How's things? What's that? You've got a cat? Okay, I'm gonna hang out with them now. That's so true though. Overhears anyone mention that something's broken? Dads? Yeah, I need to fix it right now. That's so true as well. It's like they don't even know how to not fix it. Like they try to fight the urge to not want to fix what's broken, but they can't. That's so funny. A Karen demanded that I let her use my phone. This happened some time ago, but the audacity of the entire exchange has cemented the encounter into my core memories. I was working retail at the time when a woman comes up to me and asks to use my phone. At first, I didn't immediately think, Karen alert. I simply looked at her and in my best customer service voice said, I'm sorry ma'am, I can't let you use my phone, but you can use the phone at the customer service counter that's just over there, pointing to the counter 10 feet away. This is when she morphs into a Karen. So you won't let me use your phone? I'm sorry, ma'am, but no. Customer service, I start to say, but she interrupts me before I can even finish my bloody sentence. You're refusing to help me? No, ma'am, I'm not. There's a phone at customer service that you can use. When I repeatedly refused to give her my phone, she went over to the customer service desk, but she didn't even make the call that she needed that was so important that I had to surrender my phone to her. No, instead I could hear her complaining about me and see her pointing in my direction, likely telling the story of how the big meanie associate blatantly refused to help a customer in need, but the complaint didn't go her way, and nobody came over to reprimand me for my terrible customer service. Karen walked out of the store, making sure to tell me in all of her Karen displeasure, I hope one day you're stranded on the side of the road and nobody helps you. Yeah, have the day that you deserve, Karen. Yeah, wow, talk about unnecessary. Oh, what's that? Somebody doing their job and having a normal day? Let me ruin it. I feel like these sorts of people think that they were born to make life harder for everybody else. I love how these episodes are a lesson on what not to do or how not to treat people. Like instead of making our own mistakes, we get to learn through other people's mistakes. Male Karen gets mad that I'm fueling up before him. So I, 17 at the time male, was filling up my car before going to college at 7:30 a.m. and this guy pulls up behind me waiting for me to leave. He's looking at me like I insulted his mum constantly. It took 5 minutes, maybe not even that, to fill up my car's small tank. I went inside to pay and did move closer to my car. So I go sit in my car and I turn on my sat-nav. I'd been driving for only 2 months and I had a terrible sense of direction. While I was waiting for it to turn on, the Karen got out of his car screaming and pounding on my driver window telling me to move. Then he finally realized the car in front of me had left while I was filling up my car. So we went around my car giving me the middle finger the whole time and he started filling his car. I finally got my sat-nav all set up and I turned on my car and he was still staring at me, so I gave him the middle finger back and I went to drive around his car. He then jumps out in front of my car, making me slam onto the brakes, and he starts hitting the bonnet, the hood for you Americans reading, and then he reached over and pulled my wiper and moved to the driver's side. Thankfully, he didn't realize that my car was unlocked, and then he punched my mirror, all while shouting at me to get out and fight him. Oh my god, is this real? I revved up my car, making him think that I was going to hit him with my car. So we got out of the way and I drove to the exit, thinking that it was far enough away and safe for me to get out of my car and sort out my mirror and my wiper. It's safe to say that I was wrong, and the old Karen stomped over to me, screaming and shouting the whole time, and blocked me from getting back into my car, trying to get me to punch him. So while scared for my life because I don't know if he has a knife or not, I raised my voice above his screaming. I used to be in army cadets where we were taught to shout really loud without straining our voices. It scares him enough for me to be able to get back in my car and leave. And I drive home crying and shaking. I make it home and my mum asked me what happened, so I told her everything. So she took me back there in her car and asked the really nice workers if there was CCTV. There was, so we called the non-emergency line, and the nice police officer said that he'll send some officers to look at the CCTV and then would get back to us in a few days. About 3 or 4 days later, we get a call back saying that they've found where he lives and asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said no because I don't like the thought of having to stand for hours in court for something so silly, and I decided he should be told what he did wrong and that he can't do that so nobody else has to go through what I did. It's been a year since then and I'm still scared to go to that petrol station. Edit, I would have moved out of the way, but there was nowhere to move where I wouldn't be in the way. I had to put this in because I had a bunch of replies telling me that I should have moved. That's so bloody awful. Yeah, some people are bloody awful and I do feel like you should have pressed charges, but obviously it's understandable that you didn't. Yeah, wow, that was intense. Sorry you had to deal with this, OP. Me when my mum starts being rude to the person that's just trying to do their job. Yeah, wow, I can only imagine. I luckily don't have any family members that are Karens, but like if you had a mum that was a Karen, oh my god, you would have seen some stuff. Like, oh, mum's yelling at somebody again? No, but for real, real, that's terrible. And what's even more terrible is how common Karens are. They're bloody everywhere, it feels like. I witnessed my first Karen at Costco, standing in line, and the old dude in front of me had one poinsettias. The checker and the helper both told him that they came in 4 packs and they couldn't only sell him one. He said that there were many loose singles at the display and they could sell him one if they wanted. Checker reiterated that they could only sell them in sets of 4. He got upset and started badgering them, telling them they could do whatever they wanted and they should sell him one. This kept going back and forth, and finally the poor checker said, "I don't make the rules." He said, "Fine, take it back," and the helper grabbed it and rolled her eyes where he couldn't see. As she rushed to take it back, when it was my turn, I said loudly to both, "I just witnessed my first Karen." One laughed and the other smiled. "Yeah, wow, congratulations, OP. Your first ever Karen, hell yeah." But yeah, it's so confusing to be arguing with somebody who works at a shop like this, as if they don't know what they're talking about. Like, bro, if they say they can't sell them individually, they can't sell them individually. And what the hell is the point of arguing? You know, like the people working there aren't doing this for fun. They're not lying to you. Like, oh, sorry, I was only joking. I love arguing with random customers about stuff that doesn't even matter. Of course you can buy them individually. Silly me. The next one is called I'm Getting Sick of My Auntie Karen. So in 2 days, I'm going to be selling flan at a church holiday market. Now, the way I make it, it's set in individual ramekins. It takes almost 2 hours to make one batch, so I made it clear to everybody in the household, even talking individually to set a schedule with everybody, to make sure that I'd have the kitchen to myself today so I could make the batches of flan in time for them to be able to cook and set right. I told my aunt this multiple times, and even made sure that she'd be done. She was making some pie filling for the thing that she's going to be selling and decided to start on Monday. No big deal, right? Wrong. She decided she was going to make 30 jars worth of apple pie filling in 2 days and has been hogging the kitchen the entire time. At first I thought she would at least let me have my day to make my flan, since I'd clarified multiple times exactly when I'd need the kitchen, but no. She was already working on 2 more batches of pie filling, and on top of that she said that the kitchen wouldn't be free until late tonight. But the thing is, she's been working into the night for 2 days now, so chances are I won't have any bloody time to make my flan during the day. I'm gonna have to stay up all night to make the flan because for some reason my aunt couldn't spare the time or counter space so I could do it now. She even had the audacity to complain about how I was rushing her and taking up her time when I specified that I needed the kitchen weeks in advance. I don't know if this counts as an entitled Karen, but for the sake of my rant, I'm gonna say that it does. Edit. Further context as to why I'm making the flan so soon before the market. It's because the flan takes around 8 hours to set, and it can go bad anywhere from 3 to 6 days after initially being made, so I have to make it as soon as I can possibly manage before the market, so it's sellable. Yeah, wow, what a frustrating situation, OP. And yeah, once again, that's the most annoying thing about stuff like this, how bloody unnecessary it is. Like, this so easily didn't need to happen, but it still did, and it's so frustrating. And yeah, oh my god, they're definitely a Karen. Doing something like this seems completely deliberate and definitely an a-hole thing to do. Karen versus the McDonald's manager. I'm a police officer, and at the time this happened, I was assigned to a fairly busy patrol district. Me and another officer responded to a local McDonald's in reference to a white female refusing to leave and videoing the employees. I immediately commented to the other cop that it was going to be a signal 103K, which is our slang code for disturbance involving a Karen. I walk into the lobby and I see a white female holding a phone with a couple of kids standing by her. Her face immediately lights up because the nice, helpful police were there to listen to her gripe. Wrong. I walk past her towards the manager as she's saying, "Excuse me, officer." I tell her that I'm going to go speak with the 911 caller first. It was around Halloween and McDonald's was handing out candy buckets with Happy Meals. Apparently this Karen's kid had already gotten one of the candy pails in one color, but she wanted one in a different color. When the employees refused to stop what they were doing and go into the back to locate the correct color bucket for her child, she got upset. Unfortunately for her, the manager came from a store in the projects, and she was not having any of that silliness. After getting the correct background information from the manager, I asked 2 questions. What is your official title, and what do you want to happen? The manager confirmed her authority and said that she wanted a Karen-free business. I walk up to Karen, and before she could even say a word, I point at the door and say, "Get out." When Karen started to explain herself, I went from asking mode to telling mode, and with a lot more force, I commanded her to get out. Karen started crying and asked me if she could have an item number for my police report. There was no way I had any plan of writing any of this down. I told her that I write police reports for police problems, which usually means an actual crime. I followed up with the only crime I could even observe occurring was her refusal to leave the business, which I would be glad to write after arresting her. Confused, she said. "You can't arrest arrest me in front of my children? And I gave her a look that communicated I most definitely would arrest her in front of her children. She walked out of the McDonald's and I watched her drive off, but not before the other officer found a number for her to call corporate on the manager. Wow, that's so interesting. Wait, so do you have a police code specifically for Karens? Is that what they said, to signal a 103K for a disturbance involving a Karen? That's hilarious. Yeah, so we've got a pretty serious 103K Karen disturbance, but yeah, that's so funny. They're like, you can't do this, and you're like, yeah, I actually can. The next one is called My Daughter Wants to Drop Out from University. This is not my story. The following was posted on Korean social media. I'll do my best with the translation, but note that I'm not an expert and I'll definitely have grammar errors. For context, Seoul University is SU and is considered one of the top prestige universities in the country. Title: My daughter wants to drop out of SU. I was a horrible mother. At an early age, my daughter has shown to have above average intelligence. I was so proud to have such an angel be so smart. I thought what I did was best to fully bring out her potential. It kindled my pride and ambition to push her to the limit. 15 years, that's how long I tormented her. I did some horrible things to her. I both physically and verbally abused her. Oh my god. I truly regret what I've done and I wish the memories can be erased. Last year she was admitted to SU. I shed tears of joy as I held her in my arms, thanking her and telling her how much I'm proud of her and how much I love her. She was completely void of any emotions, but I chose to ignore that. And as soon as she was admitted, she decided to take a break. I knew she needed some time after enduring all of that, so I told her okay. She didn't attend the school for about a year, doing private tutoring as her main job. This weekend she sent a long text, not to me but to my husband. She said she was dropping out. She was getting an apartment with the money that she'd been saving up and said she was going no contact with me. She added that while she might regret dropping out of such a prestigious school, she knows that it's something mum has always wanted and she was gonna smash that dream. She added getting back at me was more important than living a comfortable life with a stable career. She was disgusted how I became so much nicer after she was accepted. Okay, so I don't know if this one's real, but I hope it isn't. I bloody hope all of these aren't real. The place she was getting was old and rather unsafe, so I told her we can support her in finding a better place, but she refused, saying that she doesn't want to be involved with me even financially. I can take her hating me all of her life and her going no contact, but I just want her to settle somewhere safe. What should I do? I want to tell her don't give up SU and her life just to get back at me, but I fear it's going to make things worse. My husband's a bit indifferent about this situation and told me our daughter will come back when she's ready, and because she's smart enough to take care of herself, she only speaks to him and only gives him eye contact when talking. I was always frustrated with his indifference and carefree attitude, but maybe that's why our daughter only ever spoke to him. What? Pretty sure we know why they're not speaking to you. I've been on my knees begging for forgiveness, but she only gives me cold stares. She said I'm unfamiliar to her and not worth any emotions. I don't know what to do. You can bash me all you want, but please give me advice. And OP says there were no comments supporting or comforting her. Most of the comments were about how much of a crappy mother she's been and that she deserves all of this. Whoa, okay, I was not expecting to read something like this, mainly because this is more of an entitled parent than it is a Karen. But yeah, wow, that's awful. The top comment says yet another case of overbearing narcissistic mother micromanages and controls every aspect of their child's life because they're property and not an individual, except the culture makes it so much worse. This woman knows what she did is horrible and did the whole time. Good luck to that young girl. Yeah, 100%. That one was so sad. The next one is called CEO Name Dropping Karen. So, Sunday being Christmas Eve, my store was shutting at 5:30 p.m. This has been posted everywhere for weeks. All the stores in our chain are closing at 5:30. It's now 5:30 p.m. and I have a Karen in my lane. She's in full rant mode. I can't believe you're shutting at 5:30. You're discriminating against healthcare workers. I know it's not your fault, but what are we healthcare workers supposed to do? Me? Plan ahead? It's not my fault you couldn't make up your mind about dinner before now. She literally wasn't buying anything that special. It was a choice between 2 dinners and a single serve of pecan pie. She could have shopped for her dinner on any day before now. We're open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, aside from a few days a year. And then she goes on, I'm gonna write a letter to the union. I'm gonna write a letter to corporate. I'm gonna talk to the CEO the next time I'm shopping at the Frontenac store. Me? Get out of here, lady. I don't feel good and I've got places to be tonight. I'm polite to her and I have my bagger run back that one dinner that she decided against. I finally get her out of my lane, but I made note to remember her name, so next time she comes in, I can warn my co-workers. I know she came in with a chip on her shoulder and started talking smack to my assistant store manager, only because he informed her that we were closing when she walked in. Yeah, that's so unbelievably frustrating. We're starting the episode today with a post on Ask Reddit that says, what is the most Karen thing that a Karen has ever done to you personally? I deliver appliances for Best Buy. We had a woman call and complain that her fridge was not pre-cooled before it was delivered and that she had to wait for it to come down to temperature. No one in the office was prepared for that one. Wait, so it wasn't pre-cooled, but they had to wait for it to come down to temperature? What? What do you mean pre-cooling a fridge? Why is it not already cold? And why does it not already have a whole bunch of groceries in it? This is an outrage. How do you even deal with a situation like this? Like, sorry, but what are you talking about? The next one says, I worked at a grocery store and a co-worker put a 99-cent sticker on my shirt. We were 2 of maybe 5 employees, so we were all good friends and everything is funny when you gotta pass time on a shift. So I left it there. Some woman came through my line and asked me why I had a sticker on my shirt, and I just kind of laughed it off. She asked me if I thought it was funny, and I was like, not really, but sorta. She asked me if my co-worker put it there, to which I responded yes. She told me she was going to speak to the store owner because it was disrespectful to behave that way at work. She told me to call my manager, and I did, but he was a super cool guy and he knew the lady was an idiot. She talked to the store owner and my manager about firing me to no avail. She accomplished nothing and was just being a you-know-what. The end. Yeah, and oh my god, how common is stuff like this? Terrifyingly common. Like, yeah, I know this isn't even an issue, but I'm gonna make it an issue and waste everybody's time and get upset about nothing. Do they legitimately have nothing better to do or something? I feel like that's all it is. They have no idea how to manage their emotions and they're bored. The next one says, I used to work at a fast food place in a theme park when I was 18. Karen held up the line because she was demanding us to assemble a food for her daughter, which we aren't allowed to do because we go by a menu. My daughter can't have that. Well, what can you do for me? Do you want her to starve? Are some of the most irritating lines I ever encountered. Do you want her to starve? Oh my god, imagine saying that. Being hungry is not starving, okay? And second of all, if they were starving and you're not gonna buy them some food, what are you doing? You can't go to a place like this or a restaurant or something, or like anywhere that serves any food and be like, oh, what's that? You don't sell the thing that I want? Well, you should probably make it for me, okay? And then to get angry when they don't. So entitled. A Karen told me that I couldn't work on my car in my own garage at noon because she didn't want my fast-looking car to influence her sons to be a hooligan like you. So you have to have the sort of car that they want you to have, and they get to choose whether or not you modify it because you're a hooligan and a bad influence to their son. That's something else about Karens and entitled parents. If they're bad parents, they just blame it on everybody else. Like, yeah, I know this is my responsibility, but no, you actually need to not have a certain car because of my son. Nah, and the fact that you even had the audacity to think that you could say that is unbelievable. A Karen told me that I needed to leave the gym because I made her son feel like only fat people go to the gym. What do you mean that's a real person? How could somebody ever say something like this? And once again, they're blaming other people for their own parenting. Like, obviously what they said was awful, but they're also saying that you should change your life because of their child. Get out of here. Imagine not only being this rude, but also this entitled. I can't imagine that. When I worked at a bakery, Karen bought a chocolate cupcake and ate half of it. Karen then asked me if she could return her half-eaten chocolate cupcake, not because she didn't like it, but because she wanted to exchange it for half a vanilla cupcake. Quote unquote, something less decadent. Like most bakeries, we did not sell cupcakes by the half. She became offended when I asked if she wanted to purchase a vanilla cupcake. No, I want it for free. Like going to a restaurant and only eating half of your meal and then being like, hey, I only really ate half of this, so I feel like I shouldn't pay full price. Like, what do they expect them to do with the half-eaten cupcake? Some people are so funny for all the wrong reasons. When I was working retail, this one woman had a big bag of coupons. Most of them were unusable because they were expired or they were duplicates. She berated me because the system was rejecting most of the coupons. She called me stupid among other names, telling me that I just wasn't doing it right. Then, as a typical Karen would, she asked to speak to my manager. My manager came and asked what the problem was. The women ranted about how incompetent I was because I didn't know how to scan a coupon. My manager looked at the coupons and the coupons were the problem, not me. My manager went off on the customer for being disrespectful to me and told the customer to leave the store. I hated working there, but I'm so grateful that I didn't have managers that totally didn't go by the customer is always right rule and weren't afraid to stand up for their employees. That was just one of many incidents. Do people like this wake up in the morning and just say, you know, I'm going to be really awful today. I'm going to cause problems that don't exist. I'm going to be rude for no reason. And I'm going to show the world how entitled I am. But yeah, Yeah, 100%. At least you have a good manager, one that does stand up for you against people like this. I can't even imagine having to deal with people like this. I don't feel like I could handle it. Like, are you being serious? The next one says, a Karen came up to my register and asked for the price of a protein bar. Every item in the store had a physical price tag because we didn't have scanners at the register. I took it from her, I flipped it over, and I let her know that it was $2.50 before tax. She asked me how much the case would be. Normally we did discounts for cases, but they had to be ordered ahead of time. So I started explaining that we couldn't do a discount unless. She cut me off aggressively and hissed, I didn't ask for a discount. So I typed in $2.49 times 12 added tax, and I told her the final price. She stared me down for a few minutes before asking me to get my manager. Once my manager arrived, she spent literally 10 minutes tearing into me, describing me as the least helpful person ever, talking about my bad attitude and complaining about how awful and rude I was. Oh my god. The audacity. I was working nearly full time, 35 and a half hours a week, and commuting to school over an hour away 4 days a week. This lady took the time out of her day to break me down to the point that I started crying. Thanks, Karen, I still remember you. I hope you enjoyed your bloody protein bar. Yeah, it's so sad that people are like this. And the worst part is how unnecessary it is. Like, do you have to be so rude? They act like their life work is to bother people. No, it is my duty to be awful. The next one says, a Karen asked for my manager's personal cell phone number to complain that I, 7 months pregnant at the time, would not carry a refrigerator that she hadn't even paid for in the cost of her room up to her second story room. We didn't have an elevator. Rather than just accept the upgrade for free because she didn't want to unpack her stuff, she refused to believe that we had rooms without fridges and I was just being fat and lazy. When I refused to give her the cell phone number, she asked for corporate's number. I wrote it down on a sticky note with a smiley face. She came down later and asked to move rooms. I made her pay the difference. What? They expected you to move a fridge upstairs while you're 7 months pregnant? It's still too much of an ask, even if you weren't 7 months pregnant. But that's unbelievable to ask you to do this. A Karen left her card in the FPOS machine at the McDonald's I was managing as a teenager, rang me to say that I needed to drive it out to her, that I ruined her night, ruined her family's night, owed her free food, and that she'll be laying a formal complaint when I refused all of the above. She showed up 3/4 of an hour later with steam blowing out of her ears asking for her card back. It was the last we heard from her. It needs to be driven out to them. What? You didn't ruin anybody's night? Oh, how frustrating. And laying a formal complaint? For what? Doing their job? Oh, that's so funny, but so sad at the same time. The next one says, working retail one afternoon, and here comes Karen with a return. At first glance, it's no big deal. Just coming in to return a shirt. She walks up to the register, hands me the receipt to start processing, and we exchange a pleasant greeting. I take the shirt out of the bag to examine it, and it's beyond disgusting. There were brown sweat stains all over it, from the pits to the stomach to the shoulder. It looked like whoever wore it rolled around in mud or some nonsense. I proceed to tell Karen that I can't return the product because it had clearly been used and that only unused and resellable items could be returned. Karen threw a fit, started screaming at me and accusing me of calling her a liar. I hold up the shirt and I point to the brown pit stains and say, Karen, can't you see this stain? Oh man, did that make it worse? She continues making a huge scene and demands to see the manager. Newsflash, Karen, I am the manager and I'm not budging. After 20 or so minutes of complaining, she finally leaves saying that she'll be complaining to corporate and is going to get me fired. Blah, blah, blah. Fast forward a few days, a guy walks into the store, finds the first store associate that he can, and immediately asks for me by my name. Uh-oh, here we go again. Anyway, my associate brings the guy over to where I'm standing and I politely greet him. The guy spends the next 10 minutes apologizing for his crazy wife Karen that verbally abused my staff and I a few days prior. Apparently the guy went to the beach and did some sort of CrossFit training in the sand. Karen knows all of this and she was at the class with him. The guy ended up not liking the shirt for some reason, and Karen thought she could pull a fast one on us by making a scene. Yeah, think again, Karen. Wow, so they knew that their partner got all dirty in this shirt, and they're like, you know what? I feel like I could probably return this. Like, I'm sorry that you had to deal with this, but it's so funny. Actually, no, it's not funny, but their thought process is. Like, the fact that they think they can do this is funny. Actually having to deal with them, though, not so funny. The next one says, my sister-in-law is the biggest Karen I've ever met. Complains in almost every restaurant that we go to. But this one time that we were moving house and my bro asked me to help, I was staying at their place for the delivery truck that was going to arrive early in the morning. We were having drinks and my bed and mattress were on the floor in the living room. At around 1:15, I said, I think I'm going to go to bed. She replied, are you kicking me out of my own living room? Not realizing that she's crazy, I joke, yeah, yeah, I guess I am. She said no one does that. And even though she'd finished her last drink, made herself 2 cups of tea, she didn't go to bed until after 2:30. She told me the next day that she stayed up to show that no one tells her what to do. What? So bloody rude and awful. You have a guest over in your house and they're sleeping on your living room floor and it's 1:15 in the morning. They want to go to sleep, and to prove a point you stay there and annoy them for like what? Almost a couple more hours? Like, yeah, what's the thought process here? Oh, I'm really gonna show them. Being awful and making them uncomfortable. Like the worst host ever. I worked at a home improvement store for a while in college. I was a cashier in the garden section. This woman pulls up on the curb in a no parking zone, grabs her fertilizer and soil. After I check out, she goes ballistic that I didn't help her load her car and she was going to report me to managers. Due to company policy, I wasn't allowed to. Other employees were though. Her face mole was shaking and everything over a bag of soil that weighed under 10 pounds and a handle of fertilizer. Okay, so we've learnt today that being a Karen means being awful, unnecessarily rude, and hugely overreacting for no reason. Like, yeah, imagine getting this upset about this. It doesn't even make sense. They must already be so angry. The next one is called Gym Karen. Today I went to the gym to do my normal post-work workout, which is my favorite part of the day. I work in a men's prison and I wear a uniform with boots and my hair under my hat. My normal work clothes. I get into the women's locker and Karen does a double take when she sees me. I will admit, I don't look very girly. I look just like my father, and with the hat I look even more like him. I don't mind, I'm used to it. I go to unpack my bag and I start getting undressed and she tells me that I'm in the wrong locker room, that the men are down the hall. I tell her very slowly that I'm in the right room, that if she doesn't believe me, she can look at my driver's license. She starts yelling at me and leaves the room. I sigh and I know she's going to the front desk. I quickly get dressed and I lock my stuff up, knowing that the ladies at the desk know who she's talking about. I walk towards the front desk and I call one of the ladies by name and say hi. She smiles brightly and says, "Hi, have a good workout." Karen was 10 shades of red. Oh, these people are so annoying. Why do something like this, you know? Update, today I had my boxing class and when I was done before I left, I ran into the manager of the gym. She asked if I was okay after what happened and I told her I was good. Told her I dealt with worse at work. She told me that she had a long talk with the woman and revoked her membership and donated the rest of her fees to our local gay community centre. Karma came back and got the Karen. I also dropped £5. I want to say thank you to everyone for the messages and the support. You guys are awesome. Thank you all. Yeah, sorry that you had to deal with this. At least it had a good ending. It would have been better if it didn't even happen, because it definitely didn't need to happen. The next one is called A Group of Karens Try to Skip Out on a Restaurant Bill Over Hollandaise Sauce. The place I work at is a hole-in-the-wall restaurant in a really small farming town. Think of Dog River from the show Corner Gas, and it really describes the vibe of the place. The outside is pretty run down since the upstairs tenants are car farmers, so there's broken down cars all over the property. The food is really good and it's become the meeting place for a lot of locals, mostly farmers and old timers. The interior of the place is really cute and it has an old-fashioned vibe. The food is amazing in my opinion and the prices are pretty cheap. So we get a group of 3 middle-aged women come in and they're instantly complaining about the outside of the place being messy and run down looking. I guess they're from a nearby city and they saw that our restaurant has excellent reviews on Google and they wanted to try it out. The server kindly told them that the restaurant has no control over what the outside of the place looks like. Made a "it's a good thing you don't have to eat outside" joke, and the women got offended and complained that we weren't taking their suggestion seriously. They all ordered eggs Benedict and one of them asked for it to be made without hollandaise. They also complained about service being slow, but given that we were pretty slammed that day and we only have one cook, we were doing our best. The lady that wanted no hollandaise sauce then came to the counter and rudely told us to add hollandaise sauce, but she wanted it on the side because she wasn't sure if she liked it. We offered to let her sample some, but she refused. Once their food was served, she tried to send back the sauce, but the server told her that we couldn't take it off the bill because we can't serve the sauce to somebody else. She complained, but the server stuck to her guns and told her that next time try the sample when it's offered. If she isn't sure that she's gonna like something, we will usually let people sample stuff, so this exact scenario doesn't happen. It was close to closing, so we stopped serving new customers and started doing our closing duties. We did not stop serving people who were already there, however. The women all of a sudden got up and left and we realized that they hadn't paid yet. The server chased them outside and told them they forgot to pay. They told the server that since we closed while we were serving them, they thought they didn't have to pay. Oh yeah, right. The server server told them to pay, and they told the server that since the hollandaise sauce wasn't taken off the bill, they weren't paying. It's not optional. The server told them once again that they had to pay for the food they ordered, and since there was nothing wrong with the sauce, it wasn't coming off the bill. The server threatened to call the police if they didn't pay, and if they did leave, she'd record their license plate and they would be banned from the restaurant as well. They reluctantly paid and of course didn't tip. I still don't understand how they thought they could have gotten away without paying. They kept on saying, "You're closed, we don't have to pay." Yeah, what was going through their head? Like as if when they said that, you guys were going to be like, "Oh, yeah, okay. No worries, you don't have to pay." If you were working somewhere like this, it would be so hard not to get so angry at them. Like, how dare you come into a place where everybody else is happy, having a good time, and deliberately be so awful? I hope they banned him anyway. In trouble with a Karen for sitting in my seat on an aeroplane. I was flying last week and I got up to use the bathroom, and the girl behind me is giving me a death glare. I didn't think anything of it and I used the bathroom. I get back and this girl angrily explains to me that she's trying to sleep on the tray, which is connected to my seat, and that I'm shaking the seat. I assured her that I was not shaking the seat, that I was merely using it, and that sometimes the seat is gonna move, such as when I got up to use the bathroom or lean down to get something or adjust my posture. She was not having it, insistent that I was being so rude using my chair, which she was apparently claiming was now her pillow. She called for a flight attendant and angrily explained the situation. The flight attendant responded, "Ma'am, what do you want me to do? Ask him not to use his chair? He's allowed to use his chair." Unbelievable. I wasn't even reclining. Yeah, that is unbelievable. Absolutely no patience and understanding. They're like, "You know what? No, I'm furious and I'm gonna make sure you know it, even though my anger is completely unreasonable. I don't care." I got back at the rude Karen in my line. I was a grocery checker in the 90s. One day around noon, I was working the 10 items or less and cash only express line that was used by so many people who were just grabbing a quick sandwich for lunch. So it was important to keep out people who had carts full of groceries. There was one other regular check stand open across from me that had one person being checked out with a large cart full. I didn't have anyone in my line at the time. Karen pulls up to the other check stand with a heaping cart and notices me standing there. She asks me if I can check her out. I tell her, "No, sorry, I have to be available for people grabbing lunch." Over the next 30 seconds, she just stared at me and then pulled her cart up to my check stand and started putting all of her things on my check stand and says, "You're not doing anything, you can check me out." So I was kind of stuck, so I tried to check her out as fast as I could and I didn't say much. And wouldn't you know it, pretty soon I had a line of about 5 people standing there with their sandwiches and cokes glaring at me. Remember, it was a cash line, so I'm finishing her order. Karen takes out her checkbook and writes a check. Mind you, she didn't start writing it until I was about done. More delay. This was her big mistake. Her address was on the check. So on my lunch break, I got the subscription cards from all the magazines and I proceeded to subscribe her to just about every magazine we carried. And I always checked the 2 years bill me later option. I even signed her up for the Columbia Music Club and I picked the very worst records. Weeks later, when she started getting all of the mags and bills for them, there's no way she would connect it to the checker that she was rude to. I was probably one in a long string of cashiers that she was rude to. Winner, me. Yeah, well, that's right. If they do this to you, they're probably rude to every person they interact with in a shop. So there'd be so many different people that it might have been. You can guarantee that if they treated you like this, that they treat other people the same. It's so frustrating. Young Karen gets a taste of her own medicine. This happened a few years ago at a theme park that was part of the More Than 5 Flags chain. Typically, an hour or so before a theme park opens, a crowd of people start to gather outside the main gate so they can get in as soon as possible and make a beeline for the premium rides before the lines get crazy long. I was attending an event at the park and one of our perks was getting in an hour before the park opened and enjoying ERT, exclusive ride time, until the general public was allowed in. When it was time for us to enter, we each had to show our event badge and present our admission ticket and season pass to the employees at the entrance gate. In this instance, the gatekeeper was an elderly lady named Ida. She looked to be close to 90 years old and was barely over 5 foot tall. As I was preparing to hand Ida my badge and pass, a rude 20-something Karen shoves her way in front of me and shows Ida her season pass, but no event badge. Ida politely tells Karen that she'll have to wait another hour until the park opens to the public. Karen, why do I have to wait but they don't? Ida, because they're here for a special event. Karen, you've got to be freaking kidding me. Ida, with a glare that could kill, no, I'm not freaking kidding you, and drops Karen's pass on the ground, forcing Karen to bend over and pick it up in a tightly packed crowd. After Karen huffed away, I told Ida, way to go. Ida said she picked the wrong one to curse at today. I said, no, she picked exactly the right one. You gave her what she deserved. It still makes me smile. Well, we've learned learnt a lot today. We've pretty much learnt how not to act. Like, if you act nothing like the people in this episode, you're already doing pretty good. Karen is still butthurt because we built a playground in the neighborhood. For years, our neighborhood has had a patch of green space open for recreation. Until this year, it was just bare grass and some trees and a few benches with a couple of neighbors' fences backing onto it. Yesterday, after years of people talking about the idea but getting nowhere, we opened a small playground that occupies a tenth of the space. I and other parents of young children actively lobbied for this playground at meetings with the local park board, where we heard some pretty hysterical arguments against the idea, ranging from environmental damage to increased crime to exploding toilets. Yeah, exploding toilets. Ask me about that one if you want. So let's talk about Karen. She's one of the neighbors who lives near the playground and wasn't happy with the idea. At one point we were considering the empty lot right next to her house as the playground side, but that idea didn't last long. She's still finding reasons to complain. Not even half an hour ago she posted to our neighborhood Facebook group asking parents to call off the kids who are on the playground making noise. Question: what day out of all the days of the year is the day when sugared up children are most likely to be out past their bedtime? And given that this day often generates more enthusiasm in our town than Christmas, shouldn't Karen know this? Wait a second though, how close is the playground to their house? Like, I don't know if I'd like a playground being right next to my house either. Yeah, like this comment says, and yet I've seen so many stories on Reddit of people being tortured by the constant screams of playing children. There's merit on both sides of this. Like, yeah, if it is a little bit far away from their house, then okay. But I don't know, if their house literally is going to back onto it, then I kind of agree. That could definitely be super annoying. Wow, starting the episode agreeing with the Karen in the story? Is that a good start to the episode? Or have I failed in finding a Karen story? There are heaps of comments here agreeing with the Karen as well. But yeah, for real, if it was super close to their house, that would be pretty obnoxious. So it's pretty understandable that they don't want it there, I feel like. The next one is called My First Karen in the Wild. A week ago, I purchased an ink cartridge at an office supply store and later discovered I got one that didn't fit my specific printer. I brought it back with the receipt, original packaging, everything I needed. I went over to the returns area and I stood in line behind a lady, probably in her 80s, with white hair in the style of a Karen haircut. As she moved to the front, she pulled out an ink cartridge with no receipt or packaging. She demanded that they give her money back as she purchased it the day before. The employee refused, saying that she didn't have a package nor did she have the receipt. She then demanded the sales manager. The sales manager came over and the following conversation took place. Karen, I bought this item a few weeks ago and I want a refund. I don't have a package or a receipt. I don't know why it didn't work. The printer said something was wrong with the ink cartridge. Employee, ma'am, you just told me that you bought it a day ago. Karen, well, you can check my credit card. I bought it a day ago. The employee and the manager checked her credit card to find out when that product was last purchased. They flipped the monitor around and pointed to a date, 29th of December 2019. She then flipped out and demanded the store manager, who gave her the polite version of F off, we can't do anything. She then left. Wow, I bought it yesterday. Wait, so they actually did buy it in 2019? Wait, so why are they trying to return it? That's amazing. How did they think that was gonna work? Like, oh yeah, it'll be totally fine. They'll definitely give me a refund. Yeah, this one kind of raises more questions than it answers. Why are you returning it now? Why do you feel like you can return it? And what's even going on here? The next one is called Karen Wants My Tires. It's almost snow season here, and I booked an appointment to have my tires swapped today a month ago. The first snow is forecast Wednesday morning, so I knew it'd be busy, but when I got there, it was actually chaos. I checked my vehicle in after about 15 minutes in line, and was thinking they were moving pretty quickly for it to be that short given that they had so many vehicles. There were even some parked on the grass. I had to park a quarter of a mile down and then walk up, and for the next hour I waited and I got to hear the poor employees get screamed at over and over by walk-in customers without any appointments who thought they should get their tires immediately. But then the last one really takes the cake. She'd been staring through the big windows at the shop the whole time that she was in line. She was told that she had two choices: make an appointment for next Monday and come back, or leave her vehicle and they get it done in the order it came in after those with appointments, so she'd probably need to come back in 8 hours. She started freaking out, screaming and cussing that she needed her tires now and didn't care who was in front of her because she was the first in line right now. The employee patiently and kindly explained to her options again and that they were booked for a solid week. She never even looked at him. She cut him off, yelling at him to give her the tires in the back of the little black SUV that they just rolled out. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, they just finished up my Land Rover. The employer kept trying to tell her that the tires are mine, and that they have plenty of tires. They only have 4 work bays. Well, that SUV is off the lift, so just put mine on it and give me the tires you put in the back of it. It's really simple. Are you an idiot? He blinked and started to say something, and I cut in. Hey, that's my car. Those are my tires. I own them. Are you suggesting that he steal my all-terrain tires that suck in snow and have them put them on your car that they won't even fit? Her. Tires are tires. Me. Then drive off with the ones that you have on and leave everybody here the hell alone. Her now whining like a toddler. But they're not snow tires. I need snow tires. I lost it laughing. Neither are my off-road tires that they're taking off my rims to put my snow tires on. Me. Seriously, just make an appointment like the rest of us did and you'll have tires that fit. No, stop yelling at people and go book it online. I stood up. I don't think I'm exactly intimidating as a 5'6", 49-year-old woman, but it worked. She left and several others in line followed her out. Honestly, I felt bad about that. Me to the employee. Sorry you lost business there, but my vehicle's done. He was laughing but trying to hide it. Apparently everybody that left had been yelling at them earlier too, so he didn't mind. I still don't understand what her thought process was in the whole thing. Someone said as I was leaving that she'd also left her car parked in the middle of the right-hand traffic lane on the busy highway in front of the place. But yeah, shout out to that employee for never losing his cool at all. I can only imagine what his day was like already by the time she started in, based on just the time that I was there. Friendly reminder, if you live somewhere where it snows, book your tire appointment in advance. Yeah, what did they even want to happen? That's so frustrating. The top comment says, the best comeback I ever had for someone like this was, were you born this stupid or did you have to work for it? I wish I was always that clever. Yeah, I think it's even more frustrating because it doesn't make any sense. What are they even meant to do? They're doing tires on other cars. They're just too busy. But no, they should drop everything so that they can have tires. The next one is called Karen runs out of gas, blames the cashier, me, and expects me to pay for it. I have posted this story in another subreddit years ago, but I think it'd fit well here, so enjoy. Okay, this one's going back to 2003. I'm working a minimum wage at a very busy gas station in the UK. I'd only been there for a few months, which is outstanding considering the staff turnover for this place. I know the ropes of this place, and it also, and still is, very busy. Lines of cars and trucks going down the highway and a line of customers going out the door, and I'm working alone as usual. Hundreds of customers with places to be. The cast of the story. Me, the overworked 17-year-old with a bright future of PTSD and other mental health goodness. Next 15 years of bliss in this hellhole. Karen, old biatch missing her butler but still has a 10-yard pole up her you know what. Customers, everybody else. Karen got out of a taxi and came up to the front of the line past 20 customers that were waiting patiently. Age 70 plus. She's dressed head to toe in black velvet, a fur coat, and wearing more platinum jewelry than I've ever seen. She also looked vaguely familiar. She demands in a very snobby voice, I need fuel. Imagine Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter but fatter. Me, I'm sorry but you have to wait your turn as I served customers. Karen, I need fuel and my car collected from down the road. Me and a few customers give her a weird look. If you've broken down, I have the number for a recovery service and you can use our phone, and hand her a card with the number and the phone in between the customers. She just looked at the card as if I put dead rats on the counter. You can't do it. Why can't you do it? Me, I'm afraid to say I can't. It's very busy today while I'm still serving customers. Karen, no, why can't you go retrieve my car? Me, wondering what the hell? We're a petrol station. We don't do other recovery services. Karen, nonsense. You'll collect my car this instant. I'm getting annoyed by now. So are the other customers. She lets her car run out of fuel, leaves it on a now gridlocked highway, gets a taxi to my station, and somehow it's my fault and responsibility to rectify the situation. How? I can't close the station. I'm here on my own. I don't own a car or even have a license. I will call the recovery company for you when I have a free moment. Just be aware that there will be a charge fee and you need payment in cash. There's an ATM outside. She now gets red in the face. Are you stupid? Why should I pay? My car has run out of fuel. You have to deal with it. I'm trying to keep cool and serve customers and finding an alternative to get her out of the store at this point. In that case, there are fuel cans behind you. You can purchase and fill them. Karen, very well. She picks up a 1-gallon can and slams it on the counter. Go fill it. I say sorry to the next customer and I scan the can. That'll be £5 and another $3.50 to fill it, so $8.50 altogether. Karen, I'm not paying for that. It's your responsibility to provide fuel. Are they joking? And your customer service is atrocious. I refuse to pay. You'll pay for my recovery, my fuel, and my taxi. Me? Well, then you can leave. And the entire line of customers start chewing her out too, telling her to get the hell out of here. We're busy and they're a stupid old cow. Karen, you'll be hearing from me about this, and and I'll have your job for this insolence. And then she storms out and gets back into the taxi that was blocking my forecourt. We did hear back from her about a week later. She'd gone to customer complaints, reached the regional manager and the national HR, claiming that I was responsible for her car running out of fuel, it being abandoned on a highway, refusing to pay for towing and refueling, and being humiliated in front of customers with demands of reimbursement and compensation for poor quality of service. Finally, a letter of apology written and signed by me with my letter of resignation. A few weeks after this, the manager pulls me aside. She knew all about it. She heard the story from me and a few of our regular customers, as well as watched and heard it on all of our security cameras. The Karen sounded crazy and looked like she had just come out of a funeral. She chalked it up as being emotionally drained, senility, mental health, and said to not worry about it. Then she got the letters and phone calls from head office, and that threw her theory out the window. She handed me a copy of the response letter that was sent to Karen, stating that she was barred from all of our company stations nationwide, informed that the company is not a charity, and entering one of our stations or approaching our staff will result in removal by police. I read the name and I realized she was my old principal from primary school. She was an old hellhound when I was 5 and looks like she just got worse as she got older. See you in hell, Mrs. M. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about this one. I thought the person in the last one didn't make any sense. This one's on a whole new level, but good on you though. It sounds like you handled this super well. I can't even begin to imagine how frustrating this would have been. The next one is called Sued by Karen. I'm a tattoo artist in a private salon, and a hairstylist, Karen, from down the hole asked me to cover up her C-section, lap band and skin removal surgery scars. I told her I could and that it would take more than one session because what she wanted was so large. I gave her a smoking deal and she agreed. Before we started, she signed my consent and we reviewed aftercare instructions. She was the worst client imaginable. She was late to every appointment, up to 50 minutes. She left during sessions to get snacks from the gas station, and on 2 occasions she asked me to leave my studio so she could talk on the phone privately. On top of that, she was so sensitive that I could only get about 1 to 1.5 hours of tattooing in at a time. She was so uncooperative and wasted so much time that I ended up seeing her a total of 6 sessions. There was one small area that wasn't finished because she was so sensitive there that she always asked me to move to something else. However, she was so happy with the work that was done that she posted videos of it to TikTok when on vacation in June. Near the end of June, I went on a mission trip with my high school youth group students, and the day after I arrived home, July 3rd, she asked me how soon I could reschedule her. I told her I wasn't available again until after school started, August 1st, but that I would reach back out when the time got closer. A week later, she texted me to say how dare I have other clients in my studio when I told her I wasn't available to see her until August, and that she wanted half of her money back to get another artist to finish it. I gave her the reason why I was unavailable, plus those clients had been scheduled prior to going on the mission trip. I told her I wasn't giving her any refund, and I said I was tired of her taking advantage of me. She replied with a lot of senseless garbage, the last of which was, everyone who messes with me gets the short end of the stick, and don't worry, you'll see me again, and God sees you. I roll. 9 days later, before August the 1st even came around, she filed a civil claim against me seeking 9 times what she paid for the tattoo. I filed my response along with the evidence to support it. I appeared in court on Monday and the judge immediately sent us to mediation before hearing the case. The mediator informed me that she'd now filed an amendment and was now asking for $2,000 more than the original claim, allegedly for even more pain and suffering. He asked her to present her case so that he could help us try to work out a settlement. She rambled on and on, lied throughout, and complained about how humiliating it was for her to have to show pictures of her half-naked body to the court. He asked me what my response was, and I stated, she filed this claim against me because I didn't schedule another appointment for her as quickly as she wanted me to. I never refused to see her again, and I refused to give her a refund because she signed a contract that says she understands that she's not entitled to any refunds, and I showed him the signed contract. He excused me from the room and they talked for about 20 minutes before he grabbed me to talk in another room. He said, she's willing to accept half of what she was asking for, and if you agree, we won't have to go back to the courtroom. I asked him what the challenges to my defense were, and he mumbled some nonsense that made it even more evident that he just wanted me to cave so he could move on. He didn't allow me any time at all to tell him the details of my side of things. I felt ready to present my defense to the judge. I told the mediator I wasn't settling for anything, and he instructed me to go back to the courtroom. I returned to the courtroom and the judge asked me if we'd worked everything out, and I said, no sir. He chuckled and said that he'd help. I waited for about 10 minutes and the judge sent someone to go retrieve the mediator and the claimant so that he could start the hearing. A couple of minutes later, the mediator came in alone and shoved a piece of paper in my face and said that she's dismissed the claim. He told me that I was free to go. I surmised that she didn't expect me to call her bluff, or she did expect me to cave into settling. I think she backed out because she didn't want to have the photos of her body displayed on the courtroom TVs. The whole thing was so aggravating, but I was slightly disappointed that I didn't get to present in the court because I wanted to humiliate her. I've never met someone so entitled and self-important. I think she knew about the mediation ahead of time and thought she had a golden opportunity to get something for nothing. Bye, Karen. Edit, let this serve as a warning to other professionals out there. Certain people believe that they own you once they've paid you for something. This Karen was beyond unreasonable, and there were red flags at the beginning that I should have paid attention to. Additionally, make sure you have a solid contract. Before I ever started tattooing, I searched through lots of tattoo artists' other consents until I found one that looked like they had probably been sued at some point, and I modeled mine after theirs. It's so frightening to feel like you could be indebted to someone for many thousands of dollars for one slight misstep or one mouthy text. I never said I refused to see her again, which would have been one of the two main points to my defense, although that's what I was thinking and what I wanted to say in the moment. I'm glad I restrained myself from arguing with her. That's totally unlike me, lol. This was a valuable lesson to learn about being selective with clients and work and passing on the red flags. You do not owe anyone a service or appointment just because they ask you for it. Update. Some have asked if I have to see her in our building still. I didn't cross paths with her or see her in our building again until after July. Luckily, there were no uncomfortable encounters. Our schedules didn't seem to overlap much. Plus, I was trying to avoid her, and I think she was trying to avoid me too. And I moved out of that suite at the end of October for unrelated reasons. Wow, good on you for standing your ground. When I was reading this and they were asking for a settlement, I was thinking, please don't give them any money. But yeah, it sounds like you handled this so well, and so they need to go find somebody else to finish their tattoo. Well, at least you don't have to work with them anymore. Like, oh, what's that? I don't have to deal with you anymore. Oh, what a shame. The next one is called, I don't care if your daughter is going on national TV. I can't make an order right now. This happened Saturday night during rush hour. I'm the front of house manager of a Chinese restaurant that has a really busy to-go. One of my hostesses handed me the phone and said, this lady said that she's not going to wait at all for her order and wants to speak to a manager. Even though we were quoting 40 minutes, the conversation went like this. Me, hi, this is the manager. Unfortunately, I can't get your order out before our wait time as our kitchen is extremely busy. Karen, put my order first. I need it now. Me, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Karen, you don't understand. My daughter is going on national TV at 7 p.m. It was 6:45 at this point, and is going to be a celebrity, and I need it now. I'll pay you extra. Me, I don't think you understand. It's not an issue of money. I have about 50 plus open to go orders right now and a full dining room of 150 people. Even if I told the kitchen to put your order first, which is unfair to everybody else, I could not get an order that large out before 7 p.m. Karen in the most snooty, mocking, high-pitched voice. Aw, you have 50 orders in a full dining room? Aw, good for you. You guys are doing so well. I don't think you understand. My daughter is going on national television in 15 minutes, and I need food for everyone. Me, well, I'm sorry I can't fulfill that order for you. Have a great night. And then they hang up. Yeah, oh, sorry, you're confused. I don't actually care that your daughter's going on TV. We're a super busy restaurant, and that's not how that works. God, people are so annoying. And yeah, on that note, let's read one more. No, I won't move my bar seat just because. Normally, if I'm in a random bar doing random drinking, like airports or hotels, and someone asks me to scooch over to fit their party, no prob. But if I'm at a sports bar and scooching would mean I can't see the game, no. Enter Karen, puts her hand on my shoulder and screams into my ear, hey, can you move so my husband and I can sit together? No, I can't see the game then. She's about 2 inches away from my ear and screams, what? Are you serious? I'm gonna sit here in the one seat next to you and talk to you until you move? Nope, I'm not moving. Song comes on. You know the one. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. She screams, jokers to the right at me. I decide a middle finger is warranted. She and husband eventually lose interest. My team ended up winning too. The top comment says, I would have told her everything my kid has ever told me about Minecraft. Yeah, like, hey, you don't want to leave, but I can annoy you. That's so frustrating. And yeah, that's definitely enough for today. Definitely time for something wholesome. This is how I managed to change the bed sheets in under 15 minutes. Oh, that's so cute. And the look that they're giving them as well. Like, you know, I'm about to get out of here. I'm going to pee on the floor. No, but that's so cute. Life is a series of getting hit in ways you didn't think you could get hit in, and then learning to recover in ways you never thought you could recover, until you're a regenerating, fast-healing monstrosity, cackling darkly as you arise from all of your setbacks, drinking in your foe's despair. Wow, that made that sound really badass. But yeah, damn right. Just growing and getting better every day. If you flip a photo of bats hanging upside down, they look like they're having a wicked dance-off. Oh my god, they do. Like, come on, is that all you've got? Starts breakdancing. Meet Oliver. He has thumbs. Oh, little Oliver. Such a beautiful little fella. And yeah, on that beautiful note, let's leave today's episode there. Thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time. And if you did and you want to see more Karen Story episodes, make sure you like and subscribe. And the comment of the day today goes to Hollis Bostic2872. I don't know how you do it, Vincey, but you make the tales of socially awful people doing socially awful things the brightest spot of my day every day. Thank you. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you for watching the episodes, and I'm so happy you enjoy them. Yeah, that really does sum up a lot of stuff that we read. Socially awful people doing socially awful stuff. But yeah, even though the videos are kind of terrifying, I'm so happy that you enjoy them. And guess what? I've got a brand new adventure planned for tomorrow, and I hope to see you then, guys. Make sure you look after yourself and make sure you have a beautiful, amazing rest of your day. And you know what I'm about to say because I say it every single day. Bye!